silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. Eyes that buy that builds a boat, and eyes that buy that sails her, eyes that buy that catches a fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper, caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk at Willingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk at Willingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For when the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non so che tiene buon mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non so che tiene buon mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia la ride qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a-tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those in Jews' fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in his beak shelan.
We're back for another day of DreamLeague Season 26 Eastern European Closed Qualifier action. We're going to be starting in the lower bracket where we will see one team eliminated. And Waga, we got a lot more series in the lower bracket as well. So today we're going to have to say goodbye to a couple of teams in the run to make it over to DreamLeague.
I kind of like that though, not saying goodbye to them, but I like having all these elimination matches because this is where teams really have to pull out whatever they have left to try and stay in it. There's of course only one spot that all these teams are fighting for, and right now being in lower bracket, tough spot for Asakura and Impossible. Meanwhile, looking at the bracket as a whole, we already got Navi and Aurora up in the upper bracket final as they had a very good day one starting out.
Yes, they did indeed. So they both, for Navi and Aurora in that upper bracket semifinals, they had to play 3 games. So it was, well, again, I don't know, is there a bit of an asterisk with Aurora's getting 3 games because they didn't technically lose one? Who knows? What do we want to say? But regardless, Navi at least were put to the test versus Liga, who we're going to see later today. We'll get to cover Liga as our second series versus the winner of Asakura versus Impossible. And for Impossible, of course, we got to cover their series yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see much out of them in that series versus 1 win.
Yeah, 1 win just kind of had their number. I think they were just one step ahead all the time. Bit sharper in the draft, bit sharper in the play. Both games ended almost at exactly the same timer at 31 minutes and 40 seconds when the game concluded. But it kind of felt like it was over for a long time, ever since the laning stage. So hopefully this time Impossible will get off the ground in a good way and get to, try to employ their ideas in Dota. Because that's truly what we were talking about a lot yesterday, how if you don't get a good start, it doesn't matter what your draft is, what your plan is for mid-game, you won't be able to do anything if you just get shut down in laning stage.
Yes, indeed, which is unfortunately something that is going to need to be addressed for them. And Asakura, we'll see how this team is able to look as well. I mean, they've had some roster changes. Previously, we've seen some different boys playing on this roster, but the main ones is probably 7 Jesu, Serenada as well. Maybe some people might be a little bit familiar with. He had a very short stint on 9 Pandas. In fact, in the last DreamLeague, I think it was like a last minute replacement. 9 Pandas, I believe, had a raise in the mid lane, and then they swapped him out for Serenada. So that was, I believe, his first big breakthrough. We'll see how much experience he was able to get. Unfortunately, it wasn't the greatest showing. I believe they probably were knocked out the 15-16, so I have to imagine that was like one of the first teams to be eliminated, but we will see how much experience he was able to gain.
Yep. We'll see what they can bring to the table. These are a lot of players that I recognize that I've played against a lot in my games as well. The players on Asakura, we got Vanilli and Skibidi Pissoir, fan favorite as well. I don't know if he's playing today. He was playing in yesterday's. Either he changed his... No, he must have been swapped out, right? Otherwise his name would show right now.
I don't know.
I believe. We'll see it either way.
I think another thing I just noticed to mention is the fact that Asakura actually won a grand finals pretty recently. It was the European Pro League. They beat Mouse, and which was no joke of a Mouse team. They had low skill, Copy, Force, Lelis, and Fly playing as well for Mouse. So that was at the start of March, of course, a different patch, but they're able to win that 3-1. And they had Youngji was their position 2, but Serenado is put down as a substitute. So I don't know how many games he actually played for Asakura, but it looks like this roster's kind of been around for maybe about a month or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's important to try and get the right fit when you're one of these teams that are trying to make the breakthrough. You'll see plenty more roster changes and swaps happen than in some Div 1 teams where stability has been achieved. You basically gotta find what works for you first. Going into drafts, see the approach of the teams. The first pick was Warlock from Impossible. I like that. We go back to what we talked about yesterday, right? Warlock is one of the biggest lane-winning supports. And I said that they have to focus more on lanes. Looks like they have really taken that to heart after yesterday's games because now they want to come in with a good start. That's always what Warlock gives you. PA is banned, one of the common Warlock combos, but really he pairs with pretty much any safe laner pretty damn well.
And what about the silencer? I've seen this hero when I've been keeping tabs of some of the other tournaments that were going on. I believe recently with Fisher, the silencer was getting picked a lot more than what I was expecting. How do you kind of rate this hero?
He's been on the rise. I think that he might be a little bit overrated in some regards. But yeah, people have been spamming a lot of Silencer. I believe, was it in the C patch now that we had the fix on Silencer though, where he stopped stealing int. Exactly. If Silencer is out of range, intelligence will only be stolen if the enemy dying is debuffed by Silencer the moment they die. I actually think this is a pretty relevant change. I know that int steal isn't the only thing you play Silencer for, but people would always just spam silenced in team fights, and anyone who dies in the fight, you got int for, even if you were nowhere close to it, and now you don't. It is a relevant change, especially as a lot of people liked going for the early extra int steal gameplay. But overall, of course, there's more of a detail. The main reason you pick Silencer is because you want to say, okay, we're going to take a fight. It's going to be quick, decisive, and the enemy can fight back. So when I see Silencer picked up like this, I'm looking for who's going to be the initiator to start a big fight for Asakura. Generally, he plays well against heroes like Storm Spirit, but he also pairs really well with it. So Storm could be a hero to look towards for Asakura.
Okay. We'll have to see later in the second phase if the Storm is something we're considering for Asakura, or just some initiating mid laner as a possibility for them. Coddle Band's a little bit interesting. No, I don't know if this is maybe some respect for them, if they know something about Asakura. They did, I suppose, play it in game 1 versus Aurora. I will double check. It looks like it was played as a support. Yeah, a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of random heroes that you don't see too often. Some people are playing it mid, but yeah, they did run it support duo paired up with the AA and Coddle. But the main reason they had Coddle at that game was also because they had a Storm. They wanted to buff him up and keep giving him mana. We'll see what they're gonna go with if they still want to play Storm without that mana battery. Gonna open with Monkey King though. I'm always happy to see an early Monkey King like this, especially against low mobility hero like Warlock. You can always get on top of him quite easily, and unless he has good items to get away, he just dies to Monkey.
Yep. Yes, indeed. And they kind of protect as well with the sniper ban, right? So they will continue the flex for Asakura. Nice for them that they have the 24th pick overall. So there is the possibility of the Monkey King to go in multiple roles. We will get the Tusk from Aim Possible and the Terrorblade as well. So a nice combo, of course, tag team along with the meta damage. We can also see the potential of the TB going to the offlane, but like you were saying yesterday, that is something we are seeing far less now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and TB generally does extremely well against Monkey King due to having so high armor, and Monkey being primarily physical until he gets the Mjolnir going, which is the sort of common build. A lot of people are going towards that Mjolnir, kind of rushed. But yeah, TB, Warlock, extremely strong safe lane. Even if they haven't seen the offlaner yet, they feel confident this should be a very good lane for them. Asakura, don't waste any time. They go Weaver and Tide. Weaver is another one of those heroes who can abuse Warlock. Similar to Monkey King, you have high mobility, get on top of him. It is a physical damage offlane into a Terrorblade though, so it will be hard to deal any real damage to him, especially with Warlock potentially healing him up. That's the one concern I have. This lane might still be a bit difficult, but at least Tide can dispel the fatal bonds from himself with a Kraken Shell. Just getting rid of that is a pretty big factor. Ooh. Okay. So maybe we do get to see what you were talking about there. The offlane TB coming in, and now the bait and switch. Oh, you pick Tide? We put Slark against it.
Why have they moved the TB matchup though? Like it looked like a very good carry TB game already.
It did look like a good carry TB game, but Mentality can just be high on winning lanes again, right? And even if you have TB on offlane, he can play effectively as a carry. Whereas if you put safe lane Slark, he should have a great time against the Tidehunter. It's a very easy matchup. And if he gets the ball rolling, he doesn't have to be a hard carry Slark. He just needs to be able to create space for the TB to become the true carry, no matter where you start him out lane-wise. They could, of course, just go for the aura TB as well, but we see less of that lately. We have not seen many like pipe TBs anymore.
Yep. So a couple things then, right? Like we have Impossible with a little less team fight. Yes, the Warlock like pretty heavy team fight, but Asakura with Ravage, Wukong's, and Global Silence. So we'll have to see how the map control can be. That is the big advantage with the Slark Shadow Dance being able to de-water along with the Terrorblade Illusions like pushing up the wave. So maybe that could be something that is a bit of a difficult thing for Asakura to be able to address.
Yeah, I completely agree. Asakura will have to be cautious about all the vision advantage, not only from the Slark, but from the TB illusions as well. They can be quite annoying to play against. They randomly scout you out or push out lanes and make it hard for you to make moves. If they get to take the team fights, though, Asakura do have a lot going for them. So, Impossible, their plan is strong lanes and then kind of drag out the game a little bit and then win with big items, is what it's looking like right now. For the last pick, Asakura have done a good job banning out heroes that would be nice mid picks. The Sniper, Queen, and Odie would all have been able to lane against Monkey really well, and would be pretty hard for like Tidehunter to deal with. An Odie is not fun. We'll see what Impossible are gonna go with finally. I'm not sure what fits that well anymore.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm trying to think as well.
At this stage, you're down to like a little bit awkward picks. You don't really have the best combinations for like an Invoker. Otherwise, he could be pretty good in some regards. You can EMP burn the Tidehunter, and Weaver is really big. And lane's not the easiest against Monkey, but it's not terrible either. The problem is they don't have a big setup for a Cataclysm later on. There's no like combination. Snowball is not really it. Ooh. Okay, go with the Tiny.
So probably limiting how the lane will look with the Monkey King matchup, but they feel like the Tiny is just a hero that is required for them with the lack of maybe initiation and control.
I think, yeah, they were pretty much shoehorned into this situation. They needed a disabler on mid lane preferably, and someone who can still lane decently. The lane isn't great against the Monkey, but at the same time you can always just avalanche and run away, or even toss back the Monkey if he goes on you. So you have some defensive tools. The lane should be Monkey favored, I would say, if they just put the Monkey mid now. But Tiny will still get his farm to a decent degree. And we saw how effective Tiny can be against like Weaver yesterday. Weaver being a very squishy hero who wants to get that time lapse out when he gets gone on. Avalanche really stops that. And toss combo as well.
So now the question is like, what carry are we looking at for 7 Jessu?
Yeah, assuming that it's an offlane TB, I mean, they actually gotta go with carry Monkey and say that put Pango mid. Okay. Pango is quite strong against Tiny. Generally lanes really well. And now they get absurd team fights. They're like doubling down on what they already had a lot of, and Pango allows them to play at a pretty high pace. Maybe this was a good finish to the draft to punish the sort of greedy draft that Impossible have. While their lanes are decently strong, they don't really have a way to fight back if they just force the issue on the side of Asakura.
I'm intrigued, like looking at the draft currently, what do you think were the options for Asakura if they were going to go carry? Because we were under the assumption it was going to be the Monkey versus the Tiny mid. So what do you think were kind of the things that they were discussing internally about the options for 7 Jessu?
I don't have the bans up now anymore,
True.
I think an option that I wouldn't really dislike is actually playing the Morphling despite the fact that there's a TB. Because I think there's really bad disable on Impossible. And if you don't have proper lockdown, Morphling can just take over a game. Like, they have Avalanche Toss, they have Snowball, but, you know, they have Golem. It's not the best stuns to bring down. So I could see that taking over the game.
Yeah. Very minimal lockdown, but that's also Monkey Monkey King along with the Pangolier are going to be able to thrive as well. So game 1, we're going to get ourselves underway. Aim possible. Taking on Asakura. And, well, 7 Jesu is Grandmaster Monkey King. This guy, he's played a lot of Monkey.
Oh yeah, he's in his comfort zone right now. And speaking of comfort zone, did you see Weaver's last 20 games? Pretty impressive stats on that one. 17-3 in his last 20 games on Weaver. That's a damn hefty win rate right there. Slimy happy to play this one. Of course, it's going to be the experience, the hive mind bugs coming out, taking some experience. Always fun to play Weaver against Tiny. Tiny cannot kill the bug in time. Like, you put it on him, it's just guaranteed XP. You know, a slow attack speed, he doesn't even want to try to attack it.
Was Weaver one of the... You said you were practicing initiation floors, right? So probably Weaver wasn't.
I played Weaver too, but yeah, I primarily played like Lion, Rasta, played some Murta. You know, back when that was also strong. Now I think Murta is pretty underwhelming as a support, actually. Even though she got the new Aghanim's. Yeah, the Aghanim's is fun. It's great when you have it. But her impact early game is so much weaker ever since they took away the attack speed slow on W. The calling doesn't slow attack speed, so people just stand in it and do not care. If you stand in the center, you're literally unaffected by the calling.
Okay.
That really hurts her. You see a smoke up onto the ramp. Ooh,
split the middle.
Yeah, they really thread the needle on this one as we have aim possible, kind of wrapping on both sides around them. Insane that both teams didn't break there.
Okay, very awkward position. They're going to try now group together, but Serenata should intercept Baja before he gets to the rest of the team. They will pop out with a decent reflection. The Fatal Bonds, I don't know if you can fight into this now. It's going to make it difficult. They are all trapped. TB's gone. This is not looking good. It's a 5v fight bloodbath to start our game 1. Let's just have as many kills as we can get. Oh my lord. 5 members gone. The horn hasn't even sounded.
Dude, Weaver's almost level 2 from that fight because he put the bugs on so many people. Tiny had it on him until the very end. That's insane. Look at the XP on the other heroes who were there for the same kills. Meanwhile, Weaver almost got level 2, man. That is really impactful.
I was so lost, I didn't know where to look. It was too early. I couldn't, like, remember which team had what spells and everything.
I mean, they did really get mixed in there. Everybody, you know, kind of found themselves surrounded. Focusing TB quickly there was a great call. They managed to get the first blood before dropping Monkey King, and then they end up just fighting a little bit stronger with the help of the bugs.
That's actually, that's so crazy though. Reflection, Tag Team, and Fatal Bonds are such incredible level 1 spells, and you only got 2 kills.
Yeah, it was a difficult brawl actually for them. I think a lot of it came down to the position. Like, while they looked a bit surrounded on the side of Asakura, they actually were very concentrated to be able to burst the TB so fast.
Well, that's a bit of a fun way to start top lane. It's like Warlock's going to be chased down. This is going to be pretty difficult for Ida to play. I mean, a lot of it I think will come off the back of Rubicon, who does get a nice return kill. So that is definitely something. I mean, Warlock is, you've got Gush and Bugs. How are you going to protect yourself? But maybe just Fatal Bondsing the waves and having the Slark playing aggressively to prevent them going on the support is going to be the big thing for his life.
Yeah, I think he has to try and just de-ward the small camp and play towards that alone. Slark should be doing pretty well overall, as long as Weaver isn't harassing him too much. Yeah, Idar has to be careful about his positioning, not to get too far out. Again, Warlock, very slow hero. Slark off to a great start. 2 permanent Agi stolen already. Has his gloves of attack speed as well, so can really lay into Tidehunter.
Bottom lane. 7 Jesu forced to man fight, stuck inside the shards. And with the first use of the metamorphosis here, Koval will go down, so there's some a little bit of int for Silencer to play with.
Yep. He fights back the best he can, but TB is still going to be very happy with this. He gets some time to CS without Monkey being there. As I say that, the Silencer manages to deny him.
cool silencer set.
Yeah, it's nice. There are a lot of good silencer sets for as rare as we see him. Zero's got some good cosmetics. It's already level 3 now, since he got a bit of solo experience. Got the level 2 curse ready.
There's a very early level 3's Weaver as well, along with the Tide. But you have to imagine with the brawl that we saw to start the game, that probably will continue to the side lanes as well with all the extra abilities we're going to be able to play with. Slimeo, this should be a kill. We're gonna get some more action. Rubicon should be able to stand his ground. He's got the one charges to work with. Be able to feast onto the Tide Hunter, deal with the bugs next as well.
That was a good sentry from the Warlock. He had a sentry with him, puts it in the Lotus pool. Weaver thought he could just stand Invis in the pool and hold it long enough for Tide to get over, but Slark just started attacking him during the Invis, and that meant he just went down too early. You gotta be careful about this, by the way. Feeding kills in a Warlock lane, not acceptable. Due to the reason that his Black Grimoire already building his book is really, really big. He has 5 charges already due to his aggressive game. The experience you will get from this is massive. Oh, mid lane. Toss back. Quite a bit of damage, but he's fine, of course. Got the magic 6 still.
Top lane, Rubicon trying to deal with the bugs. Okay, he's alright. Yeah, I do want to go mid because we've seen a lot of action in the side lane. So how this is shaping up at the moment? It's looking quite even in regards to the last hits.
Yeah, looks like Pango is doing fine, but not really what you would expect when you last pick something into the Tiny. You kind of want them to be doing even better. Overall, though, they did pick Pango primarily for the team fighting and the ganking possibility. So we'll see what he can get done when he starts getting active and leaving the lane later on. He did get Water Rune denied by Tusk going and checking the rune, so he has to make a trip back to base, refill, and TP out.
Oh, yes. Unfortunate, no support can sacrifice their life and TP in to refill the bottle. What a shame.
What a shame indeed. No cheese for you. No bottle refills.
Alright, buddy, you'll be fine.
He's gonna be back to farming. He'll be okay on the mid lane, but that does mean that Pango doesn't have TP reaction right now, even though he's close to hitting level 6. He cannot TP to our side and help out.
Up lane, Rubicon. Starting to steal a little bit of essence against the Tide Hunter. Slimeo feels strong to be able to fight back.
Rubicon's still holding that Fairy Fire. Last second. And with the heal from Warlock, this should be a positive trade for them. Oh, they saw the Silencer come around with the ward on the gate.
Okay.
For Vanilli.
And now 7 Jesu is alone. Another round of the Metamorphosis to work with. Only 1 point in the tag team, but that is plenty to be able to assist. And I mean, this is just great usage of the advantage. And now, yeah, Slimeo. They got him.
Yeah, he went in, but dropping kills left, right, and center here. Ain't possible. Finding these pickoffs. All that came from the ward they had top, by the way. They saw the Silencer leave bottom, so they play aggressive bottom, and they kill Silencer top. Now, using the TP to push a bit.
A little bit of damage. They're actually going to TP the Weaver down bottom as well, so... We'll see what Slimeo was able to do with this. The issue is now Tide is solo, so you're giving free farm over to Rubicon. You're late to be able to get the power rune as well. I guess Serenata at least got it, so it's not the Tiny moving across the map with a potential invis or DD.
I think they're already accepting that top lane is like a lost cause. The Slark pick was picked to counter the Tide in lane, and it's achieving just that. Slimeo has been caught out. The shards are blocking him.
He could have rock shortly. Black Grimoire's coming up. Oh, they're going to be able to blow him up before he could activate it for the rock, so that's a pretty big kill for them to find to assist with getting the wisdom. And now 7 Jesu's going to be able to stalk Koval away, just making sure that no one else is looking to run up the high ground to potentially take the fight, and aim possible. Well, this has been a good start to the lane for them. They got the kill advantage. Yes, you got the Slark free farming top lane, but that is a nice, at least small victory for Asakura.
Yeah. That's a tough moment for Idar there on his Warlock going a little bit too close. Oh, as they TP in, they're TPing into Pango with ulti ready.
I don't know if they get the TB though. It looks like they won't.
Already got the pick off on Tusk though. And he's thinking about moving over. Doesn't have too much resources though. Pretty low on mana. Finally, Warlock comes down bottom again, has that ulti ready. He did pop the Grimoire now, so he's level 7. Very high level on this support, 7.5. He's currently the highest experience in the game, by the way, ahead of the mid laners.
That's crazy, actually. Well, we'll see what he's going to be able to do with the rock.
Yeah, he
Big
wants to pick
potential.
off Silencer, maybe?
No, no, no. We want Jester. Silencer, it's going to be... well, okay. Ask. He was thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to get the golem used as well. So that you can push.
alright.
Oh, cuts the tree with it.
It's kind of forced, though. That gets some
It's
TPs
working.
down, but they're a little bit too late. Yeah, it will work in the end. And Baha's here with a haste rune, so... intercepts the escape from the Silencer. Tide doesn't want to come with a threat of Ravage. Serenada not looking to show up as well.
Monkey caught idling a bit there. 7 Jester staying on a tree against the Warlock who already pump faked his ulti once. You know that he wants to pull that trigger, so overstaying a little bit. And tower does fall very quickly to Golem plus TV. Oh, there's
That
the
is
TP
a
out. Very optimistic.
super ambitious TP. What?
Maybe Monkey doesn't have stun. The
Does he gonna
Ravage,
live?
the little stun.
Okay, they're running away from him. I guess not much the TP is going to be able to do, but apparently...
Monkey wants
Oh,
him.
you got-
He's chasing.
Yeah.
Can you reach him?
We'll get
though?
him.
This takes
Can
a
I?
while.
Oh my god. Nice
Managed to
tips.
get him. That's good. Monkey needed this quite desperately. He wasn't having the best game, to say the least. He was 0 and 4. Sure, 6 assists, but assist is not really what you're looking for when you're playing as a carry monkey wanting to get big and strong.
Jesus, talking about big and strong, Rubicon is massive on this log.
At 10 minutes, has Diffu already, and he has more items. Almost the corrosion coming out now. Yeah, Tidehunter has literally no place in this game anymore apart from jungle. The moment Diffu is up on Slark, it's just nightmare to play Tidehunter.
Global silence in the mid lane, but it's too late. Mass tips over towards Serenada with a nuke from Baha. We're able to get rid of him with ease.
Yeah, pushing towards mid now. They have a catapult. Let's see if they want to try and keep this alive. Would probably need to bring the TB if they really want to push the tower, but without meta, I doubt that they're gonna commit for this. And meanwhile, top being pinged a bit. The Slark already making his intentions clear. He used the Diffu, running at the Tide. It takes a while to kill Tidehunter though. You gotta chase him for a while, and under tower, he kind of has to commit ulti if he wants to go for it, and then he is susceptible to dying to a Monkey King TP.
Yeah, I was just looking at like how the Slark dies this game, and like it's maybe to a wand ravage, boundless, and rolling thunder out of the trees. Right, it is definitely a bit of a committal, but
I can tell
Thing
you
is-
how he dies. It's hubris. That's how he dies. The Slark in this game.
true. But like the diffusal is very cool. Like I know this is a common item. Sometimes we get Echo, sometimes we get Mage Slayer. I don't know. Like the first item can be a little bit different, but the diffusal of this game, like you're saying, like it's the Tide gets nothing, which means that it also gives you potential to be able to get involved in the early game fights because we're getting a lot of fights at the moment. But also just if you go Echo, I don't know if you zone the Tide away as much as what you would with a diffusal.
No, I agree. It's definitely quite strong, and keep in mind, it also doesn't play that poorly later on. If you upgrade this into a disperser, you're playing against a silencer. You know, if you ever mistime your Dark Pact or whatever, and you find yourself silenced, you can just dispel that quickly. It will be so annoying for the silencer to deal with. That's of course down the road quite a bit, but you like having as many survivability tools as possible when you play Slark.
Oh,
Internet
dude,
drop.
Serenata, I love that. He dies mid lane, they triple tip him, and then his opponent, the Baha, disconnects, so he just drops the question mark. He's maybe the mental. We'll see where it's at.
This is proper pub all chatting, just a question mark. No actual question, just a question mark.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll have Baha coming back. Too bad he disconnected. He's so far doing really great in this game on the Tiny. 2-0-2. Has been farming up quite a bit.
I think it's nice that at least we get to see a game where Impossible, like, you're not getting completely blown out of the water like we saw yesterday, right? What was it, 30? They were both with 31 minutes, 52 seconds, game one,
Yep.
31 minutes, 45 seconds, game two. So it was just, we didn't get to see them.
No, and most of those game durations was them just having to sit there and say, okay, we can't fight because we have been on the back foot this entire time. Now we see them on the front feet. They're looking forward and they have a lot of plans for this game. They already took the bottom tier 1 tower and we see them having a fantastic time on Slark. This is their game right now. They're running the show and it's Asakura who have to break the momentum of this game somehow. I think this is kind of tough to say, but I think they got to find a way to activate the Ravage and take a team fight around Tide. But with him getting mana burn in lane by Slark like this, he just would have to run all the way to base and then TP somewhere and then hope that that's a fight. Yeah. It's a lot, man. It's tricky right now.
Yeah. So then what do you do? How do you play the map for Asakura? Like with the current state, are you looking to prioritize defending your tier 1 tower? Are you trying to like just secure a little portion of the map like your triangle so the Tide can farm there or the Penguin can get closer to Fusel? Like kind of what is the game plan from them when you're playing with this deficit?
I think they do need to play towards what they have drafted. They have 5 big teamfight ultis. Sure, they just used the global silence, but I think they got to find the Pango, Monkey King, and Tide sort of combining these spells to try and do something. Maybe break the Slark's game a little bit to try and find a wraparound on him. I think overall congregating towards the top lane is going to be the play. But short term, it's more try and defend mid tower, make sure you don't drop that.
Well, I don't know if you've seen, but this is a Radiance Monkey we apparently have. If I do remember correctly, I haven't casted 7 Jester in a while, but I think he is one of the people that like to go the Radiance Monkey. So firstly, like initial thoughts, like what? How do we feel about this?
I mean, yeah, it's not a bad item. It gets better the more blink daggers your opponents have. In this game, there's going to be blink on the Tiny and on Tusk. I can elaborate on that a little bit. It's because the Radiance, of course, gets echoed into your clones in the Wukong's command. So you have a massive Radiance when you put down the ulti, basically. It doesn't stack to do multiple instances of damage, but you do have a huge AoE where enemies cannot blink. On top of that, the evasion is going to be really good against the Slark and against the TB. The only downside is that reflection is available, so he's probably going to get that Radiance turned onto himself quite a bit. I'm not sure that I love the Radiance first. I think that we've seen a lot of success from Maelstrom builds and Mjolnir builds lately, and I kind of feel like that's the safer option. But I don't mind seeing this.
Yeah, it's definitely the more riskier build, which is, can you even go for something like that in this game in particular when you are playing with such a large of a deficit? Like, it seems like you kind of need your Monkey King to be online as early as possible.
Yeah, that's probably the most concerning part, that they are absolutely not having a game on the Tidehunter, so you need to step up on the other cores and shine a little bit more. I guess no better way to shine than having a Radiance equipped, though, but it's a long journey until he gets it.
I know we were mentioning, I brought up yesterday the mechanic as well with the TB reflection and the shard. I just wanted to double check while we have this pause on if it does still work, and it does. So the shard attack speed actually works on the reflection illusion. So I was just looking at that one because I saw he had the shard already queued up after the Orchid.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice little bonus, but also just the shard is too busted. The amount of movement
Yeah.
speed you get on your main hero. Try killing a TB when he has shard. He just runs around like an absolute lunatic. It's so hard to stop him. So once he gets that, not only is he fast and hard to catch, but the farm rate that he gets from the attack speed is just nuts.
Yeah, it's a... I don't know. It's an incredibly stupid shard. It
Some
took a
shards
while,
are
you know.
just kind of crazy, you know. This was definitely one of those shards that got over buffed, like over and over and
Yes.
over. It feels like sometimes we have Valve kind of nudging a shard, you know, buffing something like players. Come on, look at it. They did that like 4 or 5 times, and now it's like, wait, it's not just good anymore, it's busted.
It takes a bit, doesn't it? So, what are some other ones? What would you say, like, a couple that come to mind where you're like, God damn, this shard's pretty... it's not bad.
I mean, yeah, the recent one would be Tidehunter before the nerfs, right? It was
true.
absolutely insane, and then they just cut it down. Another one that I think has like timeless value is the Slark Shard. I think it's in any game you play, having Slark Shard can just be a turnaround in a team fight. It can be so impactful. And allows him to play a bit more aggressive for himself. Even if you're not saving someone else, you can just have a double ulti essentially.
It's crazy that these heroes used to play Dota without these shards. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like, how could Tide play this without the extra sun? Like, that was the big thing. One of his biggest weaknesses was not having like any little form of control, or like how was the Slark able to be so aggressive inside some of the fights without having like an extra shadow dance as well. But they were able to make it work back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's the overall power creep of the game. Dota heroes are so much more powerful and a little bit more customizable now. Choosing different facets, choosing if you want to go shard or not. You have a lot of choices. I'm always a big fan of more authority to the players to make creative choices, like which build should I go for, what facet do I play, how do I do this.
Yep.
I wish we would reach a little bit more balance though, in terms of, you know, not just having a no-brain, this is always the best facet on this hero, but have more heroes where, oh, you can do either or, right? Like both are options.
Yes, I agree. I think that is like the most important thing for a lot, right? For probably viewers, for the players as well, just so it's something that doesn't get stale. I think for the integrity of the game too. Like, it just keeps everyone theorizing on other alternatives to like counter heroes or counter metas or whatever.
It is difficult though, because if you look at like statistics and look at 1,000 games, you see one of them has like a 52% win rate, and the other one is, you know, 50% win rate. Then you guys say, oh, this one has 2% more win rate. Obviously, this one is winning more, and those small differences, they add up. So people just look at, you know, which one seems to be more effective overall a lot of the time. Which I wish we had more customizing for a specific game you're in. Like, oh, here it makes sense to be this.
Mm-hmm. But with that being said, it does kind of seem like we are. Oh.
Yeah, okay. Just a random little sim. The pub mentality set in there. Just the F9 key. To go back to something you said earlier about, you know, which other things were overbuffed to the point that suddenly it was busted. One thing that comes to mind is the time zone, right? On Faces Void.
Oh, yeah.
It was buffed and buffed and buffed, and then suddenly it's so buffed that everyone was playing it. And then they just gutted it in the most recent patch, taking away the leash and also nerfing the slow factor on it. I think it was weird to me that they decided to just slash it like that after repeatedly buffing it so much.
Yeah. Yeah, it's even, you know, I bought like the Mjolnir item for him, and
oh yeah,
and I got another set too, because I was like, I saw this time zone, I'm like, dude, this looks fun to play. I want to mess around, play a little bit with him, and then it just gets nerfed. It's like, okay, never mind, I won't play.
Yeah. I mean, now I think Void is pretty much dead, because Chronosphere was already a pretty low win rate. Fastest people weren't playing much, and the only way he was good was with the time zone. Now, I would not recommend picking that at all. If the enemy buy literally any Force Staff, or if they have any mobility spell, you just can't do anything. It's back to square one for Void.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah. Well, he had his like month, 2 months of being relevant, I guess.
Yeah, but I feel like, okay, I unfortunately wasn't able to watch as many of the like Faceless Void 4 and offlane games that we were getting, but yeah, it's still, at least the games that I did see when it was getting played, I feel like I wasn't noticing the synergy as much with like the cooldown acceleration inside the time zone. Like I feel like there is still a lot that, because these are mechanics that we never really see, right? I mean, the cooldown acceleration is a massive one. Like that, we don't have that. Okay, Octarine, sure, cooldown like reduction, but nothing like this. Nothing to this extreme.
Not 400% acceleration. Yeah. I actually messed around a lot with that. The cooldown acceleration stacks with itself, so you can have 800% if you have refresher. It doesn't become 16.
What do you mean?
It doesn't become 1600.
Okay, sorry, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, if you put two time zones down at the same time, that's 800% acceleration on your cooldowns, which is kind of crazy with some things. Like you can obviously do some absolutely wild stuff during that, but then there's also like the argument: should you really put down 2 time zones instead of just doing them back to back? It's a little bit nicer. Now that they don't leash anyway, though, you might as well slap both at the same time, I guess.
True.
If the enemy are gonna leave, they just leave.
Yeah, but so there still could be some interesting things, right? Where you have like time zone plus, I don't know if you would ever have like a Void and a Mars on the same team, but at least that form like a Faceless Void and a Puck or something, like someone to at least lock them in the time zone. And I still think we're probably again going to need a couple patches for this to be something that people are looking at, but again, it's just mechanics that we really do not have in anyone else. No one else can provide this in the game, so it'll take a little bit of more time to think about some strategies and heroes to combine with.
I think the interesting thing, like Void always benefits from the time zone cooldown acceleration himself, because he always finds himself in his own ulti. So you get the double time dilation very easily, and you can time walk nonstop. But you really got to get your heroes in there. Like, you want teammates who can get into a time zone so they can benefit as well. And one of the heroes that I find is the best is like Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain blinking into a time zone with an Aghanim Scepter. She suddenly has 1 Shadow Strike every second, because it's 400% acceleration, 4-second cooldown on the Shadow Strike. With an Aghanims, that's a 1-second cooldown on slapping a Shadow Strike on everybody that you can reach, which turns into some massive DPS. If you, of course, double time zone, you have a 0.25-second cooldown Shadow Strike, which with Aghanims can lead to some absurd numbers of damage. I think I put 2 time zones down and had heroes nearby. Queen did like 8,000 damage during the 2 time zones just by spamming Q and E.
God damn, that's crazy. Actually,
8,000 to every individual hero. That's some scary amount of damage in rapid time, but. Yeah, there are some busted things. Another classic, I think, is the Dazzle. Dazzle with his Poison Touch facet and spamming Aghanim's healing waves. He automatically like re-hexes everyone repeatedly. So it's a full chain stun basically.
Oh, does it count if the Nothal projection is inside then? Is that...
Yes, the Nothal projection, if it walks into time zone, will get the acceleration itself.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, the Nothal projection is such a weird spell in a lot of ways, but it is really, really nasty. You always get worried when I remember like people at first playing against Dazzle, they were like, "Oh, we'll just pick Mars and we'll block him from having vision for saving his teammates." And then he just slides in the Nothal projection in there. It just walks through the arena and graves someone. Like, oh, yeah, never mind. The vision block doesn't matter when he just walks through the barrier.
That's sick. I don't know why I couldn't see what the admin said.
So admin said aim possible is out of pause time, and they have to resume the match unless Asakura is okay with waiting more. So now basically it's on Asakura to give up their time if they want to wait for Tiny. And I think this is the correct response. This is a classy response from Asakura. They say we'll wait 3 minutes which is not using their entire time. Because why would you waste your entire pause time reserve for your opponents? That's just unreasonable. But they do the sportsman-like thing and give a little bit of their pause. Hopefully we'll get Tiny back here.
Well,
yeah, looks like we might have a 4v5 here if he doesn't get his internet back soon. They did say his internet crashed on Tiny, so this is a tough one. Doesn't he have, you know, some mobile data he can hook up? I remember a lot of players in the past, they lose their internet, just gotta shoot up the... Oh, he's back!
Let's go,
Huge.
Baha!
Alright, big.
Alright, where the hell were we? If we remember, so Baha, they killed the Pango and then triple tipped him, and then Baha DC'd and made us wait for 15 minutes. So
global silence got waste. Oh no!
You were doing very
they say go and then he disconnects immediately.
No.
Vladek immediately says 1 minute. Yeah. Hopefully this is just a little stutter and that he will come back again. But I fear for the worst, Aries.
why do we DC now on Pango? You had literally 15 minutes to DC. What happened now while the game was paused?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's both him and the Tiny that are missing now.
Yeah.
And then the TB suggesting go 4v4.
Alright, Serenade is back, but now we're back to wait for Baha. So
yeah, I mean, he says go when ready, but impossible are out of pause time. So if you're the ones who want to go, Vladek, then you're the ones to hit F9 right now. I don't think Impossible want to press F9, but they don't really have a choice. The admins have ruled it. They are out of time, so as Sakura, all you need to do is press that F9 if you want to go. And no one can really blame you. Yeah, admin should reaffirm them here, I guess. They don't want to be wrong in what they're doing.
yeah.
Always tough when stuff like this happens, especially when they had such a good start on Impossible. 1 minute left on the 3 minutes. Yeah, they're just gonna go.
What can you do?
Yeah, I mean,
it is what
you
it
can't
is.
blame them. They gave a little bit of their extra pause time. They were sportsman-like. Just gotta get the show on the road. Time to micro.
Oh, it's funny watching the Tiny who's micro. He ran up under tower range, grabbed the tree, and just stood under the tower for like a couple of seconds.
That was his last command, you know. Well, think of it like this. If you play Warlock, you're already used to microing a golem. Tiny is a literal stone golem.
Yeah.
So this is basically just like
such a
Warlock.
reach. It's such a reach,
It's
but
the
okay.
same. It's identical, Harris.
Bro, Tiny has spells. The golem does it. You just A-click on the ground.
Surely that should just be easier. Your golem doesn't even have spells. Okay, meanwhile,
apparently
the top
Tide's
dive-
dead solo. How does that happen though? How do you die solo? Sure, like no TPs?
Yeah, we saw before the pause that Slark was diving the Tide, and I said that this is a dangerous dive if the Monkey TP's top, but Monkey did not react in TP, so Slark just committed, went in, used his ulti, so pretty aggressive move, but Tide Hunter just goes down to the Slark. Yeah.
I didn't know how this worked in pro games, that the Tiny doesn't naturally get GPM over time.
Yeah. Yeah, the gold is automatically distributed in custom games if you are not there. I think if you reconnect, he gets his passive gold back immediately. But yeah, while you're not there, you don't have the GPM.
Serenada is... It's a bit of a shielder and warlock. It'll take a bit of time. Attempts to get the golem out, but won't be able to find it. So what do we got? Wukong's Rolling Thunder. Importantly, you get 7 Jessu involved, so the Treads 1 Quelling Blade Monkey at 12 minutes in is at least able to assist in the kill.
He's got 3k gold in the bank account. He's got most of his assets just unspent right now. 2,000 of his gold was used to buy items. 3,000 is just waiting to be used for this Radiance. At least Warlock dying gave him 30 seconds to micro the Tiny without having to focus on anything else. It looks like it's Koval actually, the one microing. Can see it by the movement, so it's the Tusk playing it. He's basically trying to run around and play the two heroes. At least they have pretty similar playstyle. Tusk and Tiny, they want to go on someone. It's a bit rough that Tiny never got his Blink Dagger though.
What can you do? Just, yeah, I don't know. Is what at least you have your cores incredibly farm. I mean, TB has a quelling, a quelling blade, has an orchid, so it looks like he's going to get involved with the smoke. And 7 Jester's probably the target. It will take them quite a while to get all the way to the southern side of the map, but they still have a creep wave now that he will show inside. What do we toss the TB into the queue? Okay, they're actually going to be forced to drop the golem. Okay.
Happy to do so though, I think. The golem is down, the TD uses meta. They can probably defend this decently with this swashbuckle, but get the big pick off that they wanted. Meanwhile, just leaving Slark to his own device on top lane. He is having such a good time. 2,000 gold and Blade of Alacrity. He is not far away from an Aghanim Scepter already.
Welcome back, Baha.
He's back. Well, they did the best they could. Meanwhile, that does set back his timings pretty hard. He's still actually ahead of every core on Radiant somehow.
Wait, I don't understand. How does the gold actually work though? So like, even if you kill creeps when you're DC'd, it just like...
Wait,
does it
he got Blink Dagger, so it must have just not updated for us. I think it must have been a visual bug that his gold wasn't increasing.
Okay,
Because there's no way. I saw his gold was low as well, but then when I clicked around, if you click Tusk and then click Tiny, it would show you the Tusk's gold, and if you click Warlock and then Tiny, it would show you the Warlock's gold, so I think we just couldn't really check his gold by clicking him.
Well,
but yeah. No real harm done by the disconnect.
Yeah, not really, to be honest. Like, it's just... You were still able to kill the Monkey King. All you lost was a support, right, with a couple of ultimates used from Asakura. They are actually going to get the Tormentor, though. So Dire, nowhere to be seen. This is slipping up a little bit, giving... I mean, it's the Ag Shard to the Silencer, so it's not the worst, but still.
Yep. I mean, Silencer can be pretty happy getting that. He doesn't even have the Glaives skilled up yet, though, so not really going to buff too much other than the Brain Steel. But of course they had Golem cooldown, so without Golem, without meta, they didn't really want to take a fight, so they concede the Tormentor. Meanwhile though, they have invaded top, they have invaded the ancient area, Slark is farming, and we lost Baha again.
See if we say anything this time before we unpause.
I think that they should just resume immediately. At this point. They already have stated that, you know, you used up enough of our time, and Impossible don't have any time. Yeah.
You were doing very well.
That's good. Admin stepping in as well. Oh, he's
so
back
this
again.
is a big moment in the game for Impossible. This is that nighttime for Rubicon with Scepter completed. Like, you should be able to get a lot out of the map and kind of position aggressively inside Asakura's like front half of the jungle.
Yeah. Could force Weaver to ulti here, or even kill him with the help of Tiny.
He's reconnected and already ready to go. Radiant is online for 7 Jester. We've got some ultimates as well, but the Global Silencer was used early on. Can get the Ravage, they can. Nice timing of the combination. The stuns will overlap to hold them inside the Radiant burn of the clones. They will be able to get away from the rock and also leap down to the low ground as 7 Jester is A-OK.
That force staff from Silencer, saving Monkey's life. Without it, I think he would get clipped by the Golem stun AoE, and that would have secured the kill on him for sure. So they get some nice pickoffs for Asakura, but at the same time the area is still being controlled by Slark. They can't really go in here. Slark still has ulti available, and he's happily farming away. Level 14 already. I think now Asakura should just go back and try to push out lanes, farm up a little bit more. Jester's going for a shard next after his Radiance. And Slark has left top lane. He's officially on the run, looking for some killers, or looking for some kills.
Oh, there's one kill. And there should be a tier 2 tower. A little bit late with the Orchid, unfortunately. Baha does have to blink up in 3 seconds. Too far away, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, Silencer puts a defensive ward. He sees them hiding behind the tree line.
Well, Shards is better than the Pounce. Serenada's going to do his best here with the Rolling Thunder, but the ultimates is still on cooldown for Radiant. Savager has isolated Baha down to the south. They're going to end up losing the Tiny, but they are now locked into place with the Fatal Blondes linking them up. Slark is nowhere to be seen, though. They need Rubicon to enter the fight. He'll now do so towards the tail end. And with that, with the Ravage still on cooldown and some ultimates not available for them, they got the Tiny, but it just wasn't enough for a successful fight from Asakura. This game is continuing to fall further and further out of reach.
Yeah, so difficult for him to fight into the Fatal Bonds, doing a lot of work, and the Slark just way too strong. They don't have fantastic ways of killing Slark. Even if they get off a nice global silence, something like that, it's still difficult to burst him fast enough. He has 1600 HP with the Aghanim Scepter. They don't have the fastest hero damage coming out. And tier 2 tower now taken down, so this is a lot of map control opening up for Impossible. Slark has the shard already. And now they swing over. They see them moving out into the triangle for dewarding. They send a smoked Slark forward.
Gotta be careful. This time the ultimates are there from Asakura. The respect needs to be given. Sansa with an aggressive jump in. 2 fights breaking out simultaneously. They've been able to deal with the Pango and the Silencer up to the north. So Rubicon is making space for the rest of the team to deal with some of the big ultimates. And they had to use the global silence on the dying breath of Silencer, but it didn't really do a whole lot.
That's really tough, actually. They need these ultis to play in synergy with each other. The global silence needs to either follow up or set up for the Ravage and Pang ulti. Now without the global, I think they just got dodge again, but look at them on the hunt all the time. Monkey's sliding away, trying to get to some farm. He's gonna go for the gate play. Tusk is on the hunt though, has a blink dagger, he's gonna catch him.
Jesu. Instantly Slark is starting to pounce over. You got Baha nearby as well. Jesu's gonna make 7 deaths now. That's gonna kill. It's a consolation prize, 490 gold injected into the bank. And well, you're probably gonna lose the Silencer. Well, I thought that Terrorblade was just beelining towards his location, but now I'm actually gonna think otherwise because the wraparound Slimy out along with Tide is ready to go.
He has Sunder once the silence is out.
Looking for the Ravage with the chain control. Rolling Thunder coming out, but it's too late. Elm's fine. And Slark is in the middle, looking to make some chaos happen. He'll feast on the Tide's health. Serenada's going to be able to dip into the Invis, so he's okay. They'll drop a sentry.
Oh, the dust clipped him.
The dust as well. They get the glimpse. Nice use of division here from Dire. Impossible continuing to whatever they would desire on the map.
Man, all credit to Impossible. They're playing a really good game, actually. This is so different from what we saw from them in day 1, where they struggled a lot. So, of course, against one win, it was just tough for them to get some gameplay going. We have a disconnect and an instant resume as well. Baha is spending half the game trying to reconnect. He's fighting not only against Asakura, but against his own ISP as well at the same time.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What can you do? At least every time you come back, you see the net worth continuing to grow.
Yeah, probably feels pretty good for him. Seeing that his team is doing so well, he doesn't feel that worried, but of course you want to be there for every part of it. He knows that he plays an important hero in catching these split pushers right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Anytime they try to leave base, the Slark is just on them. The poor Silencer going out and dewarding, loses his life immediately for it. It gets gone on top, but not really threatened by a tiny alone.
It's the third or fourth wave that Weaver's just cut, so he's just gonna stick around and still go for more. There's really not much he has to be too worried about. 1600 health is actually a little bit tankier than you would expect with the earn 8
Oh, the
toss
silence.
the wand.
Ooh, what a weird timing for pausing.
Is he? Orchid should be too quick. Why did?
No, he didn't Orchid. I don't know why he clicks the reflection first there. Orchid's instant, yo. Unfortunate. Probably just the habit when you see someone you want to reflect immediately so you don't blink away or something, but in this case a silence would have been a kill. Slark pushing out the bottom lane, looking for these Radiant heroes. Warlock actually providing some vision on them as well, and scouting them from the high ground.
So Renata's actually going to try and make the attempt. Nice blink away for the task. Seeing there was an opportunity for them to group up with the Ravage could have been devastating, but it wasn't good enough. They're going to use the Global Silence as well, but Rubicon timed it. Dispelled it off. They were still able to deal with the Warlock, but these are so many ultimates needed.
Oh, he's going to be fine. Completely out of mana is a bit dangerous there. The Pango burning his mana. Meanwhile, this time they get him. The combination, the two heroes. TB with a Hurricane Pike as well already, pretty early. I like that choice against the Monkey King. You gotta be able to get out of the Monkey ulti. Goes for a very, very carry style build, as we mentioned earlier. Even though the Slark is absolutely controlling this game, the TB is like a backup carry at this point.
Yeah. He's so incredibly farmed, Alan. Almost equal net worth, rivaling Rubicon.
Oh yeah, the two of them are absolutely flying ahead. And, gonna take down Roche. I don't see any way they can fight this without Global and Ravage. So this is their Roche easily. And Tormentor is about to spawn in just a little bit. They took it very early on Radiant. See if they think to control it or if they're just gonna hunt for kills again. I know what Slark wants to do. He's gonna go hunting.
Straight away over towards Radiant's triangle. They've vacated away from the area at them already.
There's a Ghost Scepter on the Silencer now, and a Force Staff, so he's not just food. It takes a while to digest him.
Oh, he's giving them so much information. They got the T1 tower to be able to TP to as well. Radiant, they need to play off their ultimates. They'll be able to kill the Tusk and now leap over towards the Slark, but the Golem gives an opportunity for Rubicon to activate the BKB and the Shadow Dance. Nicely done. Maybe a second later with the Golem and you lose the Aegis, and who knows how different of that fight could have been. But as Sakura weren't able to bring down Rubicon, they might lose Slimeo as well.
Yeah, I didn't think he was close enough on Adar on the Warlock, but he has that Force Staffed and then ultied, making sure to save his teammates. Beautiful timing. Of course the Slark had Aegis, so it's not like if he died it would have been horrible, but it would mean that Asakura would probably have been able to disjoint that fight. Instead, Slark stayed alive, gets the pick-offs, and now this is just going to be Rax. Wukong's command spent. They do have 3 teamfight ultis still, though. They can probably defend the next lane of Rax if they keep pushing.
Pango's tipping into the tier 2 tower. So what do we got? Global, Rolling Thunder. Rubicon might get a glimpse of Serenada. Yeah, they're going to see him. Pounce over the top. We need to do everything you can to try and keep him alive. They'll try and tip with the Warlock at the moment. Once again, a quick kill onto a support. Serenada's got the opportunity to play around with the Rolling Thunder as well, but the ultimates are now gone from Radiant. It's not going to matter though. This is the fight where Aim Possible will try and cut their losses and dip back to the cover of a high ground where they are controlling.
Yeah, Rubicon messed up a little bit. He got the wrong angle and the pounce didn't chain pounce the Pango layer. So he managed to survive. Otherwise it would have been a clean kill, but they lose some heroes, so a chance for Asakura to stabilize a little bit. trying to work on whatever items they can try and finish up. Tidehunter working on a Shivas, but still a long way to go.
Love that every time it's Serenata that's instantly unpausing.
He's the designated unpauser.
Over. Okay, gets a snowball stun pass through on the Tide. Oh, now is probably just going to give a bunch of essence over. They turn with the Ravage. Could be an okay fight. Idos here. Golem up in 10 seconds. They still need to get the kill to... Really?
The Warlock?
Okay, they let Rubicon get away.
Yeah. I mean, even if they kill him once there, they probably would have to run immediately because look at the backup coming in. You have Tiny and TB are arriving. Don't want to stick around and fight the big brothers as they arrive. And Slark realizes that being on 20 mana doesn't feel that good. Yeah, try and get himself back to base and fill up this mana pool a bit.
What has he got queued up?
Nullfire. So Nullfire first and then Disperser. And Nullfire against the Silencer with his Force Staff and Ghost Scepter is going to be doing a lot of work. Pretty evil item choice. And also the extra armor from the Nullfire against the physical damage of the Radiant Cores. It's again, triple physical damage, primarily cores. Sure, you have the Radiance tick from the Monkey, I guess, but the 10 armor is going to do a lot for Slark's survivability.
Yo! You'd wish you had the Nullify now.
Yeah, he's just in your base, killing your support.
Guys?
Dear God, this is on commitment, though.
Guys, Rubicon needs help. Are we gonna be able to help him? I will try, but the Avalanche doesn't do much. Rock as well to disrupt the Wukongs. What is going on? This is Silencer, bro. What?
Silencer gotta tip him right now, dude.
What is that? It's such a crazy feat. Ida's gone. Are we really sticking around? Baja wants to jump. Did they get a glimpse of him? They didn't.
I'm lost for words, man. I don't know. This Slark is seeing red. He wants Silencer at all costs. The fact that he spent BKB before his ages, I don't know. It just means that you don't have a play to survive when you respawn. He gets Pangold, and that's the end.
It's a recipe for a bad combo here. It was 9-1-11, and then he sees an amp damage, and he sees a Silencer under a tier 3 tower. It's like, oh, I mean, dude. I feel like every time I pick up a DD or an amp damage, my mind just, I don't know, I start not thinking clearly.
Yeah, certainly. Especially when he was just a little bit off. I think he even had his Nullfire flying out from the courier at the point that he was diving. It's just unfortunate to dive the tier 4 tower like that. His team's probably pretty confused what was going on. Or they're used to it, you know. Maybe it's like, that's our carry, you know. He does these things.
This game, though, is... like, it's not unwinnable for Asakura with all their team fight. You're going to get the Tormentor as well. It's the Weaver one. Okay, we could have seen maybe a better one, but I think the big thing with the Weaver is that it will help you split push the map, and I think he's done an incredible job at that mid lane. Baja with the jump back if they got anything, still with the ultimates being on cooldown. Global Silence and Ravage not available. In fact, they actually do have the Ravage, but Tide didn't want to use it to keep the Pango alive, and now he might end up dying as well. They're going to push it back to the tier 4 tower. They jump over the top 7. Jesu dropped the combo, but you're using your spells not in conjunction together. You got some big ultimates, but they don't really work when you use them one by one.
Yeah, I think maybe miscommunication there. He wanted the Pango to buy back and drop the roll as well, but with Tide not having any mana, having to walk to base to get his Ravage, I think that was the wrong time to go. Now... this is a difficult Rax to hold. 10 seconds on Pango. Doesn't want to spend the buyback. Lift comes in.
Pass back onto the Tide. Looking to try and force the Ravage out. They won't even get it off. Rubicon's fine once again. Great timing with the Dispel to get rid of the Global Silence. Monkey King into the middle, but what can he do without anyone? All the Wukongs. Not even going to get Baja. Surviving on a slither of health. Shards as well. It's a perfect placement. Oh man, Corvo, are you serious? Look at the shards, dude.
Oh, beautiful.
What a placement from Cove. I'll take a bow. That is game one here. What a frustrating game from Asakura. A lot of pauses, a lot of waiting, but impossible. They're probably going to be able to get it in the end. I think we're done here.
Yeah, that was also very nice. Sunder making sure that he saves his teammate, but yeah, those shards perfectly trapped the Pangolier in place. Koval just with a heads-up play. And despite the setbacks, the ISP issues, now we have Serenado disconnecting.
He's tilted.
Yeah. GG gets called for game one, so impossible. Despite all the struggles they had throughout the game, still a fantastic performance. And this is what, you know, you can have when lanes are easy. Slark dominating throughout the entire game, despite that one feed onto the silencer, and TB just looking massive as well.
Interesting game with the pauses and just some of the weird stuff that we were getting going on. I mean, the Slark was absolute massive here for Impossible. We saw Asakura attempting the kind of flex right where they leave the Monkey King into Ultra Loss until reveal like what lane they were going to put him, and then we see the pain go. Serenado did fine inside the lane, but Seven Jesu just laid on the Radiance. I mean, by the time he got it, I think he had like 5 deaths, and unfortunately, Asakura, it's definitely going to be a bit of a frustrating defeat.
Yeah, it definitely has to be. I mean, they were not coordinating properly with ultis though. There were a lot of times when they got one ulti out but weren't there with the others, and they needed to hit at the same time, be on the same page. And unfortunately, it couldn't really get that coordination against the Impossible and their aggression that they had. This non-stop Slark running at you can be very, very threatening and hard to coordinate moves when you know that any moment you step out into a jungle, you just get hunted down.
Well, what can you do? Unfortunate for Asakura here, but it's just game one. Hopefully they can remind themselves this. It is just game one. We'll see if they can take a little bit of break, get a breather in, and then come back and potentially send us to a game 3. We'll have to find out though. First a break. When we come back, we've got more Dream League action. We'll see you guys soon.
soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, he'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
And we're back ready to go. Impossible. Finally, we get to see them be able to play Dota. We saw yesterday they had a difficult showing, weren't able to have good lanes, and then the early game and mid game, they weren't able to be able to get to play. But today, and at least in the previous game in particular, even with the pauses, we still got to see that with Baja and without Baja, that they still look pretty good.
Yeah, I think they definitely got the upper hand in the draft. It was very smart to bait out the Tidehunter and then say, okay, but we're not going to have TB carry. It's actually going to be a TB off lane, even though it's unusual in the current meta, and then put the Slark against him. They got really fantastic lanes out of that, and then they capitalized fully on it. So let's see if they can get an edge like that in the draft for game number 2. And let's see if Baja is going to have more luck with his ISP. Hopefully no more disconnect issues as in game number 1. He was kind of hopping in and out.
Well, they get a refresh of their pause timer, I suppose. So we may have another 15-minute break, potentially mid-game. We'll have to see. We're gonna get through the draft.
5 seconds remaining.
Start out. Asakura are the ones with the first pick. Gonna ban out the Tinker. So they probably don't want to play Tinker at all if they ban it out in the first phase, I feel. Considering they could easily have snagged it.
I respect it. Just, I appreciate it, brothers. This hero is pretty gross, so sure,
yeah, I feel like he's one of the less interactive heroes when it comes to the early game and laning stage, so I'm happy to see him just get banned out. And Darkseer Nature's Prophet, the removals from Impossible, Magnus falls from Asakura. We saw some hit or miss Magnuses yesterday. We did have Toronto Tokyo absolutely just styling it up on 2 games of Magnus, though.
Yeah, it was incredible performance.
I like the motivational little banners from Impossible. Just as you can.
That's cool.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't like... It's interesting though, because I feel like every time I say their name, I think of Impossible, but then they have the banner saying you can, so it's like kind of counterintuitive. But no, that's right. That's cool. I think it's. I was actually thinking about it before. Like, how do teams coming through open qualifiers and just random teams just come up with they come up with some random cool team names. So
yeah, I do feel like the logo makes no sense though from the other perspective, right? If it's Impossible, why is the I before the A? Is IA possible?
No, because it's supposed to be impossible. It's supposed to. I think
it's like
it's
an I and an M there, and the A. It's an I and M and an A. Okay, it's a bit over designed, I think.
Yeah, I would say so, but it's kind of cool as well. Again, this is why have they got this banner? Where are they getting this from? I don't think this is an org or something. So.
I mean, it might be. There are a lot of startup orgs, right? We always think about the big orgs, the big names, but there are a lot of orgs trying to make a name, and usually for these teams, you partner up with an org that's in a similar situation to the team. The team wants to make a name for themselves. The org might want to do the same thing. True. Yeah, looking at some of the heroes that we have already, Hoodwink with an early pickup, and then PA and AA, a strong safe lane for Impossible already.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure what offlane hero I would want to play into PA and AA. You know the harassment you're going to take. You have a Hoodwink to partner up with you. Difficult to say who's going to be happy about that. Go with Beast. Even though PA has been used a lot as a counter to Beast, since you can kill the boar very easily in lane. And can just Stifling Dagger the boar, and it dies pretty fast.
Yeah, so how do we expect this lane to play out then? Because there is probably a lot of spam with just maxing axes with the nuke that the Hoodwink has as well with the Acorn and Bushback. Do we feel like this is actually a lane that is playable for Asakura? Because again, like you're saying, they're picking the Beastmaster into the PA.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where passively the PAAA are kind of winning the lane, but you gotta find your moments with the Hoodwink to bushwhack the AA back and have Beastmaster join. So similar to what we saw with the Hoodwink and the Magnus yesterday, pairing up against the AA, pulling him back and getting a kill with the Skewer. Here you have the Beastmaster who can definitely help out, get the kill in AA. So AA's positioning gonna be very important. See if he gets out of position or if he gets too close at all.
Yep. The Tusk pick is interesting. I mean, of course, Koval had a very good Tusk performance last game. I think in some other teams, we may see a Ringmaster here, but the save is the big one that I'm looking at versus the Hoodwink Beast and Crystal. But I think maybe the reason why you are looking to not go Ring is because you would have an AA Ringmaster support duo, and then the Tusk is at least a hero that can offer like some form of initiation to set up for the Ice Blast. And I suppose tag team with PA is maybe a little bit of a better pairing than maybe what the Ring could give you.
Yeah, I like the Tusk in general here. You have a hero who can go in, not only that it pairs with the Tusk, but also that this is a hero that can set up a bit for the AA, whereas Ringmaster wouldn't be able to set up for the AA ultis. But Tusk can go in, snowball someone, ulti them, and hold them in place for a little while. Sanking can definitely help with that as well. I think Asakura's draft is interesting though. Going for the Crystal Maiden, a hero that we hardly ever see. Quite rare to see some gameplay out of her, but she does have a pretty nice facet now with the barrier on the Crystal Nova. It does help you a little bit stay alive. Paired up with the Medusa though. I don't really like the CM Medusa combination. Even though you have mana regen, the barrier is ineffective, right? Mana shield goes first, so if you do go for the damage barrier, Crystal Nova facet, that shouldn't work with Medusa.
I think for me, another reason why I don't particularly like it is that I think this gives the possibility for Impossible to just cut the wave on the Sand King. I mean, I don't think there's anything a CM and Deucer are going to do to stop that. And then you can just have the Tusk go through the portal, which we were already not quite sure on like how the safe lane and off lane would go with the Beast Hoodwink versus the PA Ancient Apparition. But I think with the Sand King being able to cut the wave and play solo, and then the Tusk being able to also assist in his safe lane, makes me a little bit more unsure of the CM Medusa.
Yeah. Then again, you know, I speak about the barrier facet. I guess you could go for a pretty nice combo with the Arcane Overthrow, as whenever you cast spells, you give mana to your teammates, giving mana to the Medusa when you use your spells as a CM. So it's like a soft coddle combo, kind of. Not really as strong at giving mana, but it will trickle in. And mid-late game, it could give a lot of mana if you have big mana costs with the ulti.
Interesting. We'll have to. Hopefully,
we'll
can
see
keep
which one
tabs
he
on
goes
that.
for. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, almost everyone plays the shield facet, but this game it doesn't make sense at all to go for it since it has anti-synergy with Medusa, and the other one has synergy with Medusa.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so what are we looking at? We mid laners, I believe.
Yeah. Interesting to see what bands they're gonna come up with. The Pango don't want to give away more team fights. They know that Asakura like drafting it. Ban out the Ember. The other ones have the last pick, so I thought if an Ember comes out, they could counter it with some good matchup, you know. Maybe even cheese it with a Huskar for themselves. Doesn't look to be what they want to do, though.
Tiny's the hero I'm looking at. This has still been popular in Eastern Europe. Right? Well, we're going to get the Wind Ranger. So I thought both sides I could see the Tiny for like Impossible potentially as well, but the Wind is very interesting for Asakura.
It's a curious pick. I think this is a fantastic game to pick Sniper, by the way, for Impossible. Does well against the Wind Ranger in lane. Like, at least level 1 to level 5, you dominate that lane. And then, sure, when Wind has ulti, it's a bit dangerous, but you have good counter-ganking heroes. Tusk is there, Sanking is there. So if Wind ever dives with ulti, that could be a drawback for him. And then Sniper, the reason I say it, the main reason, is because it really is good against Medusa. They're going to go a different route, though. This is a mid-Sand King. Okay. So, Sand King pairing up against the Wind Ranger mid. Interesting. Bringing all the tempo. they have so many different combinations for the AA to lay into. Now with the arena, the Tusk setup, the Sanking setup.
They knew this was coming as well from Massacre. They double banned offlaners. It was the TB and the Enigma that they last phase banned. Now, I was like, guys, I swear you have the wrong read. Like, I don't think this is what's going to happen. But Baha does actually play the Sanking. And I've got it like, okay, yes, it's a pretty good Mars game with what the arena is able to do. But I really just... I was on board with like Sand King Tusk off lane and then the Sand King playing 1v2 and the Tusk just going to the safe lane eventually. So we'll see. We'll see. I feel like the off lane is worse now with Mars Tusk.
Yes, I think I agree. However, I also think Mars shouldn't really be that bothered in this lane by some of the continuous harassment. If he really wants to, he can put 1 point in Bulwark and a lot of Medusa damage is gone. But I agree that the offlane is a little bit worse, but this really just signals that they want to play the Sanking mid gameplay, which is something I haven't seen that much recently. He is not going to go for the Dust Devil. That's basically a dead facet again. Nobody's playing it. Sandshroud is going to be the play. We'll see what the item build is going to be out of the Sanking. If it's just similar to like a Dragon Knight bid, get an early double bracer, Blink Dagger or something like that. Start looking for fighting.
It's interesting.
It's a fantastic game for them to go for a Crimson Guard as well. If either Mars wants to get it. Against the Wind Ranger and the Medusa, so many attacks to block.
All right, do we have a favorite?
I think I'm still favoring Impossible because their draft is more active, whereas Asakura, their draft is a bit more farm heavy. They want to get quite a few items on Medusa. Wind Rangers, can be aggressive, but it's a bit greedier than a Mid Sand King. I think she's a bit more item dependent than he is. How are you feeling? You leaning one way or another?
I think a little bit Mortal Radiant, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm intrigued. We'll see how if we get any DCs as well. We're gonna play 4v5. Are we gonna get another crazy fight? Apparently we are.
Yeah.
7 Jess.
On the Medusa.
That they are indeed. She is nice bushwhack. Actually, I don't think it's gonna matter. Men is gone. Health we see will shortly follow. Is she actually alive? No, she'll take out the blood grenade. And now with the Crystal Maiden as well, tries to poke her head under the tower. We got any more spells? She's going to be fine. Ellum goes way too far over, so it looks like the Mars will be the sacrifice here, but Impossible were able to find first blood. They're still going to try and stick around on the high ground. They feel strong enough, even with the resources being quite low. Serenada steps up a little bit too close and adds another death, and maybe Slimy too. Like, guys, what's going on? What's it with these teams, dude? They just only know how to fight.
To the last drop here, killing everybody. This does mean that PA TP's down bottom with absolutely no health. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster denied one rune using his boar and then took the other one. At least this is a high HP start to the lane for him, and PA having no resources. AA being a little bit low. Of course, Impossible with a big win though. Baha? Dropping really low on Sandkey. This is so weird for him.
No! And he fairy-fired. Walked into an end fairy-fired too, okay.
That's rough. He thought he would live. He had a salvo on the courier, so he wanted to heal up, but this is a horrible start for him. Wind Ranger getting farmed the entire first creep wave for free.
And, yeah, waste itself, so... This is... These two teams make Dota very interesting to watch in the early game.
They definitely do. The starting fight is kind of crazy. But Wind Ranger looks like she should be dominating mid pretty hard. She already has Bottle coming out. Sure, the Sand King did sentry, so she probably has to purchase more sentries to try and keep vision on him. But overall, Serenada should have no issue. 8 and 7 right now.
Jeez. 70 damage already, so a lot of it's going to be up to the sentry control.
Yeah, and if he lands those power shots or not, the harassment continuously looking for auto attacks and power shots. Yeah, that was a blind attempt. Didn't have any vision, so gotta respect the attempt. Water Rune spawns and Wind Ranger 10 and 10 lasted minute 2. Just fantastic. Looking at the side lanes a bit, what do we see so far? The Medusa sitting at 9 and 1 against the Mars, who's 8 and 2. Pretty even top lane. By the way, the Crystal Maiden did go for the barrier facet, so I'm not a fan of this, you know. I feel like this is a lot of lost value when you're laning with the Medusa. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it doesn't work that way, but generally Mana Shield goes first against any barrier. So I don't see why this would work. I'll pay attention and see if it's any different, but should work the same as all other barriers. Bottom lane, Adar.
Should be given over a kill. Actually, that's a fairy fight, so maybe Adar's okay. Looking to try and play the fine line of baiting and keeping his own life, and well, he does it very well.
Yeah, nice bait, stays alive, and even has a salve to heal up afterwards. And get himself back to full. PA gonna be happy with the kill that she got. The one big thing for them on Radiant though is Baha. He is just absolutely unable to get anything on mid lane. 8 and 0 against 23 and 12. I got his first deny. Back into the game.
Almost flawless on Serenada. That's crazy. He's CSing so well.
That's amazing. Amazing level form.
This guy's rich. See what he can do with the gold.
Yeah, on the side lanes we have a bit of contesting for the pull. The small camp was not allowed to get stacked as the Tusk blocks it. And Hoodwink runs in and denies one of the water runes. So Nada gonna get the other one. So that means the poor Sand King does not get a refill.
So what are the discussions then for Radiant when you see Sand King's probably expressing the rough lane that he's having? Is it up to Koval? Does he need to kind of sacrifice the Mars and go back to the jungle and start to make some stacks? Because when the Sand King was getting played a lot, we saw this was a hero that really thrived on early stacks.
He does thrive on stacks, but I don't think Tusk is the hero you want to stack with. Top lane, they're committing for the CM. Can they get her? Burster. I think more likely, they're just going to want to try and play top lane as long as they can until the lane gets like unplayable against the Medusa being too tanky. And Sand King, he'll just have to get creative. He's stacking the big camp for himself, so he's preparing to recover jungle.
Bottom lane, Adar. I'd end up dying to the axes. Rubicon's gonna have a bit of a difficult time with the constant root of the Hawk, so won't be able to get the finishing blow. It's a beast.
And both teams dropping pretty low. Tusk senses blood and water here. TP's down bottom, looking for the beast. If he can maybe get on them with a snowball, should be an easy kill.
The rotations that I was asking for inside the draft, I don't know if they got a glimpse of him.
I think they spotted him, but maybe not. No pings, but they did run back immediately, so I think they saw him in the tree line there. Got a little bit too close to the creeps.
So it does mean you're putting emphasis on trying to secure your safe lane instead of mid. So Serenada, both supports are going to swing over. Power and for him amp damage with a focus fire now.
Ooh, he has dust and he has an amp damage rune ready. This Sand King has to be so cautious. Overstep a little bit and you die immediately. Tusk saw them both. The DD rune has been spotted. Back to jungle. Just gonna try and farm up some of these jungle creeps for himself on Sanking. Doesn't really have much else he can do right now. As the PA and Medusa both doing fantastically well with CSing. The carry's having a great time.
Radiant are scanning.
Pretty timing-based game though. We'll see when Dominator comes in from Beastmaster if he can swing the game a little bit.
Speaking of the Beast. Shard's a little bit off the mark from Koval. Rubicon has fed the strike up, but if he commits, there's no way he's going to get out with his life. He might still not. Serenata actually wants to go for the Tusk instead. Thinking he might try and pop the win run to catch up to the Rubicon, but I guess 1 point win run. Not have been able to find him in the end. So 1 for 1.
He's hanging around though, has the D rune. He could stick around for the PA, but as the mid is pushing in, he feels sort of pressured to go back and push out and farm. Also the 8-minute power rune. Something he wants to control. Sanky is going for the full power treads, by the way, so not going for the bracers into a blink that I expected. Instead, looking to have some auto attack speed.
Okay.
Radiant's middle tower
Another power
Haste
rune.
and DD.
Do we go now? So has quarter duration left in the amp damage.
Yeah, bit of duration, but this guy invade, take away some farm from the Sanking. Windranger knows she can also just keep farming. She's definitely in no stress to have to make these forced moves, so just kind of looking and then back towards mid. All the supports have found the Sanking, but he Quelling Blades the Hoodwink tree.
Top lane. 10 to 7 gestures left. No way this works. We're just trying to force rotations? Like, what is this? God, oh, that is so ambitious, dude.
I mean, it's a Medusa. You're not killing Medusa like that. She got Magic Stick and she has Mango. She didn't use either of them. To try and kill Medusa in laning stage, you gotta do like 3,000 damage or something ridiculous like that. It's very hard. Mana Shield is way too crazy. For now, they should be looking for kills anywhere except for on the Medusa, I think. Mid lane, sitting behind. Here comes the A ulti.
It's a big one. Nice combination and a much needed kill as well. And yeah, this it's a mental game. Just tip Serenata, try and tilt him.
Yeah, Baha feeling good about getting a play in with the supports. That's pretty nicely timed A ulti. Getting his level 6 and making a play. Top lane CM. Stays alive to the Mars.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Spear, he's seeing ghosts, dude.
So, oh. I think he's kind of that lucky the Shack was actually stopped the epicenter. I don't know if there was a kill there.
Yeah, he's he's looking for something on the Sanking. You know, whatever you can get when you're this far behind, take any chance, but not really able to go for something there. Ranger's still denying him a lot. Ooh.
Oops.
The
Tip him
counter
back.
tip is coming
Tip him
in
back.
soon.
It's coming. They get the raw. Kovo, snowball to the catapult. They're going to be able to walk it off though. Baha still's got the burrow strike to be able to make it over towards the high ground. But the chase is on. And they're going to be able to get him. Come on. Where are the tips? Come on.
Come on. Serenata too busy. He's looking for another kill. He's hunting after a Tusk. Gets a shackle. Crazy shackle onto the Ogre.
What is that angle?
That looked wild.
Oh, snowball down. Do we go for the deny on Roche? Do we try and run it off? Where are we going? PA's nearby. Does he want to jump in though?
He got the speed. He's getting out of here. No.
Is he?
No.
Okay, he's not getting up. They got it.
Slime Yao with the TP. Windlace is fast, but the TP is faster. A lot of action scrambling around the river. So we're at the 11-minute mark right now. Farm is pretty even on both these teams. Like the supports don't have a big net worth difference. The cores are all pretty similar. Like, yeah, your mid for Radiant is pretty weak, but at the same time, the off lane for Dire is pretty underfarmed. The Beastmaster doesn't have that much. He's actually queuing up the Helm of the Overlord, so not going for the Aghanim Scepter build.
Okay.
I haven't seen anyone go for Beastmaster without Scepter in recent times. It feels almost mandatory to get it.
See, the decision's going to work out for him this game. Is now starting to get some catch up with the items, and maybe with the Helm Dome they are going to shove Rubicon out of the lane. In fact, he's already up the top, so looking to try and play with Alum, and they're even smoking it as well. So both sides kind of mirroring the exact same move. The only difference is the fact that 7 Jesu is still feeling like he can defend the tower by himself, but shortly he's going to see that there are a lot of heroes nearby.
Yeah, everyone is swinging over. AA and Sanking are joining in as well.
This doesn't look that good for Radiant. They get the kill into the Hoodwink, but is there still a fight to be had? A little bit awkward with the combination. Baha, I don't know if the illusion actually dodged the Burrow Strike. I didn't get the full glimpse of that. I don't know if you saw, but off the mark with the combo.
I didn't see it either. I think he did disjoint it. Because he popped the full ulti there, thinking they was gonna catch him, but he just gets away. I was looking at the fight on the left side at the same time to see Windrunner running away. Interesting as well, the item build from Serenata, by the way. He recognized that there's a lot of magic burst, and they're trying to bring him down, so he bought an early cloak in this game. And looks to just be a casual cloak. No further intentions.
It's gonna be Mage Slayer, no? He's got the...
Oh, he's... yeah, never mind. He's going for the Mage Slayer build, I guess.
How do we feel like about Free Farm PA? Is this a scary PA game with net worth that it just equals an automatic victory, or is that not the case?
PA is very, very strong for sure when she gets this level of farm. The problem is, I don't think their team is going to be the ones looking to push towers and like group up and go together. Actually, I think that the Dire team is pretty strong with the Dominator and Medusa's early timing of being super tanky. PA will scale better though. Going late game, I favor her, but I think there will be a timing where they might struggle a bit to fight into the Medusa.
Okay. And what is that timing you think? Like, is it second item on Dusa, which have seen for a lot of her? Okay,
the butterfly. So she's going second item butterfly. A good timing for this is usually around like 19-20 minutes in a good game. You get butterfly. If he gets that timing on the Medusa, then that would be hard to fight into as a PA, obviously missing a ton of your attacks. They're invading.
Oh, but the bar.
Beautiful.
Oh, what happened with the Ice Blast?
Adar, he double tapped it.
Oh, no. A fight where there was a possibility for them to get a lot of kills, and still the stacks, one slip up, cost them massively, but the price is 3 of their members.
Question is if the fight would even have been that good if he landed it. Like, it might have worked out, but there were still 5 heroes on Asakura, and Mars was nowhere to be seen. PA was far away. Like, they may have gotten a burst on 1 hero, but the 3 of them were still probably dying there. Still, a little bit of nerves showing on Adar and his AA. But otherwise, been playing pretty clean this game, but first missed ulti. This is gonna mean that the Tormentor goes the way of Dire on the back of that lost fight. Getting the shard for CM. One of the amazing shards to get, by the way. I think different shards have different level of impact when you get them. A CM getting a shard is amazing.
Wait, Jesu? Is this...
fine?
Again, it's crazy attempts onto the Medusa. They don't have enough. And there was always the threat of people coming through the portal. They still want to try and take the fight. Icebot's going to connect over to the right side. They got Rubicon as well, shown with the Phantom Assassin. It's a good arena as well. Controlling 2 of the heroes that enables PA to have this free engagement where she's not too worried about dying with the initiation. Now, she might see an angle to go for the Crystal Maiden. Rubicon showing up massive here, but can he get away with his own life? The Bow Strike tries to cover the retreat. Wind Ranger steps over to the north. Seven Jesu's mana is falling a little bit low here. Still has some one charges which she'll use now, but it's not enough to repair the damage. Ultra kill for Rubicon, but sniped down. Serenata here will reign supreme. The Wind Ranger, the only one to stay alive through the entirety of the fight.
The double kill shot execute, dude. That was beautiful. I don't think either of them would have died normally there if he didn't have the kill shot, but he gets both the kills. Absolutely amazing takedown. What a turnaround to the fights. Otherwise it looked like a disaster. At the end of the day, it's a bloodbath. The top tier 1 tower is still alive at the end of the day. And Dire probably pretty happy since Wind Ranger gets a ton of momentum from this fight. That puts her almost towards an entire Maelstrom if she wants it. I think getting some True Strike would be nice against the PA. See what he decides to go for. Of course, shouldn't understate the impact of that ultra kill as well before that. The PA just going from one to the next finishes up her entire Sanjiasha now.
She's massive. They're doing two things across the map simultaneously. Baha along with Ada trying to hunt down with the Beastmaster, and they will be rewarded. Nice nuke.
No double tap on the ulti this time. Adar, he slipped up once, but he's back. The shield rune for the Wind Ranger to go pick up. Still 3,000 gold unspent on him. I'm wondering what it is going to be. He queues up the BKB next. So BKB into the Brooch. Respectable build for sure. I think against the combinations of Radiant, it feels pretty good to have an early BKB. And meanwhile, the Medusa is well on track to get that 20-minute butterfly right now. 800 gold away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Look how they're defending the Medusa. A lot of observers. A lot of importance put on trying to keep this tier 1 tower alive. Rubicon's going to get the objective and then follow the Tusk, who's starting to move to 7 Jesu's location with the shards. Unfortunately, it's a little bit shy.
Oh, very nice by him still, though. Just playing aggressive, trying to threaten the Medusa. It's not that you have an easy time killing her, but you shouldn't let her get away with completely free farming up here. So you get the tower. Get some dewarding in the area, and actually gonna go on to her again. I don't know about this one.
Okay.
See him respond at least with a TP, but this means Wind Ranger might find your AA.
Easy.
Easy breezy, and that puts him all the way towards his BKB. Just needs 100 more gold by the entire thing. Actually gets Renud. No counterplay for him.
Okay, not a bad solo kill. Gets Alum close towards the BKB. We'll see what they want to do though. 80 seconds, no arena. Or any objectives that they can get for Asakura. There's going to be double damage once again for Serenata, so the potential for tier 1 mid, but it's still pretty rough. I mean, you're going to be fighting into the threat of the Blink burrow into Ice Blast, but they'll put 7 Jesu first and just let the Medusa start to siege.
The fact that they have so much sustainability on the Medusa and then the Mage Slayer onto the Wind Ranger, so if Sand King jumps in, you just gotta attack him and take away his damage. And they're moving down towards bottom in the smoke.
They want Roche?
There's no way. Are they going straight Roche? This is very forced. They don't even have that good of a Roche team. I don't know about this play.
Oh, Ada?
Okay, they're committing. Arena is on cooldown for 20 seconds.
Can they buy time for
all the tools for this one.
Yeah, you should be able to stall, right?
Yeah, I think they can just go in the moment they have their spells on Sand King and Arena here.
Oh, do you need the PA? She's not showing up at the moment. I mean...
Yeah, 7 Jesu backs out, thinks better of it. Very awkward situation though. You bring Roche down to half HP. Now you don't really want to leave the area because PA might just take the Roche.
Pretty good position from Koval. I think they're going to see Serenata. Important that Ada doesn't die. Serenada's going to shove the AA away from the pit, but everyone else also left, so...
Yeah, and they get the kill. They're going to get Adar as well. Because of this Wind Ranger with the BKB making the sweeping move with her DD rune, now they finally get the Roche. So it works out in the end. It just couldn't be as stressed about it.
Oh, they got him.
He punched him when he was mid-roar animation, by the way. You almost want to let him use the roar on you there when you TP out instead.
Yeah.
Put the roar on cooldown, no?
The scary timing, mid lane, slimy out. Okay.
It's the support pickoff, but that is again Arena on cooldown, so go time right now for Asakura.
Alan? BKB's going to be used, but Serenada not hitting the bulwark. Rubicon's going to try and jump in with the help of the stun from Baja. Serenada's actually going to be able to stay alive with the BKB activated. Steps away. 7 Jester's been able to sweep down. Nice shackle. Locks them both in a place. Rubicon feel like there's no way to escape, so he has to go forward into Asakura's territory. The kills will help him slip out. With no one to be able to stop the escape, with the stuns being lacking. No Beast, no Wind, NCM. They're actually okay in the end. It was looking a little bit dicey for Radiant.
Yeah, a little bit of a close call there, but Mars with a very nice play to get in and finish off the Wind Ranger. The A ulti missed her at first, so she got away to safety, but with the Blink and the Tumbler's Toy, he double hopped forward, caught her with a God's Rebuke at the end of the day. Gets an important takedown.
Okay, game's even. Minimal net worth lead for Asakura. Of course, it's still... The ages is that big advantage that Asakura have. And we'll see how much they're really able to get out of it. Would you like to see them start posturing pretty aggressively and walking down lanes? Or do you feel like they're not at that stage yet?
I think so. I think I want them to push and like group behind the Medusa and let her push. But the problem is, Impossible is showing that they're very good at jumping the backline. With the double blink daggers on the Mars and Sanking, the PA able to blink in innately, and then AA to support. And again, going for a pickoff here, finding Beast, but
it's not enough.
Okay.
Is okay indeed. So meanwhile, 7 Jesu's trying to run down Ada.
I don't think they can get kills with just the 2 supports. They really need the help of... They need the help of either Sanking or PA. Or Mars even. This means that the Beast gets to complete his pipe. That's the entire thing now, so this is a great timing for them. Dominator is upgraded, pipe is complete.
Oh, Baja with the jump in. They've still put the Beast inside the lane, but the pipe's going to mitigate some of the damage from Baja, but it will not stop Rubicon, who is a bit stuck though. Has the BKB if required? Does he want to think about going in? Will not be the case. BKB TP out.
That's to safety, but that's BKB on cooldown on the PA. Medusa still has the Aegis for 1.5 minutes. She can start laying into these towers now. Losing your Beastmaster hurts a little bit, but they can easily push. Just a second.
What? Again, this seems a bit ambitious. Okay.
I mean, you don't have enough damage against the Mage Slayer, plus the BKB not even expanded there by Wind Ranger. She was not really close to being threatened.
Get the BKB out of her in the end.
Yeah. Well, with 4 heroes nearby, I think Serenada has to be careful. They are pushing the bottom tower meanwhile, so don't want to try and make too many plays at once. Sand King. Whew. The Yules and a blink gets himself to safety. He is very close to finishing up a Satanic, by the way. 800 gold. She will be a real menace to fight into. Also gives her a chance to dispel against the Frostbite that keeps getting spammed on her. Medusa has the Disperser as well, so she got her own Dispel ready and a bit of movement speed now to catch up to people.
tower
Okay.
has fallen.
2 tower, top lane looking to try and defend as well.
Under attack.
Well, TP7 Jesu back with the rest of the team is starting to link up. It's going to be a long way for them to get there, but they're out of top by the looks of it for Impossible.
Right now it feels like Asakura losing the Aegis at the worst possible time, right? Like, they want to keep going. They have the pipe, they have all the items to start pushing towers. So the Aegis would have been really nice to keep having. And this gives a moment for Impossible to maybe keep making these stabs. They have been showing a lot of aggression in this game. Smoke is ready on the AA. Might see them just group and go. Is it gonna be the case? They're thinking about it.
Are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Scan them out on the Tormentor. Immediately smoke down there.
Could be scary with the team fight combo that
Oh.
Radiant have in the close area like this. It's all going to come down to initiation. Gets the jump in,
Big
who
fight
gets
brewing.
the vision. Alum. Smoke's going to pop inside the lane. He's just going to charge up. Can he activate the BKB before they're able to bring him down with the shackles? Is good. The bar strike over towards the high ground. Radiant, it's looking super messy. It was a hopeful go. Rubicon still thinks there's an angle for him to get into the middle, but the roll wastes the BKB duration, and this is nothing what they were hoping to happen. You know, they wanted to run in, catch Asakura off guard, but that did not happen in the end. With the smoke popping inside the lane, the creeps giving them the vision. It was an awkward one.
They were not really all arriving at the same time. The Mars goes in, breaks the smoke, finds a pretty good God's Rebuke on 2 heroes, even pushing the Beastmaster onto the high ground, and that looked all fine and well. The problem is PA wasn't there at the same time. They couldn't connect and get a stun in to burst someone, so PA jumps in, but the moment she blink strikes in, gets Beastmaster ultied, and it's a little bit one-by-one effort from Impossible. They didn't connect at the same moment, and that allowed Asakura to react so well. And by the way, Vanilli on the Crystal Maiden here just absolutely kited the Mars. Using the shard, kept freezing him over and over, and in the end he died to God's Rebuking the Crystal Clone and just getting frozen one more time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
How do we like the itemization from Seven Jesu going Scardy instead of MKB?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I kind of like what he's doing, to be honest. He knows that 1v1, he's always gonna lose to the PA.
Radiant's
The
top
benefit of
tower
having
is
Medusa is not that she's a good man fighter, it's that she is the heart of the fight. She's the center that can just bring down everyone at once. So he's not going for a build to counter PA directly. And I think that's more Windranger's job, perhaps, to get some burst against the PA. She's currently
Jesu.
queuing up Bloodthorn.
Is he sure to try and hit the tower? You bet he's going to, but the speed doesn't get the connection, but still with the Ice Blast will be there, and all or nothing. Dump everything they possibly can to try and bring the Medusa down. The roll will push him away, but it's not going to be good enough. 7 Jesu out for the count, and now Vanilli. Nice use of the clone to make it up to the high ground, but Koval was already there waiting. A big fight for Impossible to be able to stem some of the momentum that was building for Dire.
It's just a bit disrespectful going up to a tower like that when you don't have your entire team around, you don't have Aegis. I think he got a little bit cocky after a previous fight on the Tormentor, and now suddenly Impossible are the ones who can make moves again. Even though they used a lot of abilities there, this gives them a chance to push out the lanes and go hunting. Slimeo has to be careful.
Yeah, looks like Slimeo
Dire's middle tower is
thought maybe Koval last second was going to be able to get a glimpse of him, but scurrying into the trees is fine. Tier 2 tower. Top lane will be the casualty of
Dire's top tower is
losing that fight.
Yeah, mid 2. I mean, PA is just solo pushing the mid tier 2 tower, so double tower takedown, equalizing the tier 2 stance right now. So only the
tower has fallen.
top tier 2 remains for Radiant. Bottom, of course, Dire still have a tier 1 tower even. But this is a big blow to them. They are the ones trying to play on a momentum and like make stuff happen right now with Medusa, whereas the PA, she will become a threat that you cannot really deal with eventually in this game. And PA is in fact the one going for an MKB. Tired of the evasion from the Medusa. Of course the The goal of PA is to burst people.
Speaking of the PA, they're going to try and burst her down, but the snowball for the rescue is the task. Now do they want to try and take the fight off the back of the initiation? It's a goddamn good arena. Look at Seven Jester's location. The Deucer is over to the right side. She cannot enter the fight to get any damage out. What an initiation from Alan. Perfect control. Seven Jester will now still try and fight afterwards, but all she has is Serenata left to stand nearby. And I don't know if that's going to be good enough. They'll be able to make it back to their side of the map. Focus Fire is online again with a cooldown back up, but it's just not enough. Elm cuts that fight in half. Everything they needed from the Mars, and he provided. Oh, Serenata? No way.
He's trying to get away. Wind run off cooldown 1 second. Ooh, gets it off. Doesn't have a TP though. He doesn't have a way out here. Jigs up. And that was a fight before the PA gets the MKB.
Tip Alum. What? You tip PA. What an arena, man. That was incredible.
Yeah, that was a beautiful arena. Absolutely just setting up the entire fight for them. And even though Mars ended up dying, I think he put himself in the correct spot as well. And he fought until the very end. Just Wind Ranger brought him down towards the last bit. I think overall they have great counter initiations on Radiant. Like if someone gets jumped, you just drop the arena, drop a Sand King ulti, A ulti. All these spells are so good to react if someone tanks the gank. The problem is just they don't have a good bait. They don't have someone to tank the gank. PA didn't go for the triple dagger. Went for the -1 attack to trigger.
Oh, Baha. Sidestep for Nilly's not going to get caught for the Burrow Strike. Slimy out. Tries with a sharpshooter jump on the high ground. It's a little bit awkward from Radiant. Everyone's not here. Importantly, you don't have the Mars, which was pivotal to your success in the previous team fight. The communication needs to be there. Baha wants to go in, but Rubicon wants out as well.
Yeah, PA also doesn't have the MKB yet because of the courier dying. Allen is looking for a pickoff though.
Arena. CM. Not good enough though, especially if the fight's gonna happen afterwards. Rubicon. They've got Baha over to the left side. Attempt with the Burrow Strike. Just a little bit shy, but still with the healers will stop the escape from Slimeow. And even with an arena, it was not required onto multiple members by the looks of it. Asakura hesitant to try and take the team fight into this Aegis advantage that you're playing with on Impossible.
Impossible are doing a great job with the target priority. They're killing the supports first, making sure that they ignore the Medusa as much as possible. Even though Medusa hurts a lot over time, she isn't the best target to go on first. Just leave her for last, and ideally they get the Beastmaster before he roars, but even supports are probably more important than him, to be honest, since he is so tanky and the supports die in like a split second.
I'll take your tribute.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
We're about to have an enormous power spike on Rubicon, by the way. His courier is coming out with MKB, and then he has 5.6k gold to spend as well. Like, when this respawns, it's like 2 items arriving.
Dude is 15, 1, and 7 Serenata. Nice shackles.
What?
With the Stone Gaze as well. It won't get the stun onto Rubicon. Blur at the last second to try and stop the roar, but the Aegis, he's got to lose it without really getting much value out. Radiant, they're trying to beeline to his location, but look at the intercept. Asakura aware of this. It's a massive bar track inside the base, but the shackles, it was at the last second. Rubicon has expired, so now he's been able to leap into the middle. Then Elm's ready to go as well with Arena. Locks in Serenata. Spear, but it's just not enough. They've got the bar strike for the chain control. Rubicon is waiting to follow up with the damage that they were lacking. And now, like you were saying before, every single fight, and it's just leave 7 Jesu till last. This time they won't kill him, but the damage has been dealt.
Yeah, just so hard for him to take a fight, even after bursting the PA once there. They committed the roar, and it's difficult to bring them down in this big team fight to come. I like the choice to jump the AA, but it stretched the fight a little bit too thin, and the Mars Arena mitigates all the damage output. That Arena blocking Medusa's auto attacks prevented her from doing too much to the PA. By the way, PS Courier, it just came back alive, gave her the MKB, and immediately died again to the Medusa split shot. So it's back to being dead for 3 minutes. But he goes base, goes shopping the old, good old way with his hero, and finds himself an Abyssal Blade.
Ooh. Wouldn't mind seeing them hit some neutrals to try and get the tier 4 item for Rubicon in particular.
Yeah, it's like the game is so high-paced that it's hard to even find time for it. But in control of the ancient area now, I think they should use that little bit of moment to take over some neutral advantage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And right now, the game is super difficult for Asakura. Their timing, it has been missed effectively, so now you gotta go back and say, okay, what can we do from here? They need Medusa to finish up on MKV, because at some point, someone needs to kill this PA, and Wind Ranger can't do it alone.
No, she can't, but who is going to help them, unfortunately, because this is not the Scepter Beast game with, like, a crazy late-game solo kill potential that we see from him.
Yeah. Also a lot slower farming, right? If you don't have the Aghanim Scepter, so
yeah.
He's just not really thriving the way that we would want to. And bottom, it's actually a push coming in without Aegis. Radiant are looking to go.
See how forced this is going to be. I have a lot of stuns, but it's going to be up to Koval to break that with the snowball. They're happy with forcing them back. Oh, higher ground ward still. That does get pinged.
Yeah, happy to jump anyone except for Medusa, I think, with the Abyss already. Doesn't get vision for long enough. That leaves all of Asakura in their base, though. They're smoked up.
And so a lot of commitment they put on playing aggressively with the ward locations as well. And if they back away, it's going to be 2 wards dewarded.
Yeah, Radiant kind of holding this high ground, not giving the cliff away. The MKB is complete on Medusa, so she is ready to try and burst the PA. No Aegis on her now as well. It's still so tricky. Even if you get one good roar, you could still see Koval come in with a snowball save. We've seen this man do it before in different series on his Tusk.
Alam's not... Oh, Rubicon actually jumped aggressively up to the high ground. You don't have the Mars. Epicenter in over to the right side. They're going to be able to force out an early BKB, but as a result, you're going to lose your Sand King. So we're 1v1. And now what can we get off the back of this? 2 supports for the price of the off lane. 7 Jesu now. Is there an opportunity for them? They'll expend the buybacks. Alan walks a little bit far forward, eats the raw. Rubicon's still waiting for his opportunity to go. Tries to deal with the support to the backline. 1 quick crit. Down goes the Crystal Maiden. Now they're going to be thinking about 7 Jesu. Unfortunately, they're trying to turn to the illusions first. Perfect lineup for the Shackles, and this is a forced engagement.
Chasing after for more. The AA not going to be able to get away here, I think. Oh, the Invis? No detection?
Okay. Pops out with the daytime.
He's trying to slide away, but AA, not the fastest hero. That fight, by the way, the mana burn from the Medusa burned all of Mars's mana, so he could not use his BKB. He tried to Soul Ring to BKB, but the auto attacks kept burning him. So I think that made it a little bit awkward for him there, as he was frozen, got his mana burned while being stunned up. On the back of that, his PA was left pretty alone. No fighting body to go together with. Now the push is coming in. Wind Ranger with a DD rune and Aghanim Scepter. Don't know if they're gonna brave the high ground necessarily, but 20 seconds until the early Roche spawn. Just setting up and getting control over the Roche area is also a pretty good deal. Alan moving up towards top. He's been hungry for these supports and he got his eye on the hoodwink again.
Did Serenata see him?
I think he may have. Just barely. He's chasing with the wind run. Oh, Mars definitely saw the auto attacks on the neutral camp behind him.
He's in trouble.
Trying to get out. He's under vision now.
He's in the Watcher. Can he get BKB off? Okay, got it off. Will Arena now in turn? Wait, he wants a kill? Ice Blast is flying from across the map and...
I'm so confused. Was that not just a BKB TP out?
Yeah.
Like the roar was already used. He had TP ready. I'm not sure why he decided to commit.
I don't know if he did... I was gonna say, I don't know if he did what I did. I quickly looked at the map and I thought I saw at least 1 or 2 Radiant heroes nearby. But I may have just, I saw colors and I don't know if they were Radiant.
Yeah, it's fine. He can blame, a little bit of color blindness. Thought it was a teammate coming in, Very confusing moment there for the Mars. Kind of dying for nothing when he could definitely have lived. And it would have been a good amount of space created as well. Either way, it did move everyone towards top. Roche is down bottom. They know he spawned. But with Roar already off cooldown, it's not that easy to just say, let's go for it.
I think the important thing to mention still again is the fact that your Die have built this lead, but you have to use 2 support buybacks previously, and we have seen how the fights have looked where Radiant, they kill the supports. And if you do that, it means it's a guaranteed numbers advantage for Radiant inside these fights.
Ooh, win committed ulti.
AA glimmered up before the roar. So we'll go down by the looks of it. They don't want to buy back on Alum. They might have to with the AA respawning. They also got a stun onto Tusk inside the bottom river section. So a couple of kills being fed across the map, and Asakura are building up a bit of a lead.
What a nice play by Serenata. Like, if you have Snowball coming towards you, you start channeling the power shot. The moment it connects to you, the Tusk is gonna pop out, and your power shot is gonna stop. So it immediately hits him, and he can't blink. It's a nice little way to catch the Tusk.
The Ice Blast.
Sneaking by.
Hey, look at Serenata's location.
Spotted by the wind.
Gonna get the Burrow Strike inside the pit. Baha's giving them the information. Meanwhile, Serenata is isolated over the west side inside the river. He's gone. Now we can look to rejoin with the buyback. 7th Jesu was able to get everything from Roshan. Beast Boss up on the high ground. He's okay. Had an opportunity to be able to cast the roar, but Radiant still going to be cautious, reevaluating how they want to take the team fight. Because Dire positioned themselves away from 7th Jesu, just putting himself inside the river. Of course, he's got the second Aegis now with the Wind Ranger buyback as well. This is a big committal from Radiant as Rubicon is in some danger. Serenata will be able to catch up to the Phantom Assassin off the back of the buyback. Baha is trying to escape with a blink up in a couple of seconds. We'll make it over to the right side, but the teleport is on cooldown. Baha should be able to chase him down. Elm, well, he's kind of nearby, but he also wants out.
Oh, Beast has dust.
Can he get the blink?
Can he blink? Nope. Perfectly timed on the sharpshooter there. Very nicely done. So they did commit buyback on the Wind Ranger and the Beastmaster, but of course the Sand King dying back and getting that kill on PA, really massive. All the while holding on to the Aegis and a refresher on the Medusa. We have a bit of a chase onto the Tusk. I think he's going to be fine though. Nice ice shards to disjoint the Wind Ranger.
Radiant are scanning.
You know what the big consolation prize here is for Radiant? They managed to steal the Roshan's banner. So even though they're being pushed now, they have a banner at least.
Sick. Serenata?
Yeah.
Wait, top lane, what's going on? Hang on. Do they have the damage for... No, not with BKB going to be activated. You needed to pin him up against the wall. Serenata playing with them, but... Hang on, he's still stuck inside the shards, and Elm's got a little bit of right-click damage here with the items, but... I don't know if it's going to matter. What a massive kill it would be. It'd be a dieback, but this is also space.
Yeah, this means they're committing a bunch to try and bring him down. Meanwhile, 2 lanes have been claimed. Push is just absolutely going crazy. And they're going to head out of the base right now. I almost want to see them keep going with the push, not going to lie. The 40 seconds on Sand King without buyback, you know he doesn't have buyback. I wonder if they could have just kept going and maybe buy travels on the Wind Ranger, TP towards them. Could have been a moment to close out the game, perhaps. Still dead for 20. Of course, gotta respect the PA, I guess. She would have 2 lives in her own base with her buyback being available.
Are we looking at Rapier PA soon, though? Are we at that territory?
I mean, she has 8k gold, so she's queuing up the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter consume. It's not a fantastic Shard game. There's not like absurdly good things to break. There is the value in having that and Aghanim Scepter. You get a ton of damage burst at least. But yeah, I would almost prefer to see him go for a Rapier replacement of the SMY or something for the next fight.
So thinking about coming out of the base and maybe mounting up a surprising defense at the tier 2 tower. The issue is they don't have Elam and Baja, and yeah, with that, I guess Rubicon just wanted to farm a neutral and get back to the high ground. So Asakura will get the remaining outer tower. The consideration is there. Do we go high ground for the Megas?
Meanwhile, the Medusa is also ready to purchase up a Daedalus from the Secret Shop. Damage up is crazy with the Aghanim Scepter, of course, proccing on everything.
I think she's running to buy the Rapier on Rubicon. They did see her as well. There was an observer that confirmed at least the location.
Yeah, he moves his Battle Fury back.
Oh, they missed the spear on Elam.
Wait, what?
He tried to speed Jesu inside the base in arena.
This is awkward for PA, who just came back saying, guys, I'm ready to fight now, but Alan has already spent his stuff.
Now you have to go on Jesu.
Oh yeah, he's the all-in target. 30 seconds on the Aegis. Gonna be long enough to get the mega creeps here. Be going on him.
There's a spear. And there's the damage. Damn, quick succession. A nuke down, but they're gonna need to do it a second time. Rubicon's gonna use his time to be able to deal with the backline, so Crystal Maiden's gone. Eyes on 7 Jesu. Stone Gaze activated, but the Kite is online with the Bar Strike over to the left side. Elam, he is away from the team.
He's on Medusa.
Sensing an opportunity to try and deal with the Medusa with the roll. BKB's activated. Snowball to protect him. They've got to keep the Rapier alive as Rubicon. This is the only way they can win this game, but as soon as Rapier drops, that should be over. 7 Jesu, do we want to get it? Anyone want the Rapier?
Just leaving it. There we go. Medusa gets her hand on that. Swaps it in. Ooh, that is a devastating blow. PA did buyback, but now without the Rapier and against the Rapier Medusa, you can't let her hit at all.
Shaman is kind of falling, dude.
Yeah.
Is the PA here?
Beastmaster has war. He's ready.
Koval's got to be ready as well with a snowball to be able to counter that roll. 7 Jesu. So Renata, is there a thought? Chain control before the win run. Roar is there last second. Gives an opportunity for the BKB now, but the Atos. That is it for game 2. They were able to do it 50 minutes, but the comeback was there. Asakura will send us to a game 3 decider.
And they brought that game back from the jaws of defeat right there. That game was theirs in the start, and then Impossible managed to take over right when they were supposed to hit their stride on the Medusa lineup and start pushing down towers. Everything kind of faltered, but then somehow, I don't even know how, they clawed their way back into this game. They found a lot of really fantastic fights with the Wind Ranger, getting on the right target, and playing really well around the Medusa, knowing how tanky she is. And, you know, all credit to Impossible. They played their hearts out, but at the end of the day, they just didn't have a great solution to the Medusa pushing up.
Yeah, that they didn't indeed. It was a messy, interesting, fun game 2, but at least for me, what I'm excited about is looking into the next game with all the bloodbath action we've been getting in this series, and especially before the horn starts and then the laning phase in the early game. These teams are really looking to go blow for blow, so at least we're going to be able to get to watch one of those games again.
Yeah, For sure, it's going to be exciting to see who's going to come out ahead. It's all down to best of one essentially now. We're in the lower bracket, of course. First round for you tuning in, watching, and whichever team loses next match will be eliminated. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back in just a second with game number 3.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind?
should old acquaintance be forgot, an old lang syne? For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit, sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes, and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled, sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a right good wally wacht, for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht, for
Where we get a game 3 for our first series of the night, an elimination series as well as Sakura. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here in this upcoming game, if it's going to be them or AIM possible eliminated from the Hunt to Dream League Season 26.
Yeah, this is do or die final game, of course. Both the teams have shown what they're capable of in the previous 2 games. Now it's down to who can get the upper hand in the final 1 game. And honestly, at this point, I would say it's anyone's race. Going into this, I thought that Asakura would have the advantage. Going into a series, it felt like Impossible had a little bit of weaker performance in the upper bracket in their first round. But Impossible also shown a lot of resilience and strength. They dominated game 1 really, really hard. In game 2, yeah, it did end up with them losing, but they also fought really, really hard and almost turned it around.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this game looks coming up. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting with these 2 teams. Well, do you have, at least with the gameplay that you saw from game 1 and game 2, do you feel like there is a team just purely off that maybe you would feel you're more confident with being able to get the job done even pre-draft?
Yeah, I would actually say that Impossible look a little bit more in tune right now with each other. I actually think that they seem to coordinate really well in the early game, and their moves make a lot of sense right now. But overall, Asakura, I think they're definitely showing up as well. But yeah, if I don't get to see draft or anything, I just feel like maybe the day form, how they're feeling on the day, I think Impossible are having a good start this day.
Yeah, I agree. All right, well, Let's see. Overall, though, again, we still have 3 series as well today. We're going to have 2 more in the lower bracket. The winner will face Liga in that second round of the lower bracket. We had the opportunity to cover Liga with 1 move, and they looked very good in that series too. So it's going to be whoever wins this. It's going to be a difficult opponent straight away. They're only going to get a bit of a break, not too long with us going the distance here, and then they're going to have to go once again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the lower bracket run. You gotta keep performing all the way. It's gonna be a lot of series in a row where you need to win if you want to make it all the way to that 1 slot of qualifying to get to fight in the grand final. But we head into a draft for game number 3. We'll see what these teams will bring, adapting to each other, what they've seen so far. Looks like nothing too different in the start here. We get the Darkseer and Nature's Prophet banned out. Of course, PA removed this game. A little bit of respect after seeing what Rubicon could deliver on that hero.
Who's looked incredible this series as well. I think first game he was 11-2. The PA performance he was
like a billion
20
kills.
Yeah, 20 plus kills and like 5 deaths. I'm trying to. It was 21-5. So
21-5-10. Yeah, pretty amazing. I mean, there was the one moment where he dove the silencer as a Slark. That was, the one kind of big question mark we had for him. But overall, he's been playing really, really well today. We'll see what hero he's going to end up on. But Tinker and Tiny also get removed by Asakura, as Bristleback is taken out of the mix by Impossible, and they're the ones with the first pick. We'll see what they will rate the highest. I still see Warlock is in their hero that they could go towards. It's going to be that.
we got the silencer response in game 1, right? I don't remember if it was Asakura or Impossible that opened with the Warlock, but I know the first phase was Warlock silencer.
Yeah, it was Warlock and silencer indeed. Yeah, it was that way. They're gonna adapt now though, and say that AA is bigger priority. I think it's not a bad read. AA, I mean, it's not a big thing, but AA against Warlock isn't too bad as well. There's already a little bit of a heal mechanic coming in from the Warlock. Makes it so he can't save people in the middle of a fight. It's not really the crazy heal you think about when you think about AA ulti, but every bit helps.
How do you feel about this opener though? Because I know recently we've been getting a lot of cores in the first phase and heroes with flex, but this is not the case at all. You just go for 2 supports that are position 5, are relatively decent laners with pretty strong team fight as well. So how do we at least this start to the draft compared to other starts we get where we do get that flex with the core?
I think the drafting mentalities are 2 sides of the same coin. Here's what I think about it. Basically, the reason they're picking supports early, showing a bit of information, is because these are lane-winning supports. Both of them are dominators. And when you pick a core and you want to flex it, why do you want to flex a core? To win lanes, to get a good matchup. It's literally the same mentality. It's just different approaches to achieving the same end result. And I think that's the important part. Having your focus be that and getting good matchups. No, overall, this does induce some weaknesses. The AA and Warlock have the same weakness. They're very bad when someone jumps on top of them. So both of them are very happy that PA is not available in the game. They're going to be safe thanks to that. But Monkey King still in the pool. A hero that we've seen before come in and punish some of these heroes.
Yep.
Radiant team ban.
And that will be removed. So I think that was, speaking of the flex, that's what we saw game 1, right? Where Asakura picked it now to start the second phase, and then, of course, they gave it to 7 Jesu. So instead, they'll go for a similar-ish route where DK can be played carry or mid for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think DK is a little bit less flexible than he used to be now, as mostly he gets kind of shoved into playing mid. I would almost want to see him offlane more than carry right now because of the nerfs to the red facet. It takes away a lot of his ability to flash farm. But yeah, this is again a straightforward combination. You have AA, you have DK, you get Blink on DK, Blink in, stun someone, and ulti from AA to fly over. Let's see what Impossible want to follow up with here. They want to get their own ability to jump. We still have some heroes available to get in on the front line. Like Tusk, for instance, could be a block pick as well if they take it. Otherwise, Asakura are happy to go for it. They do. Okay. Feels like I got Impossible's number. There's 2 for 2 now. Wonder what's the next hero gonna be from them.
I'll let you keep cooking. What do we got?
10 seconds remaining.
Ooh,
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure what they want to go for as the third. A little bit hard to say. Sanking is banned out. Otherwise, I feel like the random Sankings always come in at this point. I'm not sure what to go with for this one, honestly. I feel like there's going to be some random offlane hero that I'm just not thinking about. It's going to be obvious. I'll go with Ember. Okay.
Into DK? Don't you just put DK mid?
Yeah. I didn't expect this because DK is completely happy against an Ember. It's not a hard matchup at all. Especially with the green facet. You actually lane pretty well against Ember, I would say. So this was not really on my radar, but maybe this is hinting how Impossible wants to play. They needed to have a hero like this from the mid lane. I'm a bit surprised by revealing your mid laner already. That said, the ultimate last pick was always going to be for Asakura, so you can hide it until, you know, the second to last pick, but Asakura would still have the counter pick to it, or, you know, reaction to it.
I'm very worried about the Ember, honestly. It's just like... I think there would be value in the game with like Ember plus Fatal Bonds, and sure, it's very good versus the Ancient Apparition. But you pick it into, like, at least how I view this lane, I feel like it's at least 60-65 favored for DK. And then you still are yet to see the supports that can offer more control. There we go. There's a Hoodwink with like an Atos Bushwhack. And now you got a Tide Hunter as well. So... like, Ember's role this game looks... I think he's going to have a tough game. And last game, he got absolutely bodied. I mean, Serenata just completely destroyed him in the lane.
Yeah. No, I agree. This is a very tough situation to be in as the Ember. It does mean that they revealed the Tidehunter early, and the Slark is going to be here to follow. So they'll have to get creative with how to deal with the Slark Warlock lane. That's not going to be easy for the Tidehunter and Hoodwink. But mid lane, that's where Asakura definitely have an advantage already. And they're still going to have the counter pick for their own safe lane as well. Because Impossible, they have to reveal their offlaner next. So they can protect their offlaner by banning out some carry heroes that are annoying. They already picked the Slark, and Monkey is banned from before, so a lot of those melee offlaners that get punished by certain heroes already covered. Wait, Primal ban? They're really expecting it to be carry DK? Okay. Interesting. I mean, DK and AA is a strong lane, but I'm not sure that's a carry DK, is it?
All I'm going to say is when they pick the Slark game one, they insta-ban the Primal as well. I'm also in agreement that I think this is a mid DK, but I don't know. There's something with the Primal, they feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Primal is fantastic against Slark, don't get me wrong, but how do they fit Primal into a DK Tidehunter Primal lineup? It feels very clunky, and I don't think that DK carry excels in the current patch, so I think that's... We'll see if they keep banning mid heroes. If they really believe that DK is still gonna go safe lane no matter what, or if it's just like, let's cover the base that DK could be a carry, and now let's ban something else.
5 seconds.
How you feel about Maz for the offlane on Impossible?
It's an okay option. I don't think their lane is going to be that intimidating though. The Mars Tusk is not super strong. I'll go Beastmaster. I like Beast here. There's no saving mechanic on the two supports on the side of Asakura, so Beast usually has a good time looking for pickoffs. Question is though, Beastmaster, and out the gyrocopter, so that's gone, but...
5 seconds remaining.
I could totally see, you know what I could see them play here? If they have the confidence in it, Troll Warlord on Asakura would actually be so strong. You don't like the hero?
No, that hero is doo-doo.
Nah, dude, he's strong. He's strong against the right heroes. You just need to actually see the game for it.
Okay. And this is the game that you feel?
Yeah, you try laning a Tusk Beastmaster into AA Troll lane. It's not gonna be fun.
That's true.
I mean, I also got clobbered by Yatoro Troll in my pub recently, so I still have trauma from that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I go Alchemist instead.
What happened to this hero? Because this was like first phase ban or pick, and then we're just not seeing it at all. Yeah, Alchemist was extremely popular. And then I feel like teams largely figured out how to play against him. There were some nerfs in the 738 patch as well. Quite a few, to be honest. They nerfed a significant amount of his abilities. The acid spray was probably the most important one. They took away a bit of radius on it, so it's easier to play outside of it. But yeah, he kind of went from being in every single game to not being played at all. I still think there's a place for Alchemist. I just don't know if this is the game for it. We'll see how well it's going to work out. He does lane fairly well against the Beastmaster. Acid Spray is good for bringing down the boar very quickly, and double melee into Acid Spray is also hard. This DK set looks sick. Yeah, it's very cool. Big fan of the Viking set. I haven't seen the AA one before, actually. Well.
the AA with the hood. Looks hella creepy.
What is the facet they go for in AA? I'm not sure.
So people mostly go for the exposure, is what I see most frequently. Bone Chill isn't really played that much, even though it reduces enemy strength, which can lead to more burst. The exposure gives you AoE cold feet, which is really, really strong. And the radius increases when you get levels on your ulti, so that allows him to push creep waves very fast later on.
Okay.
And it's kind of as simple as that. It just gives you the ability to shove lanes. And at max level, you get 500 AoE cold feet, which impactful if you hit multiple heroes, but usually it's just for farming and shoving lanes.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, we saw mid AA was quite common to see the other facet, right? When people were playing a bit of mid AA before the nerfs to the third skill. People were going for the rhyme stack up. Such a weird mechanic, but yeah.
Prepare for battle.
It's definitely an interesting one. We're at the stage in anyone can be tempted to be played as a core, or at least some right-clicking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and almost anyone can be attempted to play as a support, you know, just waiting for 9 class to cook up the next support.
Yeah.
We'll see what hero it's going to be next time. I'm just happy we don't have the support TB anymore, spamming reflection with no cooldown and, you know, completely dumpstering lanes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so dumb, actually.
But that's fun to me. The whole being creative, finding heroes to play in different roles than they were supposed to, is actually always been one of my favorite things about Dota. I've played Dota for over 20 years, you know, going back early competitive days in Dota 1, back when people were competing for literally like a crate of Coca-Cola cans, you know, or whatever. That was like your tournament prize. Even back then, suddenly, you know, seeing someone put, Terrorblade mid, you know, like doing some weird stuff and finding the benefits of doing some risky strategy has always intrigued me, the risk reward on these wonky strategies.
The level of innovation that is possible in a game like this, I think, is...
It's literally infinite, dude. You can do anything.
I try and think if another esport like rivals Dota, and I can't come up with another one. And maybe that's because I just don't have the understanding I have of Dota compared to like a different esport. So then I'm just not entirely sure. But still, even with like my base knowledge of like whatever game, I can't see anything rivaling like the complexity of this game and how crazy the levels of innovation can be.
Honestly, as far as esports goes, I think it's difficult to rival Dota when it comes to possibilities and complexity. If you pair those two, right? Like you can say that there are many other games we can come up with crazy strategies, but Dota is just ever evolving, and there's so many things we keep learning. Slark?
What we've learned from this series so far as well is that we only get kills when the horn goes. Like these teams, they want to fight. You see the positioning from Dire as well. This is a super long wraparound.
Yeah, they're actually going for it again. They love to take the fight on this bounty rune. Slark has scouted the front. They now put a ward. Get a glimpse of the Alchemist. They don't want to give away bounty runes to the Alchemist. They know that, you know, the gold advantage already from the seed money. You don't want to have him get even more with the bounty multiplier. So Ember's gonna try and Sleight of Fist seal 1. Can he get it? Oh, he doesn't even go for it. He's playing it chill. They're backstabbing now. Onto the Alch. Block his path if they want to.
Shards? Not too far away. I think Ellen showed a little bit early out of the trees. I think his positioning was a bit awkward with the summons.
Yeah, Koval just slightly too far away at the same time. But either way, they're gonna force the Alchemist to TP down to bottom lane, same as AA. So if either of them dies right now, that's them without TP. And it's also minus 100 gold, just like that.
Alright, well, let's see how the lane's gonna go. I'm very intrigued on this mid matchup as well. I've not seen it for a while, but I still think this is very DK favored.
It is, yeah. I mean, you gotta pull out some crazy moves as Ember to try and win this lane, because you lose your base damage from Breathe Fire, and then DK doesn't really care about your Sleight of Fist harassment, so he should be out farming and out last hitting. But he's going for the Flame Guard, so that's the adaptation that you do as an Ember. If you put a few points in Flame Guard, you can at least bully back the Dragon Knight. That passive region, though, is gonna make a big difference.
Top lane, let's see how this one's going to look as well. Was it Titan Hundwig? Is this the exact same lane as what we saw game 1? I don't remember what the off lane was.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? I think so.
I think so. So,
same.
If the outcome is going to be exactly the same, that was a very early Diffusal Blade to the Tide not really being able to do anything, but the early lane, there was a lot of pressure onto the Warlock, but that was also the game where we had 5 kills before the game even started. So the experience was something you would not expect in a normal game of Dota.
Yeah, for sure. And for now, Hoodwink doing the best he can, right? In this lane, if you continuously attack into the Slark, you can make it so that it's hard for him to go up and attack your Tidehunter. And that's what we see from Slamia, just doing a great job of dealing damage back to his Slark. But then with the Warlock heal, it becomes a little bit difficult at some point.
Oh, nice time.
Oh, and I messed up there. Pounce away, gets caught.
I know.
Grenade.
Looks like he's dead. They might be able to get Slimy out though. Rubicon has to run around the Titan, won't be able to do so.
Yeah. The Fatal Bond's actually going to work against them here a bit. Pushing the creep wave back, so hard for Slark to get any farm. And this is a pretty terrible start to the lane where you want to bully the Tidehunter. Eventually the lanes will start becoming difficult, and with the healing Lotus in the hands of Slark, he should feel pretty confident. Looking at the other lanes, so far the Ember is doing pretty good in terms of farm. He's actually pressuring the Dragon Knight quite a bit, going in with a Flame Guard.
Is he dead?
Stun up under tower. Is he
dead? Is Baja dead?
Sleight of Fist
gets rid of the
changes
aggro.
the target. TP from the Hoodwink towards mid lane. Gonna catch the Ember, but you can't really kill him by any means. Just few hits, some pot shots to harass him.
Bit of a weird... Okay, he got Corey delivered. I was going to say, I had no resources from Slimy if he wanted to go back to the lane now, but at least Corey came out with the clarity and another set of tangos.
Yeah, but now he's feeling like he has to go back top. The Tidehunter cannot solo lane into a Warlock Slark. That's an impossible lane. And meanwhile, mid. He left mid, so now Tusk is here. Does overcommit on the tower, though. Good reaction by Vanilli. A lot of moves from the supports already. We're only 4 minutes in and already all the supports have shown up mid. Actually, Warlock hasn't. Never mind. Adar is kind of chilling. He's an old man Warlock.
He's doing his best to try and help out Rubicon. The opposite carry 7 Jesu top last sits as well. See, Vanilli's been able to go back and get the D ward that of the sentry camp that was blocking the small camp.
I mean, top last it's as an alchemist is a fantastic place to be. He's your flying ahead in net worth. Right now he is sitting 600 gold ahead of the Beastmaster, who's the second highest. He does have the face boots coming out. Channeling the stun, but is he gonna connect? Yeah. He gets it onto the Beastmaster, but he's under tower, completely safe.
So this is usually the important moment with the bottom.
Al could be in danger.
Well, are they going to be able to catch up to Jesu? No, looks like he's fine. They might turn to Vanilli though instead. Mission Apparition's going to have a difficult time with all the summons and they'll cancel the TP. So the supports... Maybe top lane TP was forcibly cancelled. I didn't see... Yeah, I think he used the pounce on Rubicon.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is a big solo kill. Not sure that should happen, but somehow manages to find the Ember. That's also the awkward part. You picked Ember into DK, and now you get solo killed by him. It's just not really acceptable. Serenata well played though. And he is a full level ahead of the Ember. Got that level 6 on the Dragonite.
At least they're going to be able to secure the Arcane Rune for Baja, so we'll shove the full wave in, so it doesn't miss that much, and now, of course, there's the Power Rune to work with as well, so we'll see, importantly, what he can do with this.
Yeah, should be making a swing down towards the Alchemist and AA. Could maybe find something. He does have boots on the Courier, I think, so a little bit of a slow rotation, no boots. Alchemist already getting gone on.
Can they get the concoction? No, not able to do so. They have the roar. Okay. Elam uses this one. Vanilli. I mean, this is starting to get to a difficult territory with this bottom lane. They're even bringing the Warlock through the portal as well. Why not? Adar's like, alright, sure, I'm happy to get involved.
Hey, somehow got the Tusk at least, so gets a bit of a return kill. And two heroes are going to help each other take the Wisdom Rune top. The Tide and the Hoodwink will scare off the Slark. Can't go alone into those two. So 1-for-1 on the Wisdom. It's going to be Warlock hurtling over to take it. This time, not as many Grimoire charges as the previous Warlock we saw with like 5 at level 2 or something. He now only has 1 single page in this little autobiography he's working on.
How does... So I was just looking at the innate from the Ember. How does it get leveled up, the damage? What does it level up by?
It's with the Fire Remnant. So with the ulti. Yeah, it's not on the Flame Guard.
Yeah.
It's every point you get in your ulti. So it starts at 10 before you have ulti, and when you get 1 point, you have 18 damage.
Yeah, okay. It just didn't say, and I wasn't entirely sure. Oh, levels with, okay. Can't read. It's at the top.
No worries. It's hard. Some tooltips are a bit confusing when you stare at them. It's like where the information is. Stun onto the Ember, but the rune is bottom anyway. Then jump away, snag up Invis Rune. Quite a few stacks being made by the Hoodwink, by the way, preparing for the Tidehunter to go into jungle.
Continuing to look to put a little bit more importance on the mid lane as well. Adar and Koval still sticking around. Slimeyal is trying to soak some of the experience.
Yeah, leaving him to get the EXP while the Dragon Knight can farm jungle. Ember does want to get some fighting going. A few supports already grouping with him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Big priority is the Alchemist. Where is he? And look at him, he's farming a nice juicy stack in the jungle. Farming Boglets and Marsh Mages.
Yummy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Easy kill on the Ember. Some return tips from the early game 1, game 2.
Yeah, Baha just got off to a good start. 2 levels behind the Dragon Knight now. As a Bushwhack and Dragon Tail combination bring him down. This can fall out of control quickly. The Dragon Knight almost has Blink Dagger already. Item timing difference is going to be pretty big on mid lane, as Ember is pretty far away from having any important item. He has his Orbital Corrosion, yes, but any Mage Slayer or something like that is far away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tide farming up jungle. It's going to clear the big camp, and they could stack the Ancient again.
Stack
Can I go
it.
for it? Stack, man! Oh, he's helping with a rune.
Yeah, he's playing his mid for his mid lane. I respect it.
I don't. Be greedy.
Make sure you get it though.
Yeah, it's
Unlucky
not even
down
there.
bottom.
Is under attack.
Bottom rune anyway.
Speaking about the Radiant stacks, Dire making a lot of their own as well with the Beastmaster. So tripled the Hard, I think, and they quarter tripled the Ancients too.
Yeah. They're stacking up a bit. Triple Ancients. Quite a bit of farm to fall back into, but first they're gonna fall forward, look towards the bottom lane.
Structures are fortified.
And Slark through the portal.
He's behind them.
Vanilli might be able to get the Ice Blast off. You're gonna be careful about the chain control. Ravage. But what about for the Tidehunter? Rubicon will be able to dance away.
Look at
Koval
DK with the
split
blink.
from the team. A nice position from Serenado. Snowball, execute, but it's not going to matter. So, I mean, you bring everyone down to bottom, you see instantly Rubicon back to top. Mid, Baha's going to look to try and shove this out. So, that's not the worst.
It's not the worst, but the AA still has ulti. Hoodwink has ulti. DK has the blink. This is some serious burst coming in. Alum has to be careful not to get caught by this gank.
Radiant's top tower.
He's playing in a very safe area for now, but look at the DK wraparound.
Dire are scanning.
They're gonna find him, I think, if he sticks around.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think they will.
And the range on this bursts. Doesn't matter how far the sports are, they can help. Look at that shit.
Under attack.
Just amazing.
Radiant structures.
That's actually one thing to say about these two. Oh, Stark got the Diffu, he's burning down this poor Tidehunter. I think he's fine, right?
Oh.
Just keep walking.
Wandem Ravage? Okay. He's dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or?
Is he dead? Is he gonna
fighting.
kill? Is he living? Is he dying? Okay. He's dying.
Dear God.
Mid lane? Jesu's dying as well?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A good turnaround there. I like that Serenata this time didn't just sell the Tidehunter on the offlane. We previously had the same moment, basically, a Tidehunter being run down by a Slark, and they just let him die. The Monkey King didn't try and help out. But this time Serenata on his Dragon Knight is playing a fantastic game. Dominated mid, rotating and ganking the Beastmaster, and then counter ganking top. He's killed every single core already in this game.
See what he can do though to protect the safe lane tower.
Radiant's bottom
Oh, comes the
Supports. Alright. They are kind of stuck though.
Yeah.
Slips
Ember
over to the
can
left
catch
side,
both,
but the
maybe.
Ember. Oh, with the amp damage, not looking good for them. Yeah, you get the cute kill to the Tusk, but you actually use the Remnant defensively, sort of positioning it maybe with an opportunity to go for Slime, yeah?
structures are
Yeah, has to be a bit respectful of the potential for Dragon Knight to join in, but maybe he could have chased down for more there. Gets one kill at least, and that should open up the tower. But yeah, we see the trade-off that you get. You have these two squishy supports in AA and Hoodwink, but you also see the burst that they deliver. You walk up that high ground as Tusky, you just disappear. Hoodwink has ulti, and DK is looking for a blink target. He's looking for Warlock.
Gonna find it. Well done.
Yeah.
Good use of the wall.
Not a bad kill to get. Wisdom Rune is spawning soon. We'll see if Slark can move in perhaps to invade and take it. Yes, ulti. Might be more respectful than that though after the previous death. Doesn't look like he goes for it, but that means mid tower is being pressured.
They're gonna need to come up with a response. The Beastmaster's coming from the right. We're at the ready along with the Scepter.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The thing is that Beastmasters, when they get Scepter, it's not really like go time yet. You basically want to get the Blink Dagger as well. You want to get the ability to close distance, otherwise it's not really that strong. People just kite you. But the more time you take to wait, the more this happens. Oh, that is a juicy farm for Jesu. Tons of Ancients going his way.
Massive for him.
Yeah, they take quite a bit of damage. His ulti's just barely going to regen him up before he ticks out.
Smoke. They've got the Observer Board as well that's going to be able to see both the Hoodwink and the DK. Titus nearby to counter with the Ravage. Ice Blast clumped up. It's perfect. Serenata stays alive through the combo. Beast is here as well, but he showed up to a fight that he cannot turn this.
Clark wants to
They're
go.
still going to try and go for Jesu, but the Chemical Rage on cooldown. He's vulnerable. Serenata tries to do whatever he can, but it's a little bit too late. Jesu's going to go down, but Rubicon, he also will fall. So both the carries getting sent to the grave, and we're not done just yet with a bushwhack from afar. Triple kill from the Tide.
Enormous. And look where they find themselves after that fight. They get all those kills and then straight into the Tormentor as well, conveniently around the corner. I think they have just enough minus armor from the Gush and the Wyrmwrath to take this down without losing anyone. We'll see.
Slime, yo! He's dead.
Slime falls.
Yeah.
Well, he sees a free ticket to base.
Yep.
That means they get that valuable shard as well. They got the shard on AA. In my opinion, definitely the better one of the two. And 60% duration freeze whenever you land the AA ulti is so amazing.
Definitely not a bad one. 6,000 net worth lead they've been able to work up here for Asakura. A lot of that is off the back of the Alchemist. But your cores and your support's quite farmed.
Yeah, all of them are getting a decent amount of gold for themselves. It's not just Alchemist having a big net worth lead. He could arguably be a little bit more farmed. He died 3 times in this game, but the rest of his team is really pulling ahead. Like, the Dragon Knight ahead of the Beastmaster is pretty wild to me, since Aghanim Scepter farms so fast for Beast. Beast does have Blink coming out on a Courier, so that will be his go time to try and activate. And Warlock ulti is ready in 30 seconds. Maybe they can congregate and make a move.
So Jesu runs into Ada. Okay. Easy.
Quick and simple takedown. Not too much time invested as well, so Alchemist can go straight back to farming.
Radiant's middle tower.
Bottom lane, they did see both Beastmaster and Tusk with their ward. Thinking maybe they could take a fight when Warlock is dead. Hoodwink setting it up. Just need some help. There it is.
Meanwhile, top as well, yeah. We're going to see the Tide Hunter trying to go through the portal. Is he actually going to be able to make it? Whoa, what? I don't... Okay.
I think that he couldn't do it because he got burned all his mana, right? Like, it costs mana to go through, and isn't that mana expended by the end?
I don't
Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe the mana is expended immediately. Either way, didn't really get through there. He popped the Lotus and canceled his channel.
A river?
onto Baja,
A
but
bit ambitious.
not quite enough
Rest of
chains done.
Radiant Serenade is coming, but a bit too late, unfortunately. Meanwhile, look at Rubicon's position with a Slark. Trying to intercept anyone from retreating inside the lane. They're going to go through the jungle instead. Slimeow's fine with the haste.
Yeah, Rubicon not gonna find what he wants here, and you know, this is not the first time this Slark is moving in to try and look for something and doesn't really find what he wants. 1, 2, and 1. Definitely not the same game that he had previously on Slark. Still working on his Aghanim Scepter. Tidehunter even gonna walk up and just steal this Satyr from him. Some confidence. Stacks up the Ancients. Farm is looking fantastic for him. He goes for the old standard build that blinked Vladimir's into a Shard. I can understand it. In this game, you're against a Slark and Ember. It's so fantastic to have Shard against Ember. Get some good lockdown.
That it is indeed. 5,000 net worth lead for the boys on Radiant. Oh, Rubicon? Oh, Dark Pact. What?
What?
Huh?
He's stuck.
What?
He's stuck up there. Can't get up. He doesn't have a
Where
crawling
is
blade.
he?
That is so... How can he stand there? That doesn't even look like there's enough space for a hero to the left of that tree. What?
Bottom, Serenado also found the Beastmaster Elm. Has to roar to use the movement speed, but Slimia was just in range for the Atos and Dire. Gives some pretty big kills over to Asakura.
Crazy. The cast range on this Rod of Atos with maxed out Scurry now. I really like his builds on Hoodwink. Only 1 point in the Acorn shot. Get a pick on the AA at least, so they get something going their way. Otherwise, struggling a bit on the map right now. I don't
Kills
just
potentially.
being
Nice snowball.
impressive. Fortunately, he has the blink to safety on the Tusk, so not gonna get caught out. Otherwise, the DK was thinking about blinking in. So it's DK going for Hurricane Pike in this game after the Mage Slam blink. I think it's pretty good. Whenever you play against Beastmaster, I really love having some Force Staffs, and against Tusk as well, to get out of the shards. Had this been pre-nerf Force Staff against Pounce, you know, back when you could Force Staff out of Pounce as well, it would have been an S tier, but it's still very, very good in this game.
Okay, T2 Tower, how do we feel about the game state currently though? Like 8,000 net worth lead. Do you need to just completely avoid Radiant for the moment, or do you, the way to get back in is by fighting? And yeah, okay, well, we're gonna see a fight more than likely. At least a quick and easy pick off onto the Warlock. Nothing else will happen afterwards, so.
I mean, DK just took the mid tier 2 and there was no way for them to defend. They had a Warlock ulti ready, but still said, nah, we can't fight right now. So this tells you all you need to know about how the mindset is on Aim Possible right now. They are just dodging and waiting for timings. They want BKB on the Beastmaster. They want to get preferably even a BKB on the Slark, but he's a BKB away from a BKB, Harris.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's not at the stage where he's ready to go.
Datos, he's chasing him. Boom. Got him.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Is Baja's ISP knocking on his door to like, sir?
Oh no.
Here you've been using your internet? Illegal? Not a repeat of what we had happen in game 1, please. This is better though. He asked for a second, you know?
Yeah.
In game 1, he just disappeared and then it took us like 20 minutes before he came back.
Holy. Dude, they have 4 Tumbler toys.
Yeah,
What?
There's a lot of hoppers. Tumbler toy is a really nice item. I mean, one of the best items in the game for sure. It's useful in so many different ways. And it's funny. I like the little sound.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I like it. How do you nerf it? What do you do? Cooldown increase? Like what's
buff it, make it better.
Puff. Yeah, I'm honest. Okay, I don't care. Like, sure, mobility. I think makes the game more fun, more active, more things can happen, more plays can be made. Sure. Okay, I'm down. I'm so down, honestly.
How about you make it like this? Double the range of it, okay? But bear with me, bear with me. Double the range on it, but you take damage for doing it because you like crash land on the ground. Like it hurts.
How much damage?
Say 100, non-lethal.
Ooh, 600 is a massive tumble
It's
story,
almost
though.
like a blink, you know, like.
Yeah, I mean it's half duration, half distance of blink for.
I mean, it would be very strong even if he gave it 100 mana cost or HP costs. He could probably give it more.
Mid lane.
Ember.
Are they going to be able to get in chain control? That yeah, there's so much, and this is what we brought up in the draft. You pick the Ember into the DK, you know it's a bad matchup, and then you already don't see the other heroes that they can pick into it to provide the extra control.
Yeah, I mean, you were right to question it immediately when you said it. You know, like you asked me what hero they should pick. I wasn't sure. Ember, it was not even on my radar. 10-0 and 5 on the DK. Serenata just having a free game. Catching Alan down bottom. He has a BKB TP if he wants to. He wants to TP without it. Can he do it?
They guess wrong.
Ooh, pretty close. Pretty close. Stun is still gonna haunt him. It's gonna land soon. Watch out. It's coming.
Where'd it go? Is it? Where is it?
Where did it
Do you
go?
see it? Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. It's coming.
See it.
From behind.
It took ages.
It's not the fastest projectile.
Did they see the smoke? Does it give like vision of the stun target? I don't actually know.
I think it does. Oh no.
Oh, they...
It doesn't matter because they roar an illusion anyway. Oh, that doesn't feel good. That's why you always split up the illusions. The first thing you do when you pick them, you pick the illusion runes, split them, send them different locations, because someone's gonna randomly use an ability like that every now and then.
And now it's the mental game. He gets, there's a voice line, it's not even a tip. And you know, like, dude, they were really up on Serenata, tipping him in game one. And he and the team looks like they're about to get the last laugh. Serenata, solo kill into Ada.
I mean, this is his game. He's just absolutely dumpstering it right now on the Dragon Knight, doing whatever he wants. I love the way he's playing it, and overall the entire team is positioning pretty well to avoid feeding the Slark. Slark who, you know, otherwise could have been ramping out of control, but we didn't see that this game. Even though he laned against the Tidehunter, Rubicon just has not really had any big impact. A lot comes back to the job of Slimeyao and Vladik doing well on that offlane.
Wow. Okay.
He's putting the fear in them. Beastmaster does have his ulti again. Kind of hard to go though with the Aegis on the Alchemists. He's ideally the target you want to burst, but can't really bring him down twice. Now they're backing out. Tormentor is up, so we might actually see them just go down. Get another shard. See who it's going to be this time. They already have the shard on Tidehunter as well, so this could be the Dragon Knight shard, or you do get the Hoodwink shard. Between the two of them.
Bad. There's some pretty good options.
I mean, DK shard isn't even terrible. When yeah, they get it. When Slark hits ulti, he's got to regen a lot, right? But if you put down just an Ice Vortex and put the Fireball down on that, you're kind of offsetting all that HP regen. But it's not terrible to have. It's one of those weird shards that's not really worth buying, but it's still not a bad option. It's just you rather want item progression on this hero.
I think we probably would both agree you'd probably prefer the Hoodwinks, but yeah, you're just mentioning the fact like it's not that bad.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Hoodwink would be nicer to get that burst damage, especially after the buff in the C patch. Boomerang is 25% damage increase.
Come under the ward. We'll get rid of it before Vladik and Serenata are nearby, but
Ember sees Slimeyao. but can't really go on him without help.
Radiant's courier
Doing a
has
great
been
job
killed.
just moving together as a unit on Asakura. 20 seconds for Wisdom Rune right now. Ember is in a position to cut creep wave and maybe look to steal if they're not there. But Dragon Knight already running over.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like it might be double Wisdom Rune for the side of Radiant, but the reaction's coming down bottom.
Aegis just expired as well if the fight happens now. Alum?
Yeah, they have to be
Gonna get
careful. They have no reinforcement nearby. They're actually drawing like Slark. Cut them off. They know that they were here. But Rubicon, a little bit timid. Not
They're in a
going
lot of trouble. Do they come through the portal? How do you get the extra heroes here for Radiant? Icebox will get the pass through. Seven Jesu wants to jump the backline, but the burst isn't going to be there. This is not good for Radiant. Maybe it's different now with Tide. But the BKB Raw. Elk is in some danger. Koval's going to pop him up in the air, and this is... They had to TP out. They tried to continue to run away, but Slark's position gave them the vision to take the team fight and give them a skirmish that puts them within fighting distance of getting back in this game.
Yeah, it was a little bit of hubris taking the fight without your Dragon Knight. He's the one dominating this game, and he was nowhere close. You don't have a tier 1 tower. He was far away from the Tormentor, or from the gate as well. So, just could not help out his team. Now, catching the Hoodwink. Or sliding away. Couldn't get the hop out though from the Tumbler's toy.
You wanted out of here, didn't you?
Some big takedowns for them. Tons of gold from these kills. Every single kill worth so much gold. Evening out the net worth quite a bit. And this not too far away from some big power spikes as well. The Beastmaster looking for more.
Bottom tower is under attack.
The respawns, they're not going to have the Ravage. They're trying to turn towards the Ember. Meanwhile, Rubicon's into the middle, but the Ice Blast does get connection, but the DK is going to go down. But the buyback's going to be available. 7 Jesu in with the concoction. He should be good for Alum, but can they stop some of the other members from getting away? Koval, the sacrificial lamb here for the toss. They were just... ambitious.
He went to blink over to the high ground, but he misclicked a bit, got the blink penalty, I think, and ended up on the low ground. If you over blink, of course, getting the 20% shorter blink, looked like he just ended up on low ground because of it. But still, massive takedowns. I mean, you lose your Beastmaster and Tusk, but who cares? You killed the Dragon Knight. The unkillable man has finally fallen, giving away 19, almost 2,000 gold for that single kill. And of course, all that gold going towards the Slark. Or, you know, the kill gold, 1,050. Huge injection for him.
It seems like apparently there's still something left in this game. It was getting close to potentially being blown out here from Asakura, but it's only an 8,000 lead now.
Well, I was giving them praise for doing a good job running as a unit, and then they stopped doing exactly that. They split up a bit, you know, get greedy, play for the Wisdom Runes, and get punished for it, playing different sides of the map. Their strength is in their 5-man. They're really strong when they go together, and Dragon Knight is, you know, very, very powerful right now. But this gives a chance for Impossible after getting those pickoffs, still having Golem available. They look like they want to group up and take a fight.
See where they want to go though.
Beastmaster is finishing up the Shivas. He says 200 gold, guys, then I'm ready. Not a bad Shivas to get against the Alchemists. Get the heal reduction.
Rush is available. It's the call from Radiant. Do you want to try and take a fight before going to the pit?
Yeah, they're looking for something. They don't want to get caught in the pit. Gonna run into
Those
the
got pretty
Tusk.
decent positioning. Force starts to help with the separation. 7 Jesu though wants to close the distance. What do you get there? They should still be able to get him though. Oh, dude, this
What is
Atos
that
range is so
range?
dumb.
What? It's so wild. The 300 extra on Athos, which already is a long range.
Oh, he has the Key Knight enchantment as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. He has 135 bonus there, 300 bonus on his facets.
What? Dude, how big is it?
It's absolutely absurd.
What's default? Well, I actually... Oh, look, I don't know.
Default is 1100. So yeah, he gets it up to 1535. Already having 135 passively. I mean, get an Ether Lens too, and you can do it like 2 screens away.
Bro.
It's absolutely crazy, actually.
It feels like this game, we are waiting for this big Roche fight to be able to tell the tale. Does this give Asakura a big lead in ages to be able to close it out, or does it give Impossible an opportunity to be able to claw the net worth lead back to an even position? This
smoke it to smoke.
The moment.
It is time. They're grouping up and a little bit ships in the dark, going past each other here to the other sides. Not gonna connect. Both teams have no clue where the other are. They're gonna find out soon. As they don't see anyone, they're gonna realize what's up. They're like, oh, they're also in the smoke, guys. Yeah, there we go. Asakura have realized what's up, and so have Impossible.
Smoke's gonna pull. I think actually wants to go. Same with 7 Jasu. Lotus going to protect it for the Raw. They're still going to be used. Rubicon wanting to try and steal some essence. They'll trade ultimates. Who is a favorite currently though? Well, 1 for 1. And now the eyes need to be put on the cause, and if they can turn the tides. It's not enough for the moment for the Slark. And it's time to disengage. In fact, it's Jasu that's looking for the finishing blow. Koval gets the snowball last second, but it's not going to do anything except put himself on a silver platter as well. Jasu, triple kill for the Alchemist. Now, it should be a Roche for them.
Now, like the quick play there with the Tide, just Shivas and Blink in to give some vision starting the fight. And then when the Alchemist commits and goes in, the Lotus came from so far away to protect him as well. The AA, he force-stepped in, I think, for it, to save his Alchemist. And then the Primal Beast, or the Primal Roar went back onto Beastmaster. And there on the fight was pretty tricky. Not an easy game to play right now if you are Baja. You're already struggling against the Ember, or the DK stun onto your Ember, but there's an Orchid and a Bloodthorn in the hands of Radiant. Actually, never mind, scratch that. 2 Bloodthorns instead of an Orchid and Bloodthorn. This is devastating. You just can't really stay safe. He has a Yule Scepter, so he can dispel once. But with 2 Bloodthorns, you can do it once, and then you get caught when you land.
He's pretty farmed, though. All things that can... Yeah, Baja, let's see. I mean, if you get BKB, how he's going to be able to play the fights. Maybe there's some, like, defensive tier 4 neutral item that he can get as well.
Yeah, it's possible. Possible he'll find a way to stay alive. He's gonna try and cut the creep wave here while Invis. Serenata realizes, he's like, well, hold up, why is my mid wave gone? With Aegis in hand, Alchemist is eyeing up the high ground push. AA isn't there quite, but he can TP on the outpost that they have stolen.
I wonder how you take fight soul and die, because it feels like your Slark wants a long drawn-out fight, but the Beast and Warlock are pretty committal with Golem and Raw. You're trying to blow up heroes, and when that's used, you have afterwards.
Maybe it's the genius of the Alchemist pick, you know, to counter the Slark wanting a long fight. Alchemist also wants a long fight.
Vladik, a pretty aggressive jump in the middle. Be zoning them away to buy time to be able to deal with the barracks. Elm's going to be able to find the Raw. Kraken showed off instantly, but they might lose the Tide. He can't pop the Ravage on the dying breath. And now a lot of essence for Rubicon. But the BKB was used for the kill onto the Tide Hunter. Sample the fight afterwards, he won't have it. Meanwhile, Ember out of the base and gone. Use of the Bloodthorn gets rid of him. So we're 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but it's an important hero in the Ember. And Dragon Knight's still strong.
Well, I'm still going to try and jump in. Same with Rubicon as well. 2 fights are breaking up. One on the low ground, one on the high ground. With a double buyback from Impossible. This is a big commitment for the defense. Chemical Rage up in a couple seconds from 7 Jesu. Serenada's going to be able to get the force up down to the low ground. That's a nice ice blast for Nilly. Connects onto multiple with a Slark inside the snowball. But he's already used the Shadow Dance. It wasted a little bit of the regen. It doesn't matter though. Slark is still okay. And Jesu's on the run. A blink away. And he will live to tell the tale. A couple of buybacks are needed for the side of Aim Possible. They still lose their barracks, but they'll stand strong.
Yeah, they stand strong. Fight recap will tell you it was a pretty even fight in terms of gold exchange. Actually, Dyer getting a lot of gold for the kills that he got. But the biggest story, those two buybacks, the Warlock and Ember, spending buybacks, and Alchemist still holding on to the Aegis. So they can just rinse and repeat, do this again. When they respawn now, the Golem is going to be on cooldown for just a little bit. You could try and rush and do something immediate with respawn.
Mid lane, Baha. Get the anchor. Oh, what happened with the concoction? Not entirely sure. Ravage will have to be used though.
He wanted to click it on him, but the Manta disjointed the click, I think.
Oh, that's a dieback on Ember, and it's a dieback on Idar as well. This game is...
Yeah.
Is it just over?
The two heroes you wanted to be careful with get caught out, and meanwhile, Slark tries to find a pick-off, but puts himself in danger. That's BKB on cooldown. Already a big win. Might not be over as well.
Lucky he got the BKB off. I think it was just a 0.1 second before the freshly completed Hex from Vladik was used onto the Slark. That could have been game.
Yeah, this is... I mean, this is super rough now. You don't have heroes. You don't have good pushing heroes. They're hitting their bracks for now, but they should be going throne, I feel. I guess they could just go Mega Creeps as well. Play it safe. Ember dead for a full minute, though.
Makers it'll be to stick alive in the DreamLeague qualifiers. They got a glimpse of Vanilla out of the base, but Glimmer... Oh, Shadowblade, actually, not Glimmer.
Yeah, Shadowblade. Every now and then we see it on supports just to counter the Slark, who will inevitably go for Nullfire. Just a heads up, trying to counter him. So they got the Mega Creeps and back out cleanly, don't lose anything, and now they're getting on to their own side of the map. Alum is still here.
Okay. TP out?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Pretty boss move. Gets the kill, gets out. Very nice play by Alum, but you need a lot more nice plays to be able to turn this game around now with the situation you're in. Looks like they're heading over for the Tormentor again. They just want to wait for the next Aegis, so nothing else to do.
Who do you want Jesser to give the scepter to? He's got enough gold if he wants it now.
Yeah. Let's see who would be priority. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the Dragon Knight Aghanim Scepter, actually. I think maybe Tidehunter? For me, yeah, I think Tidehunter is probably the best one. That AoE gush. I'm a big fan of the slow and the extra cast range effectively that you get from it. Oh, blinks in, hexes up the Slark, but ambitious. Doesn't really have his team with him.
Yeah, they're starting to funnel into the area. Ravage used over to the left side, but the Slark, but we're gonna keep tabs on him. Rubicon BKB's off and looks to try and run away. Meanwhile, Serenada inside the fight. Slark actually wants to go back in. Protected with a depth shot at the moment, a big start, but Rubicon hasn't got anything defensive left. Good timing out of the Dark Pack, but he will not be able to get away from the concoction. That will continue to chase him down. Ooh. They get him. Slime Yell, Boomerang, cuts away the life. He's got no buyback, and they're looking for the finishing blow, but Alum has something else to say about it. Glimmercate will protect 7 Jesu. Now, as soon as this was used, it's a bit of a beacon onto Vanilli's life, but Vanilli, he's fine because the cause... They're into the middle. He's done his job. Protect him momentarily. And then give the time for the buyback in for the Tidehunter. 4v2 now.
Yeah, and no Beastmaster, no Slark. All the damage basically is gone. The Ember cannot really deal any threatening damage to a Tide Hunter. Husk is back to try and help, but look at the controls.
Ah, they
the
got
Hex,
him.
the Bloodthorns. He does not have a Remnant out. GG gets called. Yeah, at
And
the
it
end of the day.
tips.
Yeah, Serenada, what a nice redemption game after the tips, or gets to absolutely clobber Impossible. How much of this game goes back to that start though? Picking the Ember into the Dragon Knight, a matchup that is, you know, a little bit questionable. Yes, the Flame Guard allows you to farm on the lane, but repeatedly he got caught out by the stun from the Dragon Knight and the solo kill by the Dragon Knight on mid. I feel like no matter which hero you're playing, you pretty much never want to get solo killed by DK mid. It just means you messed up more so than you got outplayed.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It was tricky. You put him, you draft Baha into a position where it's not the game where he's really able to shine. You're already playing on the back foot. This was a game where we almost saw them. Like there was definitely fights and moments where we saw Impossible, you're clawing their way back in, but unfortunately not enough. And they're going to be our first team eliminated now out of the DreamLeague qualifiers.
Yeah, we'll have to say goodbye to them, but of course we'll be happy to see how Asakura are gonna perform moving forward. We're gonna follow them, of course, in their next matchup, because waiting ahead is Liga, who have probably been watching this series, you know, see what's coming up.
Yeah, well, they'll definitely be keeping tabs. Is the boys on League is just seeing what's going on. This is 3 games, and your game 2 and game 3 were longer games as well. So maybe a lot of information that they can look to use in this upcoming series. So for us, day 1 we had long breaks, but now day 2 already it's going to be a short break. I think it's about 25 minutes we got. So for us and along with Asakura to be able to get a breather and then come back and get ready to go up against Liga. So yeah, with that being said, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we've got a second series of the night. We'll see you guys soon. Yeah.
Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love, and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
sir, that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand. And every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding, watched her body floating down by the bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding, for with the fiddle came riding by the bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding, made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding, made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding, sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the Bows of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny Bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora bella non so che tiene buon mancherà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora bella non so che tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia la dite verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
A bit of a break, and we are back for our second series. We've got Asakura going again, this time up against Liga team, who we saw yesterday. And Liga looked incredible. This team was just absolutely dominant. So I'm excited to see how they perform in this series because I was very impressed with what we saw then. Of course, for them to be in this position, they did lose 2-1 to Na'Vi. So we'll see if they're able to make amends and make a lower bracket run.
Yeah, they still pushed Na'Vi to a 3-game series at least, as you mentioned. So they, fought all the way there, and they did dominate one move in the first series of the day. I do think that Liga looked really, really strong in the first showing. We'll see if they bounce back from the loss against Na'Vi here. They should be the stronger team going into this matchup against Asakura. But Asakura also come back of a pretty satisfying victory. Serenada having that really good game and them kind of getting their groove in the first match. There's also something to be said about momentum, right? You come off a win, Liga come off a loss. It does impact you a little bit, but most likely Liga are the ones that we are looking to advance here. Just probability-wise.
Yep, I would say so. I mean, this is, I do believe a team that, I don't know, at least with yesterday, I thought this was going to be a team that would be competing for the qualification series. And we will see, though. Of course, it's a long run for them, and they did just only lose one series for Liga, but I think you have some players that can really gel together, but it's going to take a little bit of time because this is a new Liga team too, but we will see. Yesterday versus one of the open qualifiers team, it wasn't even open qualifier. No, it was. One move did come through open qualifiers. Apologies. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what League are able to do. The other stream have one win versus one move as well. So a couple of one teams going on there, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot of ones going on. But yeah, thinking about this series in particular that we're gonna watch now, I'm already getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I think what we saw from Liga when we said that they were dominating was that they had very, very strong safe lane in particular. Like the impact they had with just making sure they win the safe lane and get off to a good start. That was pretty instrumental to their success. As Asakura, they've been a bit more all over the place in the series we just cast. One game it was Serenada popping off, absolutely dominating the game. Other times it was like Vladik doing really well, and we'll see what they're going to focus on and who's going to be the one that they can sort of play around.
From the 3 games that we just witnessed, what do we feel like are some of the key strengths when you look at Asakura and some of the weaknesses that we saw from them?
I think one of the strengths actually is that they're a team that's not afraid to take fights, no matter if they're ahead or behind. They understand if they have a power spike, they will try and lean into it. And I think that's always important to understand that even if you're ahead or behind the network, that's not always the most important thing. But read cooldowns, read who got a BKB just completed and stuff like this, and try and make plays around it accordingly. As for Liga, I think they're just a little bit sharper. They make a little bit faster moves across the map. We've seen Amoralis with some impressive rotations and ganks, and I think keeping tabs on him is going to be a big thing. Try and communicate when he's leaving lane.
Okay. And the Emerald Wind Ranger too, right?
Yeah, he played his Wind Ranger and had some really nice impact with it. We'll see if he gets his hand on that again. Ringmaster was also a big standout hero that they used over on Respect.
Yeah, so what we saw the supports really do a lot of work for Liga to be able to win the lanes yesterday. We saw Violent then on the carry be pretty active early. Like, there was an Ursa TB game we saw from him, and both the games, I think around like 10 to 12 minutes, he was looking to at least get involved somewhere across the map to utilize the good lane that he had and try and help elsewhere. We see Arrays is constantly on like these playmaking mids, the Tiny, your Pain Goes, your Embers. Speaking of one of them, Tiny will be removed in the first phase.
Yep, a good hero to get rid of if you have any idea of what your opponent wants to do in terms of activity. Because they played it, but at the same time, it's a hero that Serenada wouldn't mind getting his hands on. Feels a similar role to a Dragon Knight, just getting active early and ganking. They're banning out the Beastmaster as well. Otherwise, a hero that Malik could have played. But yeah, it's also a pretty valid first pick, so Asakura. We'll see what they ban and pick in this situation. Liga feel like they're ready with the Ringmaster reaction to a lot of things here. Warlock's still in the pool, so possible for Asakura.
I don't. Do you like this?
I mean, Darkseer is very highly rated currently. A lot of teams do rate him as a first pick, and that's why we see him first banned a lot. The problem is picking Darkseer and, you know, playing it into just about any lane can be really scary. It does give the opponents a chance to construct a safe lane that should be able to deal with it. And I think there's a number of different paths that you can go towards. We saw the Sven do quite well against it. There's, you know, if Insania was here, he would be picking his Oracle. You know, different players have different counters to this situation. We'll see what Liga's reaction is going to be seeing a Darkseer first.
How do you look at trying to counter a Darkseer? Are we looking at the lane? Are we looking at a carry that doesn't really care about the wall? Do you want overall team fight because that's what the Darkseer can provide? Like, now that you have 5 picks on Liga to be thinking about what the Darkseer is going to give Asakura, like, what are the main things they're looking to check off?
I think a few things. The first checkboxes for me are like, don't end up with like a lineup that's too clustered to begin with, because that's when the vacuum will really start punishing you. If you have like a bunch of melee heroes, you just get vacuumed in together, and it can be really punishing. They also snap up the Jakiro for themselves, otherwise a good combo with the Darkseer. This is acting as a sort of block pick, which is also a pretty good idea. But other than that, I just want to have high mobility cores that don't really suffer so much if they get vacuumed or if Darkseer tries to run up on them. We'll see which ones they're going to end up prioritizing.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Wind Ranger does get banned out, so a little bit of respect given over to Amaralis.
Yep. It looks like with the Jakiro, we're not going to get the Ringmaster as well, so
yeah,
support for Liga.
Hero has been played +4 by some players, but it's better +5. The thing is, this hero doesn't really need net worth to have impact. His spells are what makes him strong. It's not so much that you need items to move around or do something more. His base kit is very good, and he plays better on the safe lane.
This is... I just look back at the draft real quick that Liga had versus Na'Vi. Amaralis played Wind Ranger in every single game. So yeah. That's all he's played so far in the qualifiers.
Well, he's got a favorite hero, I guess, right now. It's nice that he has something he specializes on, but hopefully he's comfortable in something else as well. I mean, to be fair, how big is the difference between playing Wind Ranger and playing Hoodwink? Let's be real here. Just pick Hoodwink instead.
True. This is something that we've seen a couple times though, right? With the Monkey King, like instantly in the second phase, because there is, of course, this flex now all the way into the last pick that Liga have.
Yeah, Monkey King isn't terrible against Darkseer in the lane if that's supposed to be the matchup, but then you also flex it towards mid. We always see the team that has the last pick do this generally, pick up a Monkey King fairly early, and kind of forces Asakura to play multiple lanes that don't get destroyed by Monkey King, otherwise it's annoying. So you have to be very cautious with your mid pick in particular.
Dire team pick.
Serenata, he wants to do it again, goes back towards the Dragon Knight. Okay, it's a little bit of a burst combination potential here. You get the blink initiation from Dragon Knight with a global silence to follow up, and then vacuum somewhere in the mix as well. You can see what they're kind of brewing, but isn't this already complicating things if the Monkey King is flexing towards mid? Now you might have a mid Dragon Knight versus Monkey King. Against Ember it's fine, but against Monkey it's really not. Oh, hold up. We get the Ringmaster anyway.
Okay.
They still want it. I mean, he is a fantastic saving hero for saving someone who gets jumped by Dragon Knight.
10 seconds
but
remaining.
Does that
let's
mean
see how he plays
who
into
plays
Silencer. That's also a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, Silencer should be countering it out pretty damn well. One thing I think is still true. I think you can still use your souvenirs while you're silenced. I don't know if that was ever fixed. Because they're not technically spells, they're like trinkets, I guess.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. We'll have to see. We're going to get the Centaur though from Liga, so a hero that we do not get often.
Yeah, Centaur coming in. A hero that is not too common in this patch, but still not terrible. Feels a little bit rough to have to blind pick it and have the enemy counter pick into you, but they're not going to go for some lifesteal or something like that. Perhaps concerned about having too many melee heroes themselves on the side of Asakura. They're going to go with the Morphling. Definitely doesn't seem bad here. The lockdown is existing on Liga, but it's not like the most threatening. A lot of the lockdown is kind of telegraphed. You have the whip from Ringmaster, pretty slow. You have the ice path, takes a while to cast. Centaur stun, not the fastest. The only one that you have to be worried about as Morphling is basically a boundless strike from a tree line.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
How's Sven still look for Liga?
I think pretty good. The problem is the armor, right? Dragon Knight and Morphling are so damn tanky with super high armor. So it can be a bit concerning if you want to go into that all-in physical of Sven. You could go for some mixed carry that has magical damage output. You can also put the Monkey King as a safe laner, use his Mjolnir build, and then have a different mid that might be even better. Not saying that Monkey would struggle against DK, but you might have options on mid lane that are better for dealing with Morphling later on.
OD?
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Get the damage mix in there. OD would lane really well against the DK, and also pretty nice to play OD into Darkseer. Anytime he surges someone to try and get to safety, you just imprison them, wait for them to come out, kill them.
I know, I think I saw Quinn played a little bit. I think I saw some other mid players playing it at Fissure, but I didn't see what the draft was like with the OD and what it was against. But at least previously, like you're saying, the core matchups versus Asakura, there could be some value with the OD, but that's again if you want to put the monkey safe lane.
Yeah. This is also a game where you could definitely have Invoker showing up on mid lane for Liga. You know, they have so many setups on the side lanes, so many different stuns. It's not a bad game to go for the Aghanims later on with the Cataclysm. One single hoof stomp can set it up.
Okay, we'll see. We haven't actually got an Invoker game so far in all the games we've covered.
I feel a bit robbed because the hero is so strong right now, but I guess we haven't really followed teams that are Invoker players, and I think that's true for Asakura at least to a pretty big degree. I don't think Serenata likes playing it. At least otherwise we would have seen it a bit in the games that I played.
Are you an Invoker enjoyer?
I used to be. Then I got on a team with Stormstormer as 5,000 games in Invoker, and I just said, you know what? I'll bend the knee to the bigger Invoker spammer. You know, I had 400 games, he had 4,000 or 5,000. So I said, okay, you'll be our Invoker player. I'm not gonna touch that. And then I never got back on playing it ever since I gave that up. I mean, it's years ago since we stopped playing in the same team. So
yeah, what role were you playing on that team?
Back then, we were at one point I was the mid, and then like Storm was the carry, and then later on I was carry and he was mid. We tried out different things.
5 seconds remaining.
But that's many years ago. But I think the time to be an Invoker player is now. Anyone who wants to learn Invoker or anyone who is thinking about playing it, now is such a great time.
Yeah, here is fun. Here is fun to play with.
Back into the game though, we got a Rubik pick, and there are just a whole host of spells that are amazing for him in this game. And as you called earlier, the Sven into the Darkseer, such a nice lane for him. Even if he has to go through the high armor of Morphling and DK, still gives them even more chain stunning, and the lane is very powerful.
And they have a lot of stuns with the Sven, right? I would imagine the Ringmaster one counts, I think.
Good question. I'm not sure if Sven's innate benefits from fear effect or not. I think it might just be literal stuns.
I see, okay.
and not the soft disables, if you will. Even though a fear is effectively as good as a stun, but I think it might not be coded that way. I like the approach from both these teams. The drafts are very interesting. Ligas look a little bit easier to execute, but I can see how if Morphling gets off to a good start and gets big enough, then this team could be hard to shut down. Also, what kind of a Morphling has hair? What am I watching?
Yeah, it's not a good looking set.
No, it's not.
He's put together a combat. All right, we'll see if the gameplay is a little bit better than what his cosmetic game is, but I'm a little concerned on the support for Asakura. I think just playing behind, I mean, we saw one Rubik game, right, so far in the qualifiers. He was like a level 6 at 18 minutes into the game. It's just you have a Monkey King with a very good matchup into the Dragon Knight, and supports that I'm a bit concerned aren't really going to stop the Monkey King from being able to play super active with heroes like Ringmaster and also the Jakiro too. So that's at least my concern when I look at Asakura.
Yeah, it can be a little bit hard for them. At least you do have the insta lift from telekinesis, which can be great for catching the Monkey King. But yeah, I have similar concerns that this monkey might just get big and start taking over the game. We'll see if any early moves come in to try and help secure water runes, or throw off the balance of the mid lane a bit. We'll see what the players will develop into. So we have a little bit of a pause. Ray said he had some lag, so get that sorted out.
Alright, buddy, at least there's no internet DC 15-minute waiting.
Yeah. I'm not gonna inherit the curse of Baja.
Trying to look if there's any facets, anything surprising.
So we got Wrath of God on Sven, Standard, Simeon Stride as well, Horsepower, and again we see Ringmaster with the Carney Classics. It's not too surprising since it's the same team. It is Amoral playing Ringmaster's time, not Respect though. We had on it last time. Since of course the Jakiro wants to be on the safe lane. Was it
Waga?
Yeah.
Is this what's Jakiro's facet? What's going on?
Oh.
Is this
he took the Twin Terror? Wow. Yeah, I didn't get to that, but yeah, Twin Terror is not the standard. Now, in fairness to this might not be a misclick. It feels a bit like a misclick, but the other facet was just nerfed. The sort of echo.
Not enough. Come on.
I don't think so. Yeah, no, I think the other facet is still stronger. The Ice Path reapplication, stunning for 0.5 seconds more, it just feels way better than having more auto attack damage on Jakiro. This is a misclick, right? Unless he does some weird ass Maelstrom support build or something. I don't know, dude. This seems like a misclick.
I don't know. How do facets work with Rubik? Is there some factor with your playing against the Rubik? With that being said, the game that we did actually cast the Rubik, it was versus the Jakiro, and he only put 1 point in Ice Path. But I don't know if it's because you're against his hero and you don't want to give him the second use of his. I don't know if that's a consideration.
I mean, it can definitely play into your skill build, I feel. I don't know if it should play that heavily into... I guess it works for the Ice Path as well, because Rubik does steal like upgrades. But I don't know, man. This is... It's a bit deep to try and, play the Twin Terror facet as a support. I just feel like you're shooting yourself in the foot so hard as well.
Well...
We'll see. We'll see what he can bring out with this. I'm not really sold yet. He'll have to start delivering. We'll check how much auto attack damage Jakiro has at the end of the game. See how much value you get from the double trouble damage.
Come on, what is the build? Have you done any experimenting with the Twin Terror build?
I have,
Is there
but that's been on core positions, you know, on mid lane.
Yeah.
So unless he's ready to demote one of his core players, tell them to sod off and take over their lane, it's decent if you get farm. But again, a lot of Jakiro's damage when you play even core is still from just proccing Liquid Frost. So since we're on the topic of Jakiro so much, there's a fun interaction. If you play Jakiro and you max out your Liquid Frost, and then you get the Ripper Slash tier 1 neutral item, that one procs anytime you attack, right? Dealing bonus damage. Since Jakiro hits twice, it will proc twice every time you attack. When it procs, it procs the blue, like Liquid Frost, procs on the Ripper Slash. So you basically get a ton of damage very, very rapidly. Yeah, it's absurd damage output to have Ripper Slash and max out Liquid Frost.
I see, okay.
Played around in demo mode with it a little bit and, tested it since some Jakiro spammer was talking about how this is insane and he keeps it, keeps it over tier 2 and tier 3 neutral items because it's so good.
Huh. Wow. All right, we might be continuing with a trend with having First Blood before the Horn, and Vanilli is going to run into a couple of heroes, and this will be a kill that League are going to get. Respect finds it with the damage over time.
There we go. The carry Jakiro, the Twin Terror, give him the money. He needs all the gold to go big and strong, this dragon.
I don't like what he's got queued up. It's boring. Tango Self Mango. Come on, bro. What is this? Go some Wraith Band. Oh, sure. Alright.
I like how he's standing and staring at this ward. They don't know it's there, but, basically just hugging this observer ward from Dire. Important to note, they got the kill, so Amarallis gets himself a free little souvenir. Gets the Funhouse mirror. Probably the worst one to get at the start, but better than nothing.
This has it got exactly the same mechanics as like Illusion and Mantot? Does it purge when you use the mirror?
It doesn't purge, but it does dodge. Like you can disjoint things, but it doesn't apply self-dispel.
Sure. Okay.
As far as I know. It's been a while since I played him, but that's how I remember it. You can definitely dodge stuff with it at least. But yeah, otherwise it would be very useful to have the dispel against the Silencer. Well, now the Silencer has a point in the Glaives of Wisdom, but he's still going to struggle to trade into what is the oppressive laner that we've come to know, the Ringmaster. Impalement Arts just does a number to people.
It's so dumb, actually. How do you feel about the Morphling and Centaur lane matchup? It's probably a lot dependent on supports, but I've seen in the past like Centaur early waves is really good versus Morphling, and then I've seen like later stages of level 4, level 5, the Morphling can kind of just like easily play this lane.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of a window early on where Centaur has a lot of lasted damage and Morphling is actually lower damage than him. But that quickly gets offset with Morphling gaining so much damage per level up. So overall, I agree. The first few creep waves can be decent for Centaur, but it does get more and more difficult, especially once the Morbid Mask comes out from Morphling. He starts lifestealing, it's just lane over. You can't do anything to him.
Okay. So yeah, they look to play the bottom lane as well with the Darkseid plus the Rubik. Well, last time we saw the Darkseid, right, was with that Wind Ranger where we were joking about the Wind Run in with the shell and then surge out. So we wanted a melee hero. Unfortunately, this time you're going to have the Rubik from Slimier.
Yeah, not really the craziest lane synergy, but at least Slimier is going to try his best to harass non-stop. He does have a ranged advantage over the Jakiro, so he can keep laying in these auto attacks and just play out of the range of Jakiro. Jakiro relies heavily on level 2 as well. He basically can't do anything level 1. Once he has 2 levels, he combines his 2 spells, starts doing a lot of damage. There we see it, popping into Darkseer.
Jesus, man. That's so much damage.
It burns, man. It burns badly. And that's level 1 on the abilities. Yeah, the only tricky part about Jakiro is actually having good positioning, but if you're in position to get to do what you want to do, then he's a real strong one right now. But yeah,
I guess
like
that's
you
why
said, we're probably not going to see him go heavily into the ice path at all, being against the Rubik. Oh my god, his denies 3 melee creeps in a row.
Easy. That's why he has the facet.
Yeah, at the Twin Terror.
Man, he's putting in some work here. See how the other lanes are looking at the moment. Monkey King, of course, to be expected, should be favored versus Serenada. Maybe going to get a little bit more difficult once the levels are there for a raise. And like we were saying, top lane, 7 Jesu. Should be fine with the 4 level 5. Trying to look for the nuke. Whoa, very close. Actually wants to go in now. Amorales. It's going to be first kill here for the boys on Die to be able to find, but he does go down. Yeah, Melik with the nuke. Alright.
The low cooldown double edge, just slapping him multiple times with a Morphling. Didn't have time to morph up enough HP after getting the kill. So, not terrible for him. He did get a kill onto the Ringmaster, but Malik is going to be very happy getting a return kill himself.
Yeah, Ring of Health gets delivered. So...
Got the Ring of Health, and he has a point in Retaliate already. Chasing the Ringmaster, but he just hops to safety. Meanwhile, bottom, bit of trading. The Rubik actually taking quite a bit of damage. Is he gonna go down here? He's not backing.
I think so. Oh, he's got Fairy Fire.
I mean, is he fine? Barely.
Oh, was there a play of telekinesis under the tower? Had a potential level up in vacuum. I mean, Slimy Owl would have died, I imagine, if he did that, but would have been a return kill. Anyway.
Yeah, I think that was worth considering at least. I think Darkseer wanted that, but Slimy Owl.
Of course he wanted his free lane and a kill for Vladik.
Exactly, give me the soul experience. Back to base, filthy support. But Slimy Owl playing a bit safe.
Top lane again.
Pull the big.
7 Gesture now waveformed in. Okay. Is Malik? What's going on top? This is a very interesting attempt of like the Hoofs on nuke from Emeraldus, and then when they don't get it, then Asakura feels strong enough to be able to turn.
Yeah, both teams trading back and forth. Keeping Malik pretty low HP though. Jesu has the raindrop, so feeling confident on the Morphling. Again, waveforming in.
Oh, Malik. Jesus. Okay. The decision to go 2 points for Retaliate is very... Like, how do you feel about this, considering how they are playing the lane? Like, because they're trying to nuke the Morphling down, but, like, the skill build isn't replicating the playstyle.
I think it's fine, because this will also allow him to farm faster later on. Going into, like, pulling creeps and farming jungle, so it's not all in on laning stage. And it's not terrible for lane. Getting more return damage onto the Morphling does mean that when he keeps harassing the Centaur, he takes some damage back. I think it's fine until, again, the Morbid Mask comes in from Morphling and he starts actually lifestealing. Then it's tricky. But for now, it's working out. He's getting the most farm in lane, 27 and 7 versus 22 and 2, so they're doing a fantastic job on the top lane.
But they are mid lane. Patient from respect. Serenada will hold back a raise momentarily. Rubik's going to be vital to keep Serenada alive, but the telekinesis only delays it. Array still doesn't have the boundless, but it's not going to matter. Liga, like we said in their previous series, the supports are how they win games, and these rotations from both of them are going to help bring down the mid.
Yeah, they're so quick with it. I mean, people usually expect you to show up for the 6-minute rune, but they show up ahead of the 6-minute rune, throw the gank so that they keep the catapult alive, deal some damage, and they secure the rune effectively by doing this. Instead of going for the 6-minute mark, hitting that 5:30 mark instead with the gank, I like it a lot. Good decision by them.
They're still going to stick around. I think it was Radiant Scan, so I actually don't know that.
Oh,
the supports are still in the area. And you know that Rubik can't TP in, and what is a silencer going to do?
Oh boy, that is devastating. Dying once as a core, it feels kind of bad. Dying twice and having to walk back to your lane afterwards, it's just absolutely devastating.
And we mentioned about now with the Monkey King having a free lane and then the supports from Dire not being able to slow him down. Well, that will very much be the case. And they're looking to try and transition this strong lane into potentially stealing the Wisdom. Now, Slimeyar's doing a good job to make sure there's no tree dance from Arrays, but Violent has been able to zone them away. We had some other stuff going on the opposite side of the map by the looks of it. 7 Jesu and Vanilli. Importantly, we were able to get Amaryllis and also snipe the Wisdom.
Yeah, Malik wasn't there. Amaryllis went in to try and take the Wisdom alone, but didn't expect Morphling to show up along with the Silencer. So sadly, just get 1v2'd and kind of goes down easily there. So still a 1-for-1 on the Wisdom. Even trade. Both the carries picking it up.
That's a 3k lead. Violent is massive as well. 53 and 14 compared to the 27 last hits on Vladik, and I don't know how the stacks are looking as well. And they got some at the Ancients, some at the hard camp too, but the Monkey King's just going to be able to evade it, take it away. They already have a ward set up as well to scout.
Yeah, and they're so active at playing around him as well now. Controlling the top rune, gonna be an Arcane rune. Give it over to a Ringmaster instead. Say, I don't really want that on Monkey. Cooldowns don't matter so much. Bottom tower is gonna go down by the looks of it. Sven, not even needing to pop ulti.
I like that they're taking the stack now before they invade into the jungle, but the only issue is the fact that Radiant are completely aware this is going on, and they're going to try and make sure they can get here towards the end of the stack. Serenada might run into Amaryllis.
Slightly missing, but now they can just steal the low HP Ancient creeps here. Like, thank you for doing all the work for us. We'll just come in and take that. They're gonna get Slime Meow by the looks of it. Maybe. It goes down. Meanwhile, Silencer sneaks a little D-ward and then runs away to safety. So Ancient stolen, get a kill, rinse and repeat, go to the mid tower. And let Sven just AFK farm. This is a fantastic start for Radiant. Liga just showing why we had them picked as the favorites going into this.
Oh, 7 Jesu top lane, he waveformed in.
Okay. Yeah, that was too quick for him to be able to morph up. Stayed pretty low on strength. Obviously, this is what Morphling players do. They love to push the limits. It'd be stressful. Monkey King did pass a ward, so they've seen him, but I don't think it matters. Still get onto the Silencer.
They might be able to kill him. Pretty close to the tier 2 tower. Arrays, they just get the Wheel of Wonder at the last second. Amaryllis with the ultimate. It's going to be enough to enable Arrays to get the Jingu. Life still keeps him healthy. Now Jesu, no way, dude. Are they actually going to be able to get the Morphling again? He tried to show up instead of farming, and your carry. We're taking... Oh, waveform last second. Max out. He's actually okay. Again, Slam Yo. Making sure that Arrays is unable to play with a tree dance.
Gets to safety. But this is Morphling just sitting around and doing nothing right now. He's gonna try and get some HP back. While he's doing nothing, the top tower is rapidly falling. Sven is farming your Ancients. We've even stacking the Ancients and farming them. He's getting away with murder right now. The Diderum bot. See who makes it over to it.
Radiant are scanning.
So Monkey's gonna be the one to get his hands on the power rune. Mid tower, not long for this world as well. As a catapult is there. Siege is mounting up 3 heroes mid. Supports and the Monkey playing together while letting the Centaur and Sven farm up. And the counterplay right now is kind of lackluster. Like, they don't really have the big spells to show up and do something at this stage of the game. There's a very clear difference in readiness to fight.
Yeah, I really don't know what the counterplay is for Dire. Like it seems like it's a very big misstep from Liga where you dive under the T1 tower into like global silence vacuum. Serenata is a potential occasion, but it's not deep enough. And now Melik's gonna show up with a stampede, run straight past Vanilla because he knows the silencer will be quick work from a raise. So he wants to get in and try and deal with a second support, and they will do that with ease.
And they're in full commanding control of this game. This is just devastating. And sadly, they didn't draft heroes that can come back from losing lanes like this, right? Like, you have global silence, okay. And then, like, what big ultis do you have to play into? Normally, that's what you look towards to turn a game like this. You're like, oh, let's group up and use our Beastmaster or whatever. They don't have anything. Darkseer walks into the wrong neighborhood. Runs, but he's gonna just die, burning down. Actually dies to impalement arts. I don't know. I struggle to say what they should be doing at this stage. I think the only play is like a super desperate smoke gank, but who do you burst? Full HP Sven doesn't die that easy. Centaur's way too tanky. And, I mean, good luck finding Monkey King. He would be a kill, but he's always on a tree somewhere.
I don't know, bro. It's a rough one.
Yeah, they got the smoke ready on Rubik. You can tell that they want to do something. They probably feel the same frustration, not knowing exactly what to do, but D-ward, make sure they don't have any vision in their triangle area.
What's a raise doing top? What's going on here? Saw the waveform in. Now he's going to pop out of the invis. That's exactly what he was waiting for. Waveform to farm, and a kill given over.
Yeah, the moment you commit your waveform, and I mean, he feels stressed to do it too. He feels like he has to waveform to farm, because if he just auto-attack farms, like, it's too slow, you're falling behind too much. But then you just leave yourself exposed to this.
Under attack.
Wisdom Rune is coming up, and I fear there's no way you get the Wisdom Rune here on the side of Asakura. Everyone's sitting mid. Smoke is looming. Sven has spotted two heroes.
Intercepted Malik. Oh, what a jump under the T2 tower. There's just no remorse. And nothing they have to fear as well. Raise, maybe Malik too. Okay, well, this is kind of the occasion, the exact example that was brought up earlier. You were diving under the tower, not respecting them. Respect is maybe trying to look for Vladik, and he's gonna find him, kills the Darkseer. It's gonna force TP out. Alright.
Alright, that's still 3 enormous kills. So finally Asakura managed to swing the tide in their favor a little bit, get some momentum for themselves. This was desperately needed. The Blink Dagger on the DK finally getting to do something. Didn't look good to start with two heroes getting chain stun, but fighting under a tier 2 tower this early in the game can be pretty beneficial to them. They did use up the glyph as well for the split shot off the glyph, so tower helped you out this time. We still see Liga kind of group up immediately after respawning, smoking in fact. Want to go up this ramp. Both supports are in the neighborhood.
I like with the find. And once again, Serenata. Oh, triple stun from Violent. Oh, okay.
More stun though.
It's not too bad, but the Wheel of Wonder's going to push them away. Give some zone. Space for Liga to be able to continue to dive past the tower. To be able to find the Darkseer. 7 Jess, who is stuck on the low ground. Escape back will keep Malik alive. They will respect the tier 3 dive, though.
That's gotta dive further, but they claimed 3 kills. Did lose their Sven. But, you know, with the damage done, they get to burn the tower a little bit. Spawns are coming in, but I think Jakiro is completely fine. He has a 4 staff. Get out of here if he needs to. Oh, chased. Dragon Knight not going to be able to catch up this time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So item timings for Asakura, because that's what they need to try and, you know, play around, see what they can get. The Morphling has 1300 gold for his Manta style. The Force Staff is just now completed on the Dragon Knight, so he has a little bit of tools to work with, at least, mobility-wise. Kinda wish he had the Mage Slayer as well, but he's just not really farmed enough. Darkseer working on a Greaves, but got a ways to go on that one.
Yep. Back shot for respect. Boring item build, but it's okay. Expected better.
Yeah. I mean, the Aghanim Shard feels good. He gets the double proc with the Twin Terror. He's the big DPSer now. Doing a whole, I don't know, what is it? Like bonus 15%, like, yeah. Bonus 13 damage compared to if he didn't have this thing or whatever.
Top lane looks like they are kind of set up from Asakura, ready for a potential jump onto their carry's life. We'll see. They're going to be quick on the fingers. Global Silence doing their best to try and disrupt the combo. It's going to give time for 7 Jester to waveform out.
Almost surprised he got the waveform out in that direction there. Close that he would be caught by the Wheel of Wonder. He'll be fine though. Just trading the Wheel of Wonder for the Silencer ulti. We got some Sven setting up a trap on mid. Like, here, go on my illusion. Totally won't jump you. So I want to jump the Morphling, of course.
Okay, they're gonna go for it. They don't have the Global Silence this time to keep him alive. The wall's gonna get layered down. Oh, he actually got out. They stole Stampede as well. Is this the fight? Meanwhile, Serenada's actually getting a decent amount of damage into Liga. Erase is in a position on the high gun to protect them with the Wukongs to cover the retreat. Oh, Serenada's in. An aggressive jump in the middle. Serenada, you've got an 11,000 deficit. Like, where is this pep in your step coming from? You're not that strong.
I mean, they were really low HP on Liga, but the rest of his team just can't follow up like that. You have Force Staff and Blink on Dragon Knight, sure, you can get in there. But how is Silencer, Rubik gonna get over there? They don't have the same mobility. There's no way to catch up. So, a little bit overestimating his situation. Serenada. Perhaps getting a bit whiplash, you know. He just came out of a game where he was owning his Dragon Knight, and now he's a weak Dragon Knight. Perhaps he hasn't adjusted yet.
It happens, it happens. So hopefully, somehow they're going to be able to find the power needed to be able to claw their way back in, because this lead is continuing to grow from Liga. 11,000, Violent on top. Everyone else finding whatever gold they need across the map.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at getting farmed, and importantly, the supports are also getting pretty big from tower damage that they've done already, getting all the tier 1 towers, and taking the Tormentor as well. The extra gold from being in control of so much of the map is really useful for them. Ward was pinged out, respect, gonna go over and get the D-ward, I think. Yeah, finds it immediately. Do have a smoke up on the Dragon Knights. It's trying to catch someone, but their burst is kind of underwhelming. Like, they can go with a silence and a DK stun, but they don't have the best ways of killing like a centaur from full HP. Directing the smoke down towards bottom. Looks like they're just gonna go back to farming with DK.
Yep.
Does mean that they got a little bit outmaneuvered as respect steals their wisdom rune.
It just feels like the start of this game though. We just have to clump up 4 heroes running together and just hoping that 7 Jesu doesn't get caught on his farming pattern.
You know, you asked earlier what some ability scaled with. The Twin Terror is one of those. You can hover it and it's like, what does it scale with?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
If
don't
you press
know.
Alt,
I have
it's
no
like-
idea.
It tells you the percentages when you hold Alt, but it doesn't say what increases the percentages.
What does
It's
it
the-
scale? Honestly, what
it's
does
the
it scale
ulti.
with?
It
is
is the
okay.
ulti, yeah. Almost always just assume it's the ulti, and then you get happily surprised if it's a base ability. You're like, oh, I get to scale faster.
Sure. Okay. Well, Roche. We have to use God's Strength to be able to get it, but there will not be a fight afterwards by the looks of it, as Sakura still on their side of the map. So we'll probably have the game slowed down for about a minute until that God's Strength is back up. They give the Aegis over to Arrays. Do we like this?
I think so. The thing is, Dragon Knight and the Centaur both being... Or, sorry, the Sven and the Centaur both being so tanky. I think it makes a lot of sense to give it to Monkey, who has high mobility, but is pretty squishy. So this allows him to be a little bit more aggressive with less risk. And Sven still has his BKB for safety, and Centaur is just a massive target. Like, he's not going to get caught on. You could give it to Sven, but I think the Aegis you want on your carry and your tower damage hero is usually the second Aegis. The first one is like to take off the map, and the second one is to crack the high ground.
Do you think they'll...
Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. We
Come on, dude. They don't know that Roche was taken.
it looks so funny.
That's so funny. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I love this. How scared would you be if you see this coming at you? Look, he's coming.
He's gonna make sure he reveals himself as Roche before he leaps over.
That's always funny. I once managed to trick my own team that Roche is up and for them to go and take Roche while I was the
Did you
Monkey
actually?
King standing in the Roche pit.
No way.
People just go with it and like, oh yeah, that's a Roche. If he moves around on the map like this, though, a little bit more suspicious.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Vanilli? Tries to get Slimeo out. Double force, but... Tier 3 towers? We worried about them? Apparently not. Arrays?
Nah.
Gotta get the
Vanilli
kill.
gets no help. The cores are just not looking, not listening. I mean, Darkseer has, you know, Halberd, Greaves, Surge. He only has like 3 abilities to save your life, but you're a filthy support. You're not worth my time.
Forgot there was a Darkseer in this game.
Yeah, he's had a pretty quiet impact.
Looking to try and utilize the high ground ward, but you still have supports that are dead. 5 seconds till the silence is up to potentially assist with the global silence. Radiant, they will be able to walk away from the wall.
Yeah, so not getting too much. I mean, Wall isn't the worst ability to have on cooldown, I guess, but that was DK form popped as well. Once that form is out, I think the tier 2 tower push bottom is going to coincide with it. And now you can't fight because DK doesn't have ulti. This is going to from bad to worse. Monkey actually looking for more. He's flying across the treetops. Completely balanced mobility.
Oh.
No quelling blades, so yeah.
What?
Good luck with that. I mean, there's something sad about watching people try and catch Monkey King. Even if they did catch him, he has Aegis, and his team was coming over, so...
Oh, well, here he is. He needs some mana, though.
Boundless Strike stolen by Rubik at least. Got our long-range stun now. Doesn't really do any damage since Rubik doesn't hit that hard.
Raise.
Sven is in.
A little bit awkward of initiation. Willow Wonder gives them control of the area. It means that this global silence is only to help them get away. Now Malik as well with a jump over the top. They're able to hold Rubik down. It is incredibly deep in Asakura's base, and they have used a lot to not get anything out of it. It's a great combo from the Darkseer, but they need some follow-up, and it's not going to come through the Morphling because he's just dead. Waved on in the instant stun. 4v5 for the defense.
Oh boy. Morphling got halberded first, but then when he waved in, the boundless strike catches him.
Oh, Malik. Oh, Malik, nice. Well done, what a chump.
And there's still ages for 30 seconds. Monkey is not concerned here. Drops his ulti, but they just can't go straight towards mid. Follow the Sven. 30 seconds on the Dark Seer, 20 on the Morphling. Guess they have Cliff again. Monkey says, kill me. I want to respawn. Attack speed slow from Jakiro says, no. You're not gonna die. Gotta be careful that you don't randomly get jumped when Aegis is timing. Just gonna play it safe.
God strength. Still got a little bit of duration left. If the Morphling goes down, they're just gonna tap, but might have been said the G's drop beforehand because there's just absolutely nothing they can do. This base continuing to fall. League are pillaging whatever they want. Erase is stalking them up in the single tree that's in the base.
Sven is in again. Keeps jumping.
Well, strength's out now. Oh, nice vacuum back to the stolen ice path, but it's good and all, but you've just got nothing. It's a 25,000 deficit at this stage of the game.
Yes, BKB can turn it.
And he will just do that. BKB TP out, nothing to stop. Now he's up with the team, 7 Jesu. Ooh, nice stun. They see him? They do
Doesn't
not.
know that he reached him though. He didn't get vision on it. We saw that landed, but they didn't, so... they can find the Jakiro, and everybody gets out to safety. Just rough for Asakura, losing 2/3 of their base already. 25k lead at 28-minute mark. Item timings coming in. Sajasha for the Sven. We have Monkey King with the BKB, of course, they'd gotten the end of that fight. And a Centaur, I believe, has something coming out. What does he have? Shivas, almost entirely done. Just 1100 gold away. Some lag issues. Again. See if Violent comes back.
There we go. Back in.
The execution in these fights is so nice from Liga, though. Oh, he opts out. A lot of times we see the Sven actually being the one to initiate. He feels like if he sees someone, he's got jump stun, and then there's always good follow-up. Both the supports are ready. And on the side of Asakura, they can counter it once with the global silence. But next time he jumps, they don't have that anymore. They kind of wear you down.
Must be a frustrating game for Asakura. I mean, you look good in the previous series, and you come in versus Liga, and it's just an absolute different story.
I mean, we knew they were going to be a much fiercer opponent than their previous opponents in Impossible. By the way, we have double ether lens on the side of Liga support, so long range on not only Jakiro spells, but he also has Force Staff and Glimmer Cape benefiting from that. Ringmaster with the long range save now with Blink, Glimmer, and ether lens. So they gotta make sure to always have dusts. They're being diligent about that though. They have 4 heroes out of 5 on Asakura having dust into the fight.
Jesse, come on, buddy. You don't need that Iron Branch.
Yeah, get a dust. Join the team.
This, man, the Mark for Cell thing is so cool. I'm such a big fan.
Yeah, it's very convenient. I love it. Such a nice thing. Did you see the guy who threatened his team?
What?
He
No,
marked his entire inventory as Mark for Cell, and then he said, "Ping me one more time, I'll go to base."
Oh, that's funny.
It's the new level of threats, you know. I'll TP base.
That's a good one.
The entire inventory would disappear upon him arriving. Just don't accidentally walk by the secret shop.
I respect this so much from Asakura.
Yeah?
Getting something on the map, still looking to try and, you have such a large deficit. I don't know, maybe it's 1% getting them close towards a possible fight that works out for them, but I respect not just laying over and dying.
Yeah, they went for something, and Monkey doesn't have Aegis.
It's got BKB though. BKB Glimmer out, Erase also with what an incredible Aghanim Shard, because why not? You can just jump away. Centaur, he didn't get the memo. Apparently it didn't matter that he didn't get the memo though, because Violet's just dealing with some of the supports. Almost 2 hits for Nilly. Gotta be careful though.
They carried him back out again, so they got the global silence out, they killed off the Rubik, and then back out and reset. Sure, they spent some BKBs, right? The cooldown on both of them on Monkey and Sven. But I think this is completely fine for them. Roche could spawn any moment, by the way, so these fights are not really the important objective that they want to go for. The question is for Asakura, can they get strong enough to either defend base or contest the Roche? I think they gotta wait for the Morphling. He is currently 1700 gold away from having a BKB himself. And judging by these fights that we've seen, I think Jesu needs it, man.
I've been a little bit surprised with how much damage that they have been doing inside some of the fights on Asakura. So I wonder how different it does look with the BKB on Jesu, like if it can help him at least not be as concerned about having to like get in and then waveform out or walk away.
Yeah,
we'll
I
see.
mean the random stray stun will just catch him and set up, and then there's follow-up stuns happening. So he's playing a very difficult game right now. If he gets BKB, you can just go full aggressive mode and look for a kill. But Roche is a pretty early spawn on the 2-minute mark, or 2 minutes remaining possible spawn. Not what you want to hear if you're Asakura. You would have loved 2 more minutes to finish up that BKB, but not gonna be happening for you.
Oh. I thought the Jakiro got the Aegis. I didn't see the monkey in the pit.
The Twin Terror. It's almost maxed out now, by the way. 30% damage reduction. Soon only 25.
Jesu
Very
is in a
impactful.
lot of trouble. He can waveform. I thought they were going to maybe Stampede to close, but it was under the Ringmaster that TP'd in.
Difficult for him to heal up properly now as well against the Shiva's guard on Centaur in these fights. Do we have anyone queuing up a Skadi? No, Morphling looks like he's going for an MKB. They want to get through that butterfly first. A little bit of a moment of respite. Perhaps this is all they need on Asakura to get the BKB at least. I mean, we say all they need. It's a 25k deficit, you know. You need a miracle to turn this game around, but
Yeah.
it all starts with becoming a golden Morphling.
He's about to have that. Almost, still needs a little bit more of... He's about 19 and 1/3, so almost level 20. And I like this as well. How is that? Daedalus is everything you need. It's just damage now. There's nothing else. There's no other item that would maybe even give you a hope.
Yeah, he needs enough raw damage to go through the Sven survivability, and something to allow him to man fight up and kill the Monkey King quick enough. So Daedalus is definitely the best option. Just mass DPS. I mean, maybe there's an argument to be made that Brooch is actually pretty decent to go for, as you get the power spike quicker, and you know, it's the same thing. It's a crit. It's just getting the magical crit in there. But then again, you're playing against the pipe, so I'd rather see Daedalus.
Is Brooch undervalued? Like, how does this item currently sit? Because it looks kind of crazy with the gold and what it gives you.
It's a timing item, right? So like, it is very, very strong, and it's picked up a lot by tiny players to kind of end the game on a quick timing. But as the later you go into the game, the more you would have wanted to have a Daedalus instead. Generally, is what I see. So I think in this game it's fine to just go for the Daedalus, the Morphing as well, since he has so much base damage, and you want to get those massive crits.
Raise? Vanilla?
Yeah. Find the
No
support,
global?
no buy. 50 gold off buyback for him, or 70.
There's gem as well. Double gen for Liga. Serenada. Pop the Elder Dragon form and they may just, well, we'll see. You got 20 seconds till for the 4v5, but maybe you could just wait for the Elder Dragon form.
Yeah, I think I would rather wait, but they're also strong enough they might just force it anyway.
Yo! Slide up with the stuns. Could just really, if they want to, I mean, I guess the Wheel of Wonder does give them space to be able to deal with the buildings. Wukong's as well can control the area. They haven't used it just yet with the global sounds, but nothing to stop Liga from disengaging, and now they can go back in. Won't be able to mentor off the stun. Jessu's fine though. Liga paying some respect, but there's just the ways for them to take fights is so easy when they're this far ahead. Everyone has got some form of control. Just makes it that much more harder for Asakura to be able to find this 1% fight.
Vacuum is nice. The combo is there with a stolen stun.
Oh, it's good. It's not good enough though, unfortunately. And it'll take 36 minutes, but by the looks of it, Liga gonna be able to take game one. It's a absolute massacre of a game one. Didn't really look close.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic showing by Liga. Just dominant through and through, and the GG comes out finally. They realize there's no way to hold on. Mega Creeps is up, and they can't even defend Throne. Some impressive gameplay coming out from Liga from start to finish. All their moves looked very, very communicated. I think the big difference here is the tempo and urgency they play with. We saw it already from the start of the game. I talked about the 5:30 rotation towards mid, not going for the 6-minute power spike or power rune rotation, but instead going for the pickoff on mid. And after they do that, get the power rune and stick around, kill him again, completely stifling DK's game. I think that was such an important detail.
Was something that we highlighted a lot yesterday, right? Was the supports on Liga, and it felt like in this series, sorry, in this game as well, was really pivotal to their success in game one. Yeah,
for sure. They the supports are on point. They know exactly what they're doing, but same can be said on the course. All of them had a very, very good performance. All of them died one time only, and still were fighting non-stop throughout this game. So there were not really too many glimmers of hope in this game. I think Asakura, they put all their hopes in Morphling to get big enough to carry them, but he just can't deal with all the cores being that powerful on the side of Liga.
Yeah, and they were too powerful in the end. So Liga, they're going to be able to take game one incredibly convincing from them. We'll see if we'll get a bit more of a closer game two. First a break. We'll see you guys very shortly for some more Dota action.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Indians fresh acquaintance. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in his beak shelan.
We're back with some more DreamLeague Season 26 qualifier action. Asakura, game away of being eliminated. We got to keep in mind there's another lower bracket series, and after this we have another lower bracket series as well. We're going to have to work out who will be playing in that. The winner, Liga, or the boys in Asakura, they're going to be facing one win or one move, which is going on the other European stream, Eastern European stream, I should say, at the moment.
Yeah, we're down here figuring out who is going to be the survivor of the lower bracket moving forward to fight up against ultimately the winner between Navi and Aurora, the two teams up there in the upper bracket final already waiting. But yeah, we have a ways to go, so we're obviously one game in. Liga with a very strong performance. Game 1 here against Asakura definitely came in looking like the stronger team. They did come off a game where a series where they did, compete pretty evenly with Navi as well. So shown that they are quite the strong team right now, and they dominated one move before that. So yeah, we've been learning how Liga are performing quite well right now.
Yeah, that we have indeed. This team's looking good, but we'll have to see. You need to continue with the success, and how do you slow them down? Because for me, we're bringing it up. These supports are goddamn incredible on Liga. So how do you slow down Amorales? How do you slow down Respect?
Yeah, that's the tricky part. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that you should slip the Ringmaster, because now we've learned they are happy to play it on either role. They can play it on +5, +4, doesn't really matter, whichever player takes it. But at the same time, I think both Ringmaster and Tinker are like heroes I don't want to allow my opponent to have at all. But obviously there's a lot of core heroes that are quite troublesome as well, to say the least. We've got the Darkseers, we've got the Nature's Prophets, the Beastmaster, the common first phase bans. The draft is definitely complicated. And I think the biggest strength is Liga supports. The coordination they have is really good.
And it's a support duo that has just formed together. Like Amorales, again, also for him, he doesn't have a lot of experience. He's coming from It was the Barn 9. I don't know. It was some crazy Eastern European name that I don't know, but there was a team that made it through the PGL Wallachia qualifiers, and then Team Submarine picked them up. They didn't have a good showing at PGL, but for Emeralds, he doesn't have a lot of experience, and then he's coming in and he's looking good. But still, the question mark for me is like, how does the hero pool look for him? Because before this game, he'd only played the Wind Ranger, then he showcased he could pull out the Ringmaster. But yeah, they're looking. There's some synergy already with these two supports, and they've not been together for a long time at all.
I mean, it could be a good thing that he's only played Wind Ranger and a game of Ringmaster so far, because that means, you know, he's showing he can do this much with these heroes alone, and maybe he does have a lot of heroes that he's fine with playing, but he just rates these guys higher. I wouldn't be surprised to see if he could just, you know, put himself on Weaver or something else similar to the Wind Ranger, just run in and be very oppressive. As for the bands shaping out here, obviously Liga have the first pick, so Tinker, Nature's Prophet, PA, and Bristle have been the banouts from Asakura. And that leaves Beastmaster in the pool, for instance. AA, Monkey, banned from Liga. A little bit tailored towards what Asakura might enjoy doing with the AA priority.
Dire team pick.
In the end, they end up banning it away. Don't want the Beastmaster, and they're gonna go for the first pick Tiny.
Okay.
I mean, it's not as strong as it used to be like 2 or 3 months ago, but it's still pretty damn powerful. It's a hero that can be useful to have because you know you have an active hero, someone who can look for those fights. Serenata, though, says we're not gonna change anything up here. We're gonna play Dragon Knight. 3 in a row. Let's go.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess maybe at least have some confidence with the fact that there's no monkey that you're going to be playing into, so I don't know, do we like this DK? Because so far the games we've been seeing with the Dragon Knight, it's been quite underwhelming.
The fact that AA is out of the pool, and AA has been an instrumental part of the Dragon Knight pick to make it work, the AA ulti always flying over. I wonder how much success they're gonna see with it, but perhaps you can do it with like Hoodwink as the main component to it as well. We'll see what they decide to go for as a pairing.
5 seconds remaining.
Obviously right now, thinking about what the ban is gonna be.
What do we want? What are we gonna get from them?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see him remove the Hoodwink as well. Just these type of combo heroes, but okay, they're gonna get rid of the Tide. Respect it. It's a hero that Vladik has played really well. I mean, he performed well as Tide against Slark. That says enough about the hero comfortable level that he is at. If you can play into a hard counter and be fine.
Good call. Alright. Now do we get our specialty Ringmaster?
Feels like it would be good. I mean, you already have this kind of burst jump, having the bit of save from the Ringmaster, not a bad idea. And the daggers do a lot of damage to Dragon Knight as well. I wonder if it's a Ringmaster or someone else. I think Hoodwink might be one of the few heroes to perhaps trade not terribly against Ringmaster. I mean, you still lose. you actually still lose to the daggers, but yeah, why not? He's back. This hero is quickly rising up on the top priority list for supports, I think. If you don't have a Ringmaster player, it's just such a weakness for your safe lane.
I think it's pretty fun to play too, honestly, so
for sure.
Like he's not that boring.
No, mechanically, I mean, it's a fun hero to play, fun hero to watch. He's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Got some fun toolkit, and we're gonna see the repeat of the previous drafts. The Ringmaster and the Wind Ranger. Not the previous game that we cast here. But... Whoa. We're going out there. The IO Marcy.
This is really out there. I would not expect this from... Honestly, I would say like open qualifier teams have a very... Like the strategies, they're pretty one-dimensional. You kind of just stick with the meta, but IO Marcy is something you'd expect from like your gaming, your liquids, like teams that have been around for a while and have had time to be able to build on the fundamentals and then also then work on some crazy other strategies.
Yeah, in a way that's pretty true. I think IO Marcy is something that has haunted enough people in their high-level pub games as well, though, that it's not really exclusive to the competitive scene. So you might just see people get comfortable with it and bring it in, even if they're not playing at the top level. They do already know they're going up against Wind Ranger, who, yeah, sure, Windrun is pretty good at keeping you safe, but the moment Marcy has a few levels, you might not be able to get to safety. You get jumped on, you get thrown back. Primal Beast is going to be the pick. Beast Wind Ranger. Yeah, I guess he can stand pretty well. The uproar sure isn't bad against them.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I've not seen this specific matchup of Beast Wind Ranger into the IO Marcy, but a lot of lanes struggle. IO Marcy is just devastating, the amount of damage that they can do in the early game.
They get some minor buffs, the Primal Beast lately.
10 seconds.
Yeah, touches on the uproar, right? Some change to it.
Yeah.
Got exactly, and trample.
Radiant team back.
Trample changes before that. Now uproar provoked. The beast now also provides stacks upon being silenced and max stacks from 5 to 6. Yeah, I think that was a sort of significant change, getting 1 extra stack on the uproar. This is every stack can give you 5 armor at max level. It also means you slow more. Instead of 50% slow, you have a 60% slow on people around you.
That's interesting. We'll see.
See how it works out. I think the good part is Primal Beast does have a lot of burst damage and is really quick at repositioning. So they have good heroes at going on the IO. They don't have some combo like, oh, we're playing Disruptor against the IO and just counter it by glimpsing people and stuff. But they do have good heroes at getting on the backline. Tiny and Primal Beast, they can both get there.
Alright, what's our last phase here? So, still, is Violent going to be playing the Tiny? Is it going to be a raise? They feel like it's still a carry. Oh, we got the Troll.
Okay. Troll. Yeah. I was calling for a Troll earlier, but we get it this game instead. Again, one of those heroes that you don't really want to man fight into. And Marcy, she does beat most heroes in a 1v1, but she does not really beat the Troll. Even if you have the help from your IO, you might struggle. The mischance is brutal from the whirling axis. And of course, Troll lifesteals a lot when he lays into you with ulti. I mean, this is still with a counter pick available, though. They can just pick, like, isn't this an insane racer game? I know it's not meta, but against Primal Beast, against Troll, you just static link to Troll whenever he wants to take a fight, and how does he ulti anything?
Sure. With that being said, I feel like the Razor is a bit more situational for offlaners as well. Like, how many offlaners are very comfortable in that hero?
That's true. And especially with it being out of meta right now, like if you watch 50 pub games, you're probably not going to see a single racer. It's quite likely that you won't. That's how unplayed he is right now. So that might add to the level of hesitancy here for Asakura not just jumping the gun on it. Some alternatives. What else could they imagine going for? I think the DK is pretty hard locked towards mid lane, so it should be just an off lane hero. A lot of them are removed. No Beast, Darkseer, Tide, or Doom. No Enigma or Bristle.
I think some stun and team fighter is always you have an eye that's what this hero really lacks and needs like, when you have.
Mars is pretty good option still. You get the spear, you get the arena. Arena can actually block the troll a bit during his ulti, right? I think. If you, well, I guess maybe not if he loses the vision on the target inside. I don't know how that works. But yeah, getting Mars Hoodwink lane is pretty damn good. Then they have a way to catch people as well, so they can't just run out. They go for OD.
I was gonna suggest this. I just didn't think they would DK off.
Yeah. Okay then. I mean, this is another hero that has been used a lot to counter Troll. Troll has very, very low intelligence or mana pool, so OD ulti always hurts, and Imprison, of course, is a fantastic tool to deal with Troll. Not too bad against the Primal Beast as well. If anyone gets grabbed, you just imprison either the Primal Beast or your teammate, whichever is best for a situation.
Interesting. OD. So how do you feel about this hero at the moment? Because yeah, like I think it was last game, maybe that was suggested of that it is getting a little bit more play at the moment, but how do you feel about the hero? Do you think it's kind of undervalued, or do you think it's still, not as strong?
So generally, OD is strong in the current patch. The problem is that he's a little bit too slow overall. A lot of times he's a bit too greedy as a mid laner to really have the tempo that you look for a lot of heroes to have. So you got to make up for that from the side lanes. But this game, IO Marcy, that can really up-tempo a lot. It's not just an AFK carry who wants to sit and farm somewhere. Instead, it's Marcy coming in with the relocate. So maybe it'll make up for it. I'm still not 100% sure that OD is going to be that easy to get away with. Against a team like Liga, we have seen how active those support players are. They will make those moves. And OD, he kind of just wants to farm, He wants to get that Blink and Hurricane Pike, preferably a Witchblade in there as well. Takes a while to build all those items.
Alright, well, let's get ourselves underway here for game 2. We got a interesting draft from the boys on Asakura. One game away from elimination. Is this the draft that is able to send us to a game 3? We're going to have to find out.
OD, across all regions, by the way, has been played 24 times in DreamLeague Season 26 qualifiers. And 50% win rate. He either wins or he loses. A balanced hero.
I must... Dude, OD is one of my least favorite heroes to play into. I absolutely hate this hero.
I mean, getting imprisoned is just a different level of annoying. It's just, especially if you're laning against it, and you just get repeatedly imprisoned every single CS. It can be very disheartening. And then you have the fact that later on, you kind of have to go on OD first, because otherwise the imprison saves people. But if you go on OD, you're not going on Wisp, so I do like that they have that kind of layer of target priority on Radiant. Like, who needs to be killed first?
Alright, let's see.
See what Raze can do going up as a Tiny against Serenada's OD. Obviously, Tiny very good at getting those last hits with the tree grab, but it can be a complicated lane to play.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a like you said, complicated. It's a good way to put it. I'll leave it with that. Let's see, keeping tabs on how 7 Jesu goes on the Marcy. How's the communication? It definitely is something that needs to be practiced.
Yeah. Hopefully they are on the same page. Both of them just silver tier on the hero, not hero spammers. Silver tier always has me the most worried. You see a Grandmaster, it's like he knows what he's doing. You see a Bronze tier, you're like, it could be even scarier,
True.
But Silver tier, that's when, okay, you played enough, but you didn't actually spam it.
Yeah, but the bronze tier, there's always these secret bronze tier, just no Dota Plus players as well.
Yeah, the bronze grandmasters. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah.
That's how you think about it. It's the tier 5. It could be same as 30. Oh,
Well,
kill
level
attempt
2
here.
picked up top lane, yeah, and they should be able to get the kill unless Violent has something to say about it, but unable to get the evasion to help Respect. So very nicely done. Important start as well, because again, Respect has been really winning the lanes pretty single-handedly for his carry.
This is like the first time that he doesn't perform really well in lane and just crush the enemy support. So finally met his match in the Hoodwink. Of course, the Dragon Knight was quick to join there, and they played on level 2 power spike in a very good way. And, those small advantages can really build up. So getting a first blood, not bad.
Yep. Not bad at all. When I see the Marcy, I feel like this innate is so silly.
He calls the courier. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty convenient. You get instant delivery, you get some power spike, and like, now he has his items almost a full minute earlier than you otherwise would. It takes a while for couriers to get out there.
Do you have the Lotus though?
Yeah, gotta play for the Lotus.
Not gonna contest bottom. Top also slime me out. We'll be able to get that Lotus too, so both of them going the way of Asakura.
Yeah. Checking in with mid lane, haven't really updated too much there. The 12 and 7 on the Tiny, so tons of denies actually against the 10 and 3 OD. So far, Tiny actually outplaying this lane.
See if that will continue though for Arrays.
Yeah, I think the lane gets more difficult with time. As more levels come in on the imprisonment, he gets to spam it more, longer duration, shorter cooldown. The IO Wisp leading the way with last hits. Or the IO Marcy, sorry. IO Wisp would be a great lane. Both tether each other. There was that bug in the past with Morphling. Did you see that? Where you
I don't remember that.
So there was Morphling could turn into Wisp, tether the Wisp, and then Wisp tether him, and they had infinite heal. Because if one HP went one way, that means it went the other way, and then it bounced back and forth. So the moment any healed anything, it's years ago. It's like I don't know, 4 or 5. I have no clue. 10.
Yeah, 10 now. Okay, like 4, 5, 10. Okay, like
I'm old, man. Don't ask me about time. I have no
true.
concept of what time is. After 30, it's just a lot blur.
Yeah, and then after 20 years in Dota, it's like, when was this patch? Like,
See, that's probably the more damaging part. Oh, bottom, they went on Wind Ranger. She has cooldown on Wind Run. Just a toss back. Didn't even need the rebound.
Okay, good stuff.
A little bit too close there. Trying to deal damage to the IO, of course. Harassing the Marcy doesn't feel great, but the moment he got too close, gets pulled back. Troll now.
Some of the Dragon Tail might be vulnerable. Okay, it's fine. Amaral is going to come through with the teleport off the death. Violent. Somehow Respect actually gets the kill. Get another souvenir.
Get himself the little kill with the impalement arts, taking it down. But yeah, Amaralis, this is what we come to expect from him. Always on the lookout for making rotations.
Have we, when we are getting the Marcy carry, has it always been the Battle Fury? Or have they been going different items?
It's, yeah, it's always Battle Fury now. I have seen a little bit of people going for like power twists and face boost, but I think face boost is way stronger, which is what he's queuing up right now as well. Gonna toss back the Primal Beast. He's gonna be completely fine. He doesn't care too much. Power Rune gets controlled. It's gonna be OD killing the bottom invisibility rune. Has no bottle, so he doesn't care for runes.
I'm playing Violent. Bushwhack's going to be able to land, but it was the same time with the Whirling Axes, which kind of covered Violent, who still has 2 supports inside his lane as well, so Slime out. It's another kill, and you know, we see So something that League, again, have done a decent amount where if they feel like Malik is okay, can just leave him alone and really secure the safe lane.
Yeah, it's a good call too. Leave him bottom. He has trample, so he's just cutting the creep waves. He's gonna go for the next creep wave too. Try and connect with it here, pull it into the jungle. And sure, Io is chasing him, so eventually he has to get out of this. But he just wants to farm this creep wave far away from the Marcy. There we go. TP's to safety. So we farmed 2 creep waves in a row. Wisdom rune spawn though.
Oh, what?
Getting stolen. That was a sick shackle. What the hell?
Yeah, hang on. Vladik? So they should be able to get both the kills by the looks of it. Respect.
No, he doesn't see him.
No. 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 What?
He managed to get himself to the back of the tree line there using the funhouse mirror.
Oh my.
And then you have to go around the tree line. I think you can reach it by walking, but it's a long way around as opposed to just, you know, him hopping to the other side with a funhouse. Such a combat trick.
Before that as well, the shackle, did they deliberately drag the neutrals to have an opportunity for a shackle angle? I don't know. I just saw.
I think he was just thinking to stack before the timing because it coincides with the wisdom, but it ended up working in his favor. Bottom lane.
Yeah, they're gonna try and bring respect over. It's close to the tower. If even once someone wants to TP, erase it. Dude, the power shot is so much damage.
It's a lot of damage, and with the setup from the impalement arts coming in with a little bit of slow, keeping them in place. Morales and respect just having massive impact. Here it is again, same thing. Impalement arts into a power shot, and behind them,
nice.
There's
The
Tiny.
quick movement speed out of the Scurry actually does at least get the. Oh, they both out. I don't think they're both out by the looks of it. Power shot does miss. Slime Meow's going to be chased down though. Amped up a raise, and Malik is also still catching up to Vanilli, so both supports, yeah. With the casualty of war.
He has a healing Lotus. He's kept popping. He doesn't want to die. He's like, I'm gonna buy as much space as I can. But finally, Mr. Dinosaur will get you. And just absurd impact again. Like every game, these supports, man, from Liga, they're just doing tremendous work.
Still sticking around bottom, so they like couple of minutes up top to try and secure Violent. Now down to bottom where Violent's even going to come through the portal.
I like this play. Violent is thinking about Marcy. He wants to get in there.
Raise. Toss away, looking to try and break the tether. They won't be able to do so. Jesu's able to get the leap. Does survive on it. Oh, is he going to be able to survive? No. Impalement Art ticks him out. Another round to work with. Serenada's got the Astral. Tries to drop the Sanity's Malik. 30 health. Leaps away. And no survivor will be there for the boys on Asakura. With the dive under the tower, it will come through eventually. Malik is still looking to try and celebrate, charging in over to the right side of screen. And Liga, well, this is already up to a 4,000 net worth lead again.
Yeah, and this is also where I feel Tiny comes in with the earlier impact. Odie was there, sure, he get a participation trophy, I guess, but he didn't come in with as much impact as the Tiny does. Tiny can just walk in, find someone, toss them back. Whereas Odie kind of sat in the tree line, you know, playing back.
Okay.
They do get some returns. Malik gets punished on the TP back in. But yeah, overall, the tempo of the draft is a little bit higher on the side of Liga. So right now, Asakura, they're trying to match it, doing the best they can. But if Marcy doesn't get off to a fantastic start, it can be hard. She actually went for armlet. So this is even more that he just wants to fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's almost always just a straight Battle Fury, but with a Wisp, I guess, armlet is completely fine. You'll get your farm anyway.
Sure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Trollbo, Battle Fury is definitely on the menu, and he's not far from it. This tower is actually going to get him the gold that he needs.
Radiant's top
Just 70 gold needed now after it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So we're looking at 11 minutes, Face Boots and Battle Fury. Monstrous level farm on the Troll. Tiny, meanwhile, keeping pace with that, is only 300 gold away from a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he's massive.
Yeah, he's been in 5 kills, hasn't died a single time, has good CS, and did really well, surprisingly well, I want to say, against the OD lane. I thought he would struggle more, and, you know, OD only having 5 denies, meanwhile Tiny has 13. It's not how I expected the lane to play out. I'm sure the damage is higher on Tiny, but I feel like almost every single imprison should be 1 deny for OD.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just... maybe it's... How much has he played the hero recently is a question.
Yeah.
Because he seemed... I watched a little bit and I saw like some of the astral timings were a bit off.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's not really a common hero right now, but whenever you play, you gotta make sure that you can deliver in this important game.
Elimination.
Down. Yeah, elimination for Asakura. Liga, of course, still have the comfiness of they could drop 1 game, still be fine. Best of 3.
I'd love to be able to take it here though for Liga. It could be a long day for them.
Yeah.
Could be a really long day for Asakura if they win this, but League is still possibility for another series. Whoever takes this, again, winner against 1 win or 1 move.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, preserve your energy. Make it a quick 2-0. Both mid laners about to get their blinks. Tiny's is on the courier, flying out, but DK... actually not the mid laner, sorry. I'm so used to seeing mid DK, but DK almost has his blink too. RC. Could get reload saved if needed, but she's fine.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, it would have been nice to get the kill, of course, but importantly, you take the tower with the Tormentor up in 2 minutes. So I think it's kind of the big thing about the move down for Liga.
Yep, they open top lane, they open bottom lane, and meanwhile, their own lanes all have the tier 1 towers standing and healthy. Top tower almost completely untouched even, so tough time for Asakura to start getting the building damage in. And this is the problem. OD 1700 gold, but he just wants to farm items. Force Staff gonna be the first item. That's pretty much the most active build you can do as an OD. But it doesn't really hit as hard as some of the Blink mid laners coming in with their impact.
Yep. See, it does not. Let's see, apparently triple bounty. That array's still able to get so even more gold for him.
Been playing pretty forward this game. We've been invading a lot. Hit Blink.
It's the Blink, but Arrays has got his own as well. Serenada.
Oh wow.
Shackling of the Wheel of Wonder. It's a pretty nice combo. They want to try and force the issue with 7 Jess and Leap Boon in the middle, but oh my god, his health just evaporates. Relocate, it's going to be shut down. Amarala stops the Eye from getting away, and I don't think they're going to be able to get the white. Blink, unfortunately, already used from Arrays. Triple for Violent. I feel like we've seen this a couple of times with him getting involved early in the game and getting triple and ultra kills.
See, Amaral is just the type of scary bronze player, right? This bronze Windrunner, surely he doesn't play it much, but then he just runs in, gets a filthy shackle on you to set up there as a follow-up to initial disable. And just beautiful connection by the troll as well. Violent was there in time, pressed the ulti, and when you said they were just disappearing, it's the troll effect, man. He gets next to you with Battle Fury, presses ulti. If you have multiple heroes in the area, you're not about to. They do get Malik bottom. Seems like it's always falling back to this. Like, Liga win a team fight, and then 30 seconds later, Malik dies. Doesn't mean they bring a lot of heroes bottom, but I mean, that's not the worst thing. Tormentor is up there.
Nice scan, though. You know, at least people are coming down. Power shot to be able to try and snipe. It'll give a little bit of information. Vanilli I'd actually end up dying. It's pretty
Shackle.
important that the Ira is not here to be able to tether 7 Jesu, and it's a massive combo as well with the Wheel of Wonder. No escape.
Oh no, Jesu.
Blocks off
He
the
can't get out.
only avenue. Jesu stuck in the trees. OD next to the Tormentor.
He died
What a
just once.
perfect read from Liga that this was going on and that they still had the possibility to be able to contest even down the Primal.
Yeah, that was really nice. Scouting it out with the power shot, setting it up, and the Ringmaster. Respect with the 5-head ulti. He's like, there's only one ramp you guys can run away from. It wasn't to combo someone immediately, that Wheel of Wonder, but it was just to block off. Area denial. And you can see Marcy, she's like, well, I don't have a play anymore. I'm just gonna stay here and hope you don't find me. Sadly, they did.
Another kill potentially. Radiant are kind of bringing some heroes over. Serenata. Think about the potential for Sanities to get rid of Malik, even relocate in. And as soon as I say 5 heroes from Radiant, and Morales along with Arrays, they will reconsider. Actually, underneath the Observer Ward.
Yeah, I was thinking about Blink stunning the Wind Ranger, but of course Tiny has his volley of spells ready. DK thinks better of it. Perhaps not wanting to overstep. Still something. I mean, they are getting these kills on the Primal Beast. It's actually slowing down his timing quite a bit on the Crimson Guard. Meanwhile, the hero that hasn't died, Troll 6, 0, and 5, been involved in 11 out of the 15 kills. Pretty crazy. Gonna get himself the Aegis. Sanshasha, Battle Fury complete, 1,000 gold already. Man is getting huge. Well, they want to contest it.
Nice scan. Read from Liga to be able to double back and smoke and try and take the fight out of the pit. They don't want to give that opportunity for Asakura to find a way back into the game. Combo's a little bit awkward from Liga. Not perfect. Slime Yao.
Yeah.
Not gonna die as well by the looks of it.
Dead off. This is now a big moment for them. Ooh. Liga just hop into the control.
Nice angle for the toss instantly into the Tame of the Beast as well. Shackle connects from Amorales. Oh, what can this guy not do?
I mean, I'm amazed by how many shackles we're seeing landing. It's all working out so well. Sometimes with the toss into a shackle. And finally, that's going to be it. It looked like they were going to be able to contest that on the back of the Ringmaster ulti, kind of whiffing. But with the toss back on the OD, finds himself out of position. He just cannot be the first one into the fight on OD. He has to let somehow DK go first, Marcy go first. In a way, he kind of needs them to have BKB for him to be safe.
Oh, a raise? Okay, we've got to protect you now. Okay, we'll force to try and push him away. Jester's going to be able to get the jump, and they might just have to sack a raise. Violent, he's made the call, he's out.
Yeah, they're dipping out, leaving the area. Fortunately, they have some pretty fast heroes. Windrun away, Sanjasha running on the Troll. So they're finding these pickups at least to kind of stay in the game, but 19 minutes in and it's an 11k lead with Aegis. It's looking kind of grim.
I really respect the discipline play from League. I feel like this is still a team, like, again, new team, not as much experience as like some tier 1 team, but for them to just make the call of, all right, let's just leave the Tiny. Like, we have such a large net worth lead, we could maybe protect him, but it really lowers our chances to take a good fight even with the lead we have, and we don't want to lose this game.
Yeah, it's not just, you know, caveman Dota with smash. They're actually making very calculated decisions when they want to take a fight and dodging the bad fights, even when they're ahead. And that's the sign of a team that really knows what they're doing, because even in Dota, if you're ahead by quite a lot, you can still find yourself outmaneuvered, outpositioned, or with cooldowns. There are many reasons to not take a fight, and Liga are respecting those. Meanwhile, we have some massive power spike. Jesu has his BKB on Marcy, so that is going to allow him to actually go in and try and fight.
Just got to start to turn the tides here now, though. So it has been all Liga, and they are continuing to take over the map. Plenty of time left on the Aegis. Tier 2 tower about to be under siege.
Yeah, they glyphed it up. They're TPing in, so they want to take the fight somehow. Start with Marcy.
Try and poke. Shackle's going to connect on to do with the backline with the chain control crashing into the middle. 7 Jesu. A defensive use of the BKB. Nice relocate. They'll get Marcy out, but it looks like everyone else is still going to be in a bit of a difficult zone to take the fight. Serenada not protected. And they'll lose their mid laner. They're going to get the eye. Oh, they brought the mask? What?
What? Why would he? Okay. He's just didn't want to let go of Marcy's hand, I guess. You're coming with me. Yeah, I don't think they understood the situation there. That was a bit of a feed.
PFB works.
PFB?
I don't.
I'm not sure what PFB is referring to.
Absolutely no idea. I don't know.
Yeah. But they got the tier 3 tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Double back.
Sticking around.
Oh god.
Yeah.
This is double back to put him out of this game.
They got scanned.
Okay.
It's fine,
well,
I say, but not really. The shard from Winds. It's gonna be fine on OD, staying in safe area, but his racks are not. Everything is just crumbling and falling apart right now. Marcy has cooldown on her BKB, so doesn't want to defend that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. We'll deal with the waves. Malik will shut bottom. Rest of the team will take a tier 2 tower. And probably... I wonder what they'll do afterwards, if Malik will connect or if they'll just look to go back across the map. Because there's only 40 seconds left of the Aegis.
Yeah, the Aegis is pretty short duration. I think they're just gonna head over here for a tier 2 tower. Liga. Want to get a full grip on the map. And I don't really see how you fight this so early for the OD. He has Hurricane Pike only. Like I said, he wants Blink, Witchblade, and Hurricane Pike. He got one of those items. That's how fast this game has been. Look at his net worth. 7.5. Yeah. He's a puny little OD.
Even the Ringmaster might.
Usurping. Outfarmed by both the supports.
Nice scan. Dude, have the scans always been on the mark this game? The read has been exceptional.
Yeah, both teams, honestly, have had really good scans. The full wraparound.
I think they got a glimpse of Emeralis erasing the trees.
Yeah, good positioning. Let the Tiny tank it. And yeah, they made a lap. Victory lap around the enemy team. Except you're the losing side. Tiny is only 650 gold away from his BKB. Troll has his, fresh, never used. And Primal Beasts, same thing there. Very close to his BKB timing as well. And once they have the triple BKB, that's usually the counter for OD. Not that he needs to be countered in this game, but the hero doesn't really do anything when the enemy has BKBs. It becomes useless.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of looked that way from start to finish for poor OD. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of like, yo, I don't feel bad for him. He's playing OD. F this hero, but
yeah. No, I understand it. OD players, they deserve all of it. I'm sitting here still thinking what could have been, man. You could have had a Razor laning into a Troll. You could have made Troll sad, you know. Instead, Troll had the easiest time ever. Absolutely dominating this game.
Malik.
Reload save coming in.
Try and go for the relocate. Oh, very close with the avalanche.
And nice attempt by Raze, throwing the avalanche behind the Marcy, trying to anticipate and stop the reload out.
I'm surprised Malik can charge as well. It doesn't really matter. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if he charged into the Wisp, that could have cancelled it. Would have been a really nice way to do it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Marcy does pop ulti mid, trying to get a tower, get something for herself. But you cannot get out from Troll that easily. Oops and jives.
They're going to lose DK as well by the looks of it. Or DK, is he going to get a kill? Nope. Crimson might tick out Emerald.
He's still alive.
Oh, man. He's not going to die. Breathe fire. Slime Yo's going to try and catch him. Should be able to do so with the Observe Ward. So at least they get one. I mean, this is a massive consolation prize. And yeah, I mean, it's a 19,000 deficit. Like, this is...
Yeah. You know, it's bad when you get like 1,100 gold for killing a support, and the enemy are getting like 600 gold for killing a course. It's just a sign of the story of the game that we're in here. Troll without a worry in the world, pushing high ground. And yeah, I don't know what you should be afraid of. The DK is dead for 18 seconds, does not have buyback. They probably knew that too, because he has components in his inventory, like buying bits and pieces.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Okay. Do we back up? We want Roche. Do we want the last set of barracks?
Honestly, this is where Liga, they should just play it disciplined, make it a clean 2-0 by waiting for that Aegis. And it is going to be an early spawn again. Previous game, it was a 2-minute spawn. This was a 2:20.
Crimson BKB. Erase is the only person here to maybe offer some assistance. Tumblr's toy in a second.
Oh! The jump! Damn,
And they're coming.
What a calculated hop.
Oh, Emeraldus. It's a shackle under the tree. Malik looking for the angle. Erase is waiting over to the right side as well. What an absolute massacre to end this game. Emeraldus will die, but perfect combo. Elimination. And they are done for.
They get absolutely annihilated in this fight. The only one to live was the Dragon Knight. He runs off to find some greener lands, some happier pastures to grow old and die by. But that's going to be it for Asakura. Their story here in this qualifier is going to end here. And Liga, just a stronger team by far, dominating game 1 and game 2, honestly dominating even harder. I didn't expect it, but this Troll 11-0 and 13. This is an unstoppable performance.
Yeah, massive from him. But I'm excited to be able to cover Liga next. We don't know who their opponent is going to be. I'm not sure how the other stream is actually going. I could maybe check real quick, but
see,
yeah,
the positive thing is here, Eris, that this was a stomp. And that's what you kind of want in lower brackets, so that going into the next round, we know that we have a team that was very dominant in the previous round and are definitely looking to be ready to compete against one win or one move, whichever team is going to be the winners of the other stream that's going on, of course. But yeah, Liga, they look like a team hungry for that one qualifier slot.
Yeah, that they're doing. It looks like one win have game 1 advantage, and game 2 they have 15,000 net worth lead. So they're in prime position to be able to take that. We'll see if that will be the opponent for Liga heading into the lower bracket semi-finals. But it's that's going to be a long break for us. We've got 2 hours until that series is going to be starting. So again, a lot of other streams going on, a lot more Dota that everyone can be entertained with. Maybe you guys can have some time to queue some pubs as well before we are back for our last series of the day. Yeah, well, maybe don't pick some OD because it didn't look very good. Hopefully, at least you have more success in your own games. But yeah, for us, we're going to be back a break. We'll see you guys then.
He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. that drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce is the heart of the stone by the bonny, bonny balls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the Balls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny balls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella non so che tiene a monterà, ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella non so che tiene a monterà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia venite qua, con bello quando ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna spenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà, mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those in-Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery-eyed and day. Agus foy marish and crushkin is birch shelan.
Tell him of all I feel. Repeat my love at each melting touch. Since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart. Tune his heart to mine. grace. Amazing grace. Amazing grace. Our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the barn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a right good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. a fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped its pendulum swing to and fro. Many hours had he spent while a boy, and in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, If you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you've been in Derby, you'd see the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you've been in Derby, you'd see the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella belanzare tiene buon man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella belanzare tiene buon man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia, la ride qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà, mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality does induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, healed your music when his breeze to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine. was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid he rode sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then ever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy hack full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same.
We've got another elimination series here on the Tango stream, and we will continue to cover the boys on Liga. This time their opposition is going to be OneWin, who was able to win previously on the other stream against One Move. So we will see who is going to make it to the final day here of the qualifiers for Eastern Europe.
Yeah, obviously we've been following Liga here as they went up against Asakura, who also previously beat Impossible. We're covering a lot of lower bracket games in a row here, but Liga, they looked like they were just one step ahead of Asakura all the way. They were just outplaying them, and I think also had a very, very sensible draft. But going up against OneWin now, a team that comes out of a pretty dominant series against One Move. They were successful in doing some pretty fun stuff, including they had a Grimstroke against the TB and got a 19-minute Aghanim Scepter, which ended up making some crazy TB illusions.
Okay.
And of course, very, very good game for him. He ended up 9-2 and 17 on a support Grimstroke. Pretty impressive.
That's got to feel nice for Sweet and Strong. That's quite the KDA. So let's see. The supports were a big thing for us in our Liga series, and apparently for OneWin as well. So we'll look towards that. We, of course, had the opportunity to cover OneWin in the series loss versus Aurora, and we saw a lot of Bristle back from them. Both games that Bristle was first phase and given over to Munkushi. So I wonder if that was maybe because I looked in. I think I had a quick look. Maybe I missed it, but it wasn't banned or prioritized in the series versus One Move today. So I wonder maybe it was just a bit of a strategy they had going up against Aurora.
Yeah, it does seem like it. They completely ignored it. And, maybe Aurora showed them perhaps some of the downsides of Bristle. If you don't get off to the strong start that you want and you can't take over the early game, then the hero is kind of weird. So the drafts that they've played today are a little bit different. I think they drafted pretty similar to what we've seen some of the successful teams do. They had one draft, for instance, was like the Tiny, Lesh, Murta, Beast, and Ringmaster. Very good combinations, just a ton of stuns to play into each other. And the second draft was also very similar with tons of damage from a TA into those combinations as well.
Okay, so maybe we'll get that Templar Assassin. I know that's something you were bringing up on day one. We still haven't had the opportunity to be able to speak about some of the changes and hear the expert himself speak about it. So maybe Monkushi will pull it out once again, but I'm also excited to see just the battle of the mid lane. As a Raze so far has looked really solid. We praised Chiro Jr. in their series loss, unfortunately, again yesterday versus Aurora, but this will be a very good battle. I'm expecting this series to be much closer than some of the other series that we have been getting.
Oh yeah, it's all been building up for this. This is where we start getting into the real tough battles. I think these two teams are fairly evenly matched. It's hard to say who really goes in with this with an advantage. I don't really feel one way or another. It's really just going to come down to who shows up and who plays the best Dota right now. So without much delay, we're going to soon head into the draft and see what these teams are going to be doing. Anything that you want to see going into this game, Aries? Any hero you want to see or don't want to see?
I don't want to see the Bristle. I really wasn't overly impressed with the Bristle yesterday, and I don't know, like, it's obviously a strategy they have for OneWin, but I would like to see it prioritized just a little bit less for them.
Yep, fair. I agree a lot. I think what I want to see, not really hero-wise, but I just want to, like you mentioned, look at that mid matchup, because I think Chia Jr. and Race, these are like very, very talented mid players. I'm especially a fan of Chia Jr. since a while back, so I always enjoy watching him play. We saw him pop off a little bit earlier here in this qualifier, but see if he can do it again. Going up against Liga.
10 seconds remaining.
Hero-wise, we have Nature's Prophet Nature's Prophet Tinker and Tiny banned out, along with Darkseid Monkey.
But where is that Ringmaster? We haven't seen it first phase, right? Has it always been second? I think it's always been like early in the second phase.
Yeah, we've seen it first phase picked. We have not seen it first phase banned. Yeah, I think it was picked first phase by some team. I can't remember which. We have already had quite a few games. But, you know, it's usually the second pick, second or third pick for these teams. And there are some other heroes that are extremely high in priority, and we see the same names kind of frequent the first phase ban, right? It's just a switch up on who's gonna take the place. In this case, 1win, they ban out the TA and pick the Beastmaster, a hero that does quite well against Beast, so get rid of her.
Right,
there it is. Yeah, I mean, this makes sense though. You see the Beastmaster, I think it's already enough information to say that, okay, it's a good Ringmaster game. Pick a master to beat a master, you know, the box is extremely good against the Roar.
How likely do you think it is that the Ringmaster would have been banned out in the second phase with at least one out of the two bans?
Yeah, I think it's like, depending on their priority, I would have 100% wanted to ban it if I'm playing the Beastmaster, just if they would rate something higher, but I think at least there's like a 70% chance of something that hero is not getting through, and if he is getting through, then they ban something else important, right?
So the question is, right, like what is going to be banned then where you would have picked the Ringmaster? Because this is something that your league are heavily prioritizing, so have to see. Tide removed. What else do we want to get rid of in 1win?
I'm still thinking, like, Ringmaster can be played 4 and 5, so I'm actually still leaning towards a possible Warlock safe lane for Liga here, and just do the off-lane Ringmaster, or support plus 4 Ringmaster. Just due to how good Warlock is against Beastmaster, and you get some absurd teamfight combo. You have the Chaotic Offering plus the Circus coming in from the Ringmaster, got the big wheel. They're going to ban out some other heroes, though. The Tidehunter, who has been showing quite a few good performances in the qualifier so far, along with the Enigma.
5 seconds remaining.
So a little bit more emphasis on Malik's hero pool, right? With Darkseid, Tide, Enigma. We have seen Malik's heroes been drafted pretty early on, and honestly, whatever team he's on, I feel like that is the case, where we see his hero picked relatively early. Also, Array's hero is picked up pretty early on too. So I think for Malik, the Primal Beast is one thing I'm looking at. Into the Beastmaster, it's a little bit awkward, of course, with the Raw, but I'm just thinking of like other heroes that he's been playing a lot.
Sure. I think Malik has delivered very well no matter what hero he ends up on. Yeah, I agree that a lot of teams have been kind of targeting him, but hasn't really necessarily stopped his impact too much. Liga are going to go back for Jakiro, another hero that we see quite frequently here in the first phase. Very, very strong with the attack speed slow. Can be good against the Beastmaster as well.
10 seconds remaining.
And that burn damage. We have seen a few teams go for the Rubik when you see heroes like this. You see Ring, you see Jakiro, you know, get tempting to pick up a Rubik. It's been mixed success so far, though.
Oh, for us, it's been horrible, no? Haven't we seen 2 games, and it's like every single game, it's just, they look really bad, no?
Yeah, it's been good in some regards, but the thing is that Jakiros have learned to counter it, right? They don't even max the ice path. They just say, okay, you picked Rubik to steal my ice path. I'll have maybe a level 1 ice path. You can take that, enjoy. So I think teams are getting pretty ready for it. 1win, though, going towards the Silencer. That is always nice to have when the enemy has a saving ability. You get Silencer to try and counter that. You roar someone, you silence, suddenly Ringmaster can't save it, whoever gets gone on.
Mm-hmm. It's a cool thought. Let's see what Liga, how you now address this answer, because this is, unfortunately, a hero that does come with a decent amount of weaknesses compared to maybe some of the other supports.
Yeah, low mobility and no stun, of course. Two of the big banes of this hero. Get outmaneuvered, and you can't really stop if someone just gets out, but they make up for it with some more low mobility, but they do get the disables here from Rasta. Getting his Shackle and Hex.
How do you feel about the Shaman picked into the Jakiro? Because I really like long stuns against the Shaman. I think the Ice Path and Jakiro is a great way to be able to make it a bit more difficult on how you play with the Shackles.
Yeah. Can certainly be a little bit challenging, partly to get those long channels, but also can be not the easiest lane, since Shadow Shaman has such a short range. If he ever gets close to the Jakiro, you can get, from level 2 and onward, you can get dual breathed and hit by the ice, liquid ice, and you just struggle. But we'll see how well he can play. I think Jakiro or Shadow Shaman has played very close to Beastmaster in the lane, and utilize him as your shield. They should be pretty fine.
I like this pick a lot. I'm super big fan of it. I mean, you see two supports that do absolutely nothing versus the Terrorblade. Possibility for melee to even pick it up if that's the case. I think maybe we get our Erase hero here. Unfortunately, no Tiny, which is something that they probably could have picked now, but I think Pango is also, it's a pretty tough Pango game into the heroes. So is there a mid laner that you see is a bit easy to pick not knowing your matchup?
I wonder if they want to pick the mid laner, if they're even going to go for the off laner. Yeah, they're going to go for it. Since they have the last pick, I think you want to utilize that to get the good men matchup. And Centaur, we've seen it pick blindly before. It's fine. You deal with whatever you get thrown at you. And now some of the heroes that counter Centaur are not really good against TB, right? If you get countered by a Lifestealer in lane, yeah, but Lifestealer doesn't match up well against TB at all. That's a horrible matchup. You just get slapped by all the illusions. You need some AoE damage, you need illusion clear somehow on OneWin's team. They played Leshrac before, so Chia Jr. could take the Lesh towards mid, a hero that's very good against TB.
We've been seeing the Bear a couple of times. How's Ursa for you?
It's a fine lane, and it's acceptable later on. I think, in my head, Ursa is better against TB than it actually is right now. And a lot of that comes down to the shard on TB. People just get the shard, and then he runs away from Ursa. Like, theoretically, you can go on him, but it's just hard. They do go for the lane counter. Okay. So this is what teams used to do a lot when Centaur was first phase pick. You just end up countering it with Lifestealer. Does really well in lane, and overall, throughout the game, you're always happy to be against the Centaur as Lifestealer. It's not that difficult. He has a slow stun, you can always dodge it, and you have tons of damage into him. The problem, though, is that TB looks pretty unaddressed. You said it, the two supports, not good against TB. I guess you can global right before he sunders, but like that's not a counter. That's like a play that can happen. And the problem is, if Shadow Shaman ever wants to shackle him, there might be illusions around just killing the Shadow Shaman during that time.
I'm looking at Storm as a possibility here for Chiro Jr. Some Infest carrier.
Yeah. Storm works. He is actually a little bit harder to hard counter in lane than some people think, due to Static Slide. He doesn't really get shut down. You could otherwise go Puck, but then you run the risk of, what if there's a sniper last pick? You know, like you'll have an awful time. You have two backline supports. You can't really deal with a sniper plus the TB. I know it sounds greedy, sniper TB, but it actually would be a problem here for OneWin's team. So I think Puck is a bad option. I guess Queen is what I could see coming out for Chia Jr. as well. A lot of teams like going towards damage when you play against TB. Just. And around now, I think they'll start telling themselves, like, oh, boys, we don't have a hero against TB. We get Silence, a Shadow Shaman, and Lifestealer. Oh, okay. Mid needs to be big damage. It's either Lesh or Queen. Storm gets banned out, so yeah, he's not an option.
Isn't this Lesh matchup, it's a bit weird where like TB 2-3 items just isn't it very good versus the Lesh, like once you get Skadi?
Yeah, down the road when you get items, for sure. He's pretty good. There are a lot of different power spikes that happen in that matchup. Like eventually you get Aghanim, Scepter, and Lesh, and then the TB and his solutions can't even auto attack. So it goes a bit back and forth. Overall, though, I think Lesh is a good matchup against almost all illusion heroes, just due to his AoE damage.
And they ban sniper,
okay,
so let's see if the
puck.
puck.
Yeah.
But so that's a question. What? So no monk. More than likely, I guess I'll wait for my response because we do have to see if it's going to be the puck or not.
A lot of counters are banned out. There's no Monkey King, no sniper. Yeah, feels reasonable. They could still be worried about sniper against Queen of Pain, so it could be the same cover ban with the sniper there.
Sure.
See what they end up going for, but for me, it's one of those two. Could be Ember, I guess, but what?
Beast mid?
Yeah, Beast mid. Wow.
Why are you picking Abaddon? Abaddon into TB feels a little bit.
Well, you can disjoint, right? The Jakiro spells and the reflection can both be dispelled by the shield. So we saw how effective Abaddon was against Jakiro on day 1, getting a surprising win in a lane there. But I don't know if this is worth it. We'll see. Also, it's a little bit awkward, right? Because Lifestealer and Abaddon are two heroes that both want Radiance a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Often Abaddons, they want that Radiance. Carry Lifestealers, they want it. So now one of you is going to have to go for something else. Not the biggest deal ever, but, you know, it does limit your itemization.
So what's the mid for a raise? What do we want here?
Knowing his Beastmaster? I wonder. Almost... I feel like they want something durable, to be honest, because a lot of heroes get picked off by Silencer, Rasta, and Beastmaster combos. Like, not sure about the Spirit heroes overall for them.
And we saw yesterday the Beast actually played very well mid, like completely destroyed the lane. So we'll get the Conquer, which is something we asked about earlier in the qualifiers. So it'll be exciting to see how this hero is going to look.
Yeah, and this is a good counter. Kunkka against the Beastmaster in lane is a good lane for Kunkka, and later on you have a few good things going for you. Like X-marking Abaddon is generally pretty good because it allows you to kind of slowly deal with him, trigger out his ulti, X-mark him, he can't get away. I've been excited to finally get to see some Kunkka. It's been a while.
Yep, it has indeed. I just want to go to, is Respect really going Twin Terror again?
Yeah, I see that. He's going Twin Terror. It's preferred, I guess. It just doesn't feel like the ice thing is worth it anymore, I guess.
Do you... Is there a thought of putting the Ringmaster in the safe lane so you avoid the Jakiro into the Abaddon lane?
Yeah, there's definitely possibility for that, but I don't think they would have picked the players on the... swap the players altogether. Because you still want to have, when you play in a team, you have your duos, kind of like your safe laner and your post. It's harder to, you know, go work with someone else than to just swap the players when both of them have shown to be comfortable playing Ringmaster either way.
Well, let's see. We get some interesting stuff here. To start our last series of the night, which is, you know, we're expecting this one to be much more close than what we've got previously. But the flex, so second time we get the Beastmaster mid, but there's the Abaddon, who we haven't really been seeing a whole lot. Maybe like one game we've covered so far. And we get the Conquer mid for a raise. He did go for the High Tide facet.
Yep, High Tide, of course, the proc for the Tidebringer. Makes sense, he wants to get some auto attacks going. All that cooldown reduction. This facet has overall been pretty underwhelming. In fact, Kunkka is one of those heroes where his innate is way stronger than his facet, I would say. The Admiral's Run is pretty damn good. You just get a bunch of damage delay randomly when people go on you, get extra movement speed out of nowhere. Very useful.
30 seconds to battle.
Actually, I didn't know that. The alt tooltip on that one is interesting. It stacks additively with other sources of Admiral's Run, so not even with diminishing return, but fully.
Oh, wow. Is she? Okay.
Oh, we're gonna have no first blood before the game starts this time. We've had a lot of bloody games.
A lot of the action. It's just gonna be a 2 for 2.
Fair trade on the bounties. People heading down towards their lanes. We see Centaur up to some sneaky shenanigans, going for the body block. Already we see Lifestealer mirroring the movement, going down, wanting to body block the Radiant creeps. Amaryllis being there might deter him from doing this. The little impalement arts are ready. Oh, doesn't throw it.
Yep. Let's get ourselves underway. What hero do you feel like is vital to get off to a good start here for the boys on 1 win?
I think the most important is Beastmaster, right? Like, he wants to get his early game secured, make sure that he gets towards that Aghanims in a decent timing. So we'll see how he does. He is counterpicked on mid lane. Beast is still fairly strong, but Kunkka can be problematic, especially once he gets a few levels on Tidebringer.
I wonder what the build as well is. What do you think Arraze is going to go for this game with the items?
I expect it to be some form of like Blade Mail build, most likely. I've seen a few different things, like Double Bracer, Magic Face Boots, that's like a given. From there on, Blade Mail is very common. The Blade Mail Shard build used to be broken, then they nerfed the Shard a little bit. I think you could still go Blade Mail into Orchid. That's not too bad. The only problem is like the Photic Shield can save people, but you can always just silence the Abaddon as well and leave him like that.
Top lane till the end? Should end up going down to the Blood Grenade. No, not actually enough, and the Paleman Arts I thought was going to last a little bit longer.
Yeah, they wore off. Pretty short duration. It's going to be fine, but has to pop a salve in the tree line, gets HP back, and that leaves a little bit of time of Lifesteer getting harassed by the Ringmaster. Honestly, looking at the Jakiro gameplay and just studying a bit more the Twin Terror build, it's not that bad, you know? At first, I wasn't sure about it. Oh, Lifestealer gets too close, just gets stomped and brought down by Malik and Amaryllis.
Okay.
He doesn't have a point in rage yet, so having the open wounds and Ghoul Frenzy doesn't have a reaction to make when the Hoof Stomp comes in.
So what were you saying about the Jakiro facet?
I think it's a good idea to go for a Twin Terror, actually, as a support even. Because you end up getting so many auto attacks in. Like, look at him, non-stop auto attacking here. The added value over time, you have 10% less damage reduction. It does make a difference.
Okay.
Because, you know, 6 more damage per hit, and you hit twice every time you auto attack, so it's pretty damn good.
Shaman in the lane is so annoying. Why? What is his facet?
The chicken fingers, yeah. Chicken fingers facet is interesting. It has some use after laning stage, but it's primarily good in laning stage. Having played a lot of games on Rasta, I can tell you that the chicken fingers is fantastic for some chain stunning, but looking at win rates, I actually looked at both win rates and you know, compared playstyles. I ended up liking the other facet more. It's like it was 4% higher win rate across tons of games, and that's pretty significant. And overall, I found the big ward to be really, really strong.
Respect. Chase down for the moment. Violent. Forced to use his Metamorphosis though to protect his support. There's an opportunity to get Triple S. He used the Photic Shield defensively on Sweet and Strong.
Wait, is he dead too?
Is probably just gonna die anyway. They may need some body blocks out of respect, but the movement slow is back up. A Blood Grenade's gonna fly through afterwards. He does miss.
A little bit late. He didn't think about it in time there. Respect. But still fantastic for them. They bring down the Abaddon, the important target, and Shadow Shaman doesn't have the foul play ready now. It's still on cooldown. It's pretty significant. It's 2 minutes cooldown if you don't die. They're attempting to go on center. Blood Grenade committed.
And the base unfortunately off the mark. Malik's just going to try and do as much damage as he can. Amaryllis will be able to push himself forward with the last right click. Get a return kill, get a souvenir as well.
Gets in there with all those auto attacks. Ringmaster has a really nice auto attack in lane. And honestly, his damage is fairly high.
Yeah.
As I say that, he gets a deny right in front of Munkushi's face. Haven't talked about the mid lane too much, but 37 and 4 for the Beastmaster.
Playing snooze.
Yeah, it's really just a farm trade. As opposed to the side lanes, which is so much kill potential. Random X
Bro,
mark.
what are you doing? What was that X mark?
I don't know. Maybe he was thinking about something. He had Jakiro and Ringmaster kind of close, but not close enough to come in and help him.
Whoa, raw. This is, I don't... Let's go.
All the
Are you
supports are
killing
here.
Beast? What? This is crazy. Erase has level 6. So sweet and strong. Maybe the Manet's going to be the issue, but Erase does have a big wand. Doesn't want to use the boat onto the Shaman. Feels it's unnecessary because we could have a fight for the power rune further as well. Torrent just shy. Very close to getting that initial stun, which would have granted a secondary kill for Liga. They might still be able to get the power rune.
Yeah, chasing after a silencer. Another sentry being dropped. X-Mark should secure it, but he's just going in.
Trying to get rid of the
Can't really
sentry,
fight
but
three though, surely.
No, we can't fight 3. In fact, he's gonna die with the attempt of doing so, and Sweet and Strong's probably gonna die as well. What's going on? We didn't have the bloodbath to start the game, but we just needed to wait until the power runes. That is when the kills were going to occur in our first game of the final series.
Dear God, what a bloodbath erupting here as we have Shadow Shaman dying twice on mid lane, 4 deaths on the side of Dire. Not a great start for them, and Liga strike hard. We've been talking about the impact of their support players making their moves, and yet again, the move towards mid lane works out great for them. Such strong fighting supports.
And meanwhile, bottom Violent can easily play solo versus Triple S. This is a meta used with the catapult wave, so I mean the tower's pretty much gone. It's probably going to be in deny range, top lane. It's going to be a kill into the silencer. This past 2 minutes for Liga, Malik, he's fine. He has Vanguard. He's actually not even taking any damage. He's sustaining through it.
Yeah, he got the Stampede ready, so he's completely fine. Holding a Lotus as well. Just not too concerned. Lifesteer's getting decent farm, but all these kills happening across the map is probably stressing him out a bit as well. The supports are struggling against the impact of Liga's early game.
Okay, Raze. Now, but there's the Stampede that you were mentioning about. I'm trying to get himself out of range, but unfortunately, already on top.
When Abaddon went down, he had 2 experience to go, by the way, for level 6. He was so close to getting his ulti. Had Magic Stick as well, but didn't get the ulti experience needed.
Oh, respects to Chad. He's just tanking up the tower. Baiting Sweet and Strong. That's what he's doing. Nice timing. Taming the Beast into the Tidebringer. He's actually okay. Meanwhile, Amoralis is also... Oh, did he actually live because of the illusion? I think dodge the axes. Another one's back up. He's going to have to do this one by himself. Won't be able to sidestep it.
Hard to dodge the Beastmaster chasing him out, running him down there. Beast getting back into the jungle, farming up a bit, but that's mid tower secured. Bottom tower already dropping, so 2 down and a 2k gold lead right now for Liga. The tempo difference is noticeable.
And you already know that like top lane as well is probably going to be ganked. I honestly would love to see Violet go top with the next meta. I feel like there's a big opportunity for the early game for you to play with meta along with boat.
They have Macro and Kunkka. They could steal stuff here. Jakiro going in pretty deep. Just be careful not to get caught by the Beastmaster. He might have caught himself a little bit out of position.
Should probably know there's a ward with how far up he was, or maybe he was just positioned there to play in front of the Conquer. We'll see if they get a signal or not.
Suspicious to find a support that deep into your triangle. Definitely indicative that he might have been up to no good. 15 seconds, we have a power rune coming up. Beastmaster taking his time clearing up the Ancients, wants to get towards that Aghanim Scepter. So what's the item build for our side laners here? The Lifestealer's already queued up the Radiance, he's going for it, so Triple S is gonna have to go for something else. Has he bought anything yet, or is he just holding it? I think he's holding his gold, yeah. I mean, he's not significantly rich. 2 deaths and no kills.
Concerned with the map state though. Again, I really am expecting a play to happen around top. It looks like OneWin are kind of anticipating this as well. They're gonna run into Amaralis. Arrays will be able to drop the combo to... Oh man, that's a creep! Oh my god! The Tidebringer low cooldown because it's just hitting everyone!
Oh my god! The combination.
Jesus!
Lifesteal's gonna be fine at least, but they're losing 3 and they lose their stacks in jungle as well as Centaur comes out. Yeah, I would like to see that again. That was crazy. Absolutely wild. The Kunkka Ringmaster. Some AoE gods, of course. You have the Jakiro as well. Didn't even need to drop a Macropyre into that. This is just another setback. So the top tower already cleared out by the TB coming in. And he's gonna head down bottom again. He doesn't want to lose that tower. You and I have talked about it before, how for Radiant, holding on to your tier 1 bottom tower is really great for in 4 minutes. Be that Tormentor. Lifesteal has to scurry away. Liga, they look hungry, man.
Yeah.
So update on Kunkka. He did go for the Blade Mail, going into Aghanim Scepter, not going for the Shard. This is probably a nice version to do it right now. Aghanim Scepter is the Ghost Ship fleet nowadays with the guns. It's pretty great for dealing some AoE damage.
Dire are scanning.
Is it magic damage? The gun pass-through? Yep, okay.
Yeah, it's all magic damage. The cannonballs being shot by the Ghost Ship too. But, you know, it's not really as controlling as the old Aghanim Scepter with the Torrent Storm, but it does do a tremendous amount of damage still. And it's hard to avoid getting hit by the boats or the cannonballs.
Okay. And look how aggressive they're playing, Lego. This ward still hasn't been dewarded for...
The donkey farm.
There's one. Okay, we're gonna micro. No, we're not paying attention. Okay.
That's 130 gold for the entire team. Very nice by Amaralis, finding some innocent couriers. The logistics team.
So what's the route back in if you're OneWin? You see this deficit, you see all your towers gone, and the map control it's not really there for you. What is the communication going to be like, and who are they relying on?
Ooh, I think it's going to be... I was going to say the Aghanim's timing on Beastmaster plus the Radiance, but I've got news for you. It's not Radiance anymore. He went back for Maelstrom, but it feels awkward to buy Maelstrom when you already had like 3,000 plus gold saved up, and only then buying the component. He's not even sending it out because his courier is dead.
Yeah. That's weird.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Silencer's gonna drop. I think he had to commit for the full Radiance. I'm not sure about this decision to pivot back into Maelstrom. It's like you've already done the hard part of saving all that gold throughout the laning stage.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures
She's
are
right.
fortified.
Oh, they actually want to fight. Look at the wraparound. Scepter's online for Chira Jr. Erase is a little bit weak as well. Unable to get the boat off. Ice Path will do its best to disrupt the combo, but the global silence, and they're going to even be able to get the kill to conquer. Erase slips out of danger because Radiant do such an incredible job at protecting him, and they're not going to get anyone, dude. This game, it's just starting to look like some of the other games that we've been watching.
Yeah, it's just Liga being dominant from minute 6 and onwards. It's been their game. They played for that first power rune, got 4 kills out of it, and since then they have not let up the gas at all. It's completely in control.
And a D ward too, freshly placed ward.
The problem is they didn't hit the timing they wanted as well, right? You get the Aghanims after Beastmaster, you go behind, that's nice. But where's the impact from your carry showing up? He didn't have anything. He didn't have the Maelstrom even delivered at that point. Meanwhile, the TB, I believe, has the full... No, never mind. He's saving
Kira Jr.? Again, that Observer ward that we thought maybe they were able to get a glimpse of previously will result in a kill onto the Beast. They'll get the run buff as well. Munkushi, I don't know if he's going to be able to win this man fight. Wants to try and get the Infest. Will into Sweden strong, but he's going to be able to piggy himself away.
Rushing to safety.
Oh. They found Triple S. Wait, there's a couple of things going on at the moment. Two fights. Torrent's going to fly over the top. It's a great placement of the Macropie. Munkushi might burn out, and yet that's going to be the case. Stampede gets some separation. Violence okay here for the Terrorblade. Triple S. They're going to be able to close the distance. Torrent into the hoofs. It's going to be a 5-man wipe. Dude, League are just... Oh, God, man. This team's looking good.
They really are. Yeah, this is... I mean, this is what we want to see in the lower bracket. The team that shows the power to be able to go all the way in the lower bracket and finally challenge in the grand finals. I'm already getting ahead of myself because they just look that dominant. Like, this game, it's going to be very, very hard for one win to turn this one around. Obviously, it is a best-of-3 series. Still got a chance to have an impact later, but look at them going mid, catching off the Beastmaster now with the X mark. Hold on cooldown. Might just be fine.
They need a global? Okay, no, he's just apparently dead, violent, and Silence is gone. Okay.
Stampede on cooldown, so can't chase for more, but 2 kills, and Tower is probably going to be quick to follow as well. They have not been able to get rid of these wards. Amarale's ward on the triangle is still there. Meanwhile, he runs in and quickly finds the ward that one win placed. The supports, man, it's literally the backbone of this team. I know the cores are playing fantastic. Like, we have a TB and a Kunkka who neither of them died at all. But it's just really a pleasure to watch how Respect and Amarales are playing the game.
Yeah, it's like the reason why the cores have this room to be able to play so well is because of what the supports are doing. I mean, they are just absolutely carrying the early game.
Yeah.
The lanes, the early game, everything. It's incredible.
It also speaks volumes to how the communication is in the team. It's not just the supports are on the same page. All of them know what's going on. And that's why we see them right now. All 5 going over towards the Tormentor. Don't want to give a chance for Dire to get the hand of this. They did lose their Wisdom Rune though. Sweet and Strong finds the 1730 Wisdom Rune.
Oh,
he's gonna drop some snakes. This is desperate times, man. He drops the snakes to try and farm some camps in the enemy jungle. He gets 3 creep spawns from it. Didn't manage to get to stack on the big camp, but... I don't know. This says a lot about the game state.
Maybe could have pulled that other wave as well. It was max efficiency.
Yeah, gets right. He probably was worried about just Kunkka showing up and X-marking him again. It's so hard to get out.
Oh, if you're warding like that, you may as well, like, give 15,000 lead.
You may as well, yeah.
Just, yeah.
Commit. Get all the gold you can. I mean, if you got the creep wave, he would be pretty close to the full ether lens by now. So right now, they're just hoping to hold on to the game. They're not going for any moves. As we see the Rasta dropping snakes in jungle like that, all of them are just hitting creeps. The Abaddon is going for the Radiance, by the way. The Lifesteer gave up his Radiance, but Abaddon is going for his. And finally, he does get picked. And conveniently dies right next to the Roche pit, so we see Liga swinging in towards that. Damage is pretty damn fast by now. Centaur with the...
metal.
Oh, yeah, might as well. Take it down a little bit faster. I don't think they have any rush to go high ground anyway afterwards, so... just want to have the damage to bring this down. Beastmaster does have Blink now, Cher Jr. I've talked about this before. Beastmaster's timing isn't Aghanims, it's Blink and Aghanims, so he can actually look for stuff.
It's just, you have to jump Amorales, and if you don't kill him with the escape act, I was just about to say, interesting went for the Tame the Beast Radius. I thought we were getting a lot more of the other escape act caster, and especially this game into like Shaman and Beast, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's either way that you want to play it. This is a bit more aggressive.
Okay, speaking of the Beastmaster, they have a Observer Ward apparently by the outpost, but the Global Silence will help the TPs out. They will both escape.
Yeah, global, otherwise would have gone down for sure. Gets him out, get him safe, but with global down, I think the tier 2 tower is not long for this world. You don't want to take a team fight with big spells missing when you're this far behind. 14,000 gold lead for Radiant. Well, Centaur has spotted the Silencer and quickly gets disposed of. Infest is here.
Though. Opportunity. They want to go for Malik. Alright, looks like the jump's going to be on. They will get rid of Amorales. Now Malik finds a spot to be able to blink TP away.
Gets out nicely. And meanwhile we see Violent just knocking on the door, asking if anyone's home down bottom. The Radiance is complete on Abaddon, so does a pretty good job of getting rid of the illusions.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
They know they're behind. They were spotted. Saw the Rasta on the gate.
Can he get the wisdom?
No.
Oh no. Oh.
He lets
How many
the
deaths you
illusion,
up to?
lets the illusion get the last hit. Classy by TV. It's like, you're not worth my time.
Chiro Jr. top lane. Kill off. Easy like that, dude. 13,000 lead, huh?
Yeah, absolutely love the draft that League are playing and how they're playing it. It fits them so well, their style. A Stampede after. Is he a Silencer? Actually, I didn't see him.
Guess wrong.
They're just rushing in and looking for him. Meanwhile, bottom, the two-man siege. This is a bit dangerous. You don't really have your friends nearby. Aegis on the TB, yes, but Kira has to be cautious not to get caught.
Violent. Trying to juke with the illusion. Sunder's going to be there. It's a lot used on the Aegis life. No meta, no Sunder now.
Nearly
okay, won't even lose it.
You know, got the X mark there on Lifesteer, try and pull him back, but he had Infest already. He would have been fine. Smoke,
Quick smoke
waiting.
towards top.
Yeah. Two of them can't really burst the Lifestealer, but... Gonna try. Okay. Maybe they can. Maybe I'm wrong.
Pretty ambitious. Well, the Global Sunder save, and they're quick to also respond. Malik Roll's going to be there from Chiro Jr. And yeah, these are those little slip-ups. Just thinking that they had the damage and the read it was incorrect, and OneWin do a really good job to be able to capitalize.
It was a pretty unnecessary goal. Right outside the tier 3 against the Silencer draft on a Lifestealer. It's very ambitious to try and bring him down there. But, you know, you gotta give him credit for trying. I just feel like they could have kept playing the tight game that they've been playing so far. So it gives a little bit of breathing room. Finally one win. A chance to get out on the map.
Violent. Solo killed. Oh boy.
That is not what you want to have happen. The Orchid. And TB with the shard, man. He just runs people down. That shard is so terrifying.
They might go high ground off the respawn. Twin strong, you.
He still has 20 seconds on his Aegis on TB. His team can join on the gates.
The Silencer got X'd. X into Ice Path and Torrent. So difficult if anyone's going to be caught. This should be a full set of barracks.
You're not bursting a Shield Rune Kunkka with BKB 2.7k HP, so good luck to try and jump him. Aegis was reclaimed though. But with Ringmaster behind, you know that they can't go on anyone. Ringmaster has that box ready. Basically, you gotta go on Ringmaster, but how do you find him? Look at his positioning. Amaralis, he knows this. Sitting cautiously. And again, why push without Aegis? No stress in the world. This is the worst feeling when you're behind, the enemy just back out and don't even finish you off. It's like, damn it, we don't have a play. You know, the desperation sets in, they're gonna smoke. Because what else do you do when you're down like this? But this smoke is very easy to sense. That's why we also see them kind of grouping, holding the high ground. I think they're aware of what's happening already.
Erase is not with the team currently, but they are angling like they maybe are thinking about jumping on Crucial. They'll drag the wave over to the right.
Surely they learned a lesson on top. Not to do the same thing on him. Kunkka though, about to show himself top, and everybody's moving there. Things coming in. The mass TP. Wanna bait with Kunkka.
Okay, they won't just bait, they'll just run him down apparently. Why not? Well, the wonder into the kill. Munkushi raged up. Nice ice path just on the edge. Finds the infest.
He's a dog. Let him get away.
Be able to get the X.
He's so fast. Oh, the illusion.
Okay. And there we go. There's the combo. And the silence into the kill. And we might see them call it here.
Honestly, they do have buybacks, so I guess one final fight is probably due, but it feels so futile. They just have nothing on this Terrorblade. Absolutely enormous. TB going towards the top now. This team all along, and the only one who sits back not going in is the Ringmaster. Beastmaster has the hardest job in the world. He's got to somehow pick up the Ringmaster and then go kill a TB afterwards. And Abaddon lost half his HP for just showing for a split second.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like he's tanky. He's got 1590 HP. Jakiro has 1900.
Yeah, wow.
He's got 2000 less than the Centaur. Pretty squishy little Abaddon.
Oh, the spotlights.
Oh, they have one range rax remaining. That is all they have in this world. Poor little range rax. Again, backing out. Roche could be spawning any moment. There's also a DD rune waiting for them bottom. And again, the desperation smoke. They have not really pushed out top lane though, and the illusions are shoving in the lane, so you have about 2 seconds before this is mega obvious. They already know.
Morales pops the smoke. Does it get the escape act off? Early use of the global silence just to secure the kill onto Amaras. Meanwhile, Malik was able to get a great counter initiation with the backline. It has been punctured. They're trying to do their best to bring down with the Terrorblade, but the boat will give the run buff. Violence not even close to dying. Sunder to turn onto Triple S. Meta online as well. And now Monkushi, nowhere to run for him. Looking to try and jump in and find the infest. He will go down without even getting Malik.
Chasing after the Rasta. No GG called, even though Lifesteal is dead. They want to try and hold on, but this range rax, it's not long for this world. TB is coming for it. So is all of Liga. Silencer also doesn't have buyback. Centaur can just casually down TP base. The X mark is coming in.
Yeah,
that's all she wrote.
Right.
I like the last fight there. The TB using Abaddon as a little lunchbox. Basically, they triggered the Abaddon ulti, laid in some auto attacks to him to heal him to full HP, and then sundered him to take that HP for himself. It's such a cheeky thing to do.
That's funny. It's yeah. I mean, this team is creative. They're definitely smart. I mean, there's some very high ranked players. It was only time for them to be able to get things going. And at the moment, whether it's the honeymoon phase or what it is, I mean, it is just game one. But dude, Violent 15-0-9. I think we started the qualifiers speaking about him and like his Terrorblade being like probably his best hero.
Yep.
I mean, what a game to showcase. Arrays as well. This dude is, I mean, this dude's incredible. We are actually seeing him. I've had the opportunity to do a couple of the like very recent Eastern European qualifiers, and I've been covering Arrays for a while now. This guy's really, really good at Dota.
Yeah, I respect it a lot when a mid laner also has the flexibility to go out of your common wheelhouse and say, okay, they beastmaster mid, I'll just play Kunkka. You know, like, it doesn't matter if you practiced a lot of Kunkka, if you're just good enough at playing mid that you can take whatever hero and play it at a proficient level. It doesn't have to be your best, but, you know, he ended up being 7-0-21. He didn't really mess up anything big in this game. He, you know, performed very well. It was like the one weird X mark on mid, but that was just him thinking his supports were a little bit closer than they were. He played a flawless game. Did great.
Yeah, that he did. It was I felt like the classic like silent bronze tier, but it was actually like a master tier or something. I was very impressed with his Conquer performance, and something that, you know, maybe we'll see this hero a little bit more here for Arrays and some of the other boys. But League Up, a good game one from them, but of course, let's see what one win we're able to do, or what they're able to do in this upcoming game, and hopefully game 3 as well, because we were expecting this series to be closer. Game 1 wasn't, but hopefully game 2 will be a different story. First a break, we'll see you guys soon.
Old Lang Syne, we twa hae paddled in the burn, fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Jo, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld Lang Syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes, and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin Auld Lang Syne. For Auld Lang Syne, my Jo, for Auld Lang Syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld Lang Syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld Lang Syne, for Auld Lang Syne, my Jo, for Auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld Lang Syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for Auld Lang Syne, for Auld Lang Syne, my Jo, for Auld Lang Syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet, for Auld Lang Syne. a fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure.
All right, well, we're hoping that game 2 and possibly game 3 is close up with these two teams, because so far, a lot of the games we've been getting have been incredibly one-sided on this stream. I thought this was going to be the series that would be a little bit different, but the boys, unfortunately, on one win, unable to make this a competitive game for Liga. I'm sure they're incredibly happy with that performance, though.
Yeah, I mean, Liga, from the start to finish, they were just in dominant control. They were making very active moves. I love the way that both they drafted, but also how they played with, intent all the way through. One win, there was a little bit of confusion in their camp. I think the Lifestealer pick into TB was a bit of a misread on how the draft was going to play out. Like, they wanted to shut down the Centaur in lane, but then he ends up dying level 2 to the Centaur because you don't have rage yet. The Centaur just stomps you. Maybe underestimating the impact of the Ringmaster. It goes back to that. Ringmaster was winning the support battle and doing a lot of harassment work, but I mean, it's just tough to say. I think overall, the Abaddon plus Lifestealer was not really the go-to here.
Yeah, I would say so. But this is something they went for. They put themselves in this position, right? Like, you chose for this Abaddon to put the bits mid, which unfortunately didn't work out. But with that being said as well, it's a best of 3. It's also an elimination series though, so you kind of put yourself in a bit of a difficult position. But if they won this game, we could be praising them and being like, "Yo, well, crazy strategy." Now next game, it's like there's the potential for the beast first phase, and then it could go mid, it could go off lane, so who knows. But unfortunately, sometimes if it works out, we praise him. If it doesn't work, then we're gonna critique him.
That's what they sign up for. They're pro players.
Yeah.
They'll either be geniuses or they'll be dumbasses. It's based on results. That's the only difference. Ultimately, though, you gotta look forward after the first loss like this. If you're in one wins team, they all are very capable players. They can play way better than this, but Liga got the better of them in game 1. They gotta go back and think about what they think was the most critical part in that series. I know there are a lot of other heroes that are high priority right now, but hear me out. Tinker and Ringmaster. Either of those heroes just not okay to play against. They're just not okay. You need to up priority the Ringmaster, especially playing into Liga. Like they love this hero.
Yeah, I agree. And look, I know we both know Jakiro is incredibly strong, but even that hero is just still, it's getting played. I feel like, why are people not like first phasing it? Or why are we not seeing it first phase way more often? Or this hero is just like slipping through later and later than what I would be expecting. That the Wind Ranger is something else for Liga that was not even addressed in that last game. And Amaryllis, I believe you were saying, like, this is that your silent master tier. You're a bronze tier, but like, hang on a second, something's a little bit fishy. He doesn't have Dota Plus, but this guy's goddamn good with it. So we'll have to see. One win, they do have first pick though. So they've got first pick. We're going to see them be able to open the draft and go for something that they at least would like to be able to dictate this second game.
Yeah, we'll see what position they're going to be put in here as the Nature's Prophet, PA, Tinker, and Tiny are gone. Pretty similar bands. We're going to see Beastmaster first pick for sure. And there it is. One win will open with it. But isn't this just playing into the hands of the Ringmaster again? You get the same story. You get the Beastmaster first pick. A League, or is there even that much to think about? This is just a Ringmaster counter again.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no, go for it. What are we waiting for? Let's just get in the second phase.
I mean, there's, like you mentioned, there's the Jakiro too, but Ringmaster's way too good against Beastmaster. I think he nullifies that first pick. Like, if you saw your opponent first pick Ringmaster, would you still have picked Beast? Probably not. Like, you probably don't want to. And if that's the case, is Beast really worth taking here? Was TA the ban? I'm reading into it a lot, but you and I have followed Liga. We've watched these games and we're paying close attention to what Liga are getting done, and so much of it comes back to the impact they have on laning stage with the support.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And the fact that you can put it as 4 or 5 is massive. So, yeah, with the Jakiro getting banned out, it's probably going to be Respect playing the Ringmaster, and then the Wind Ranger for Amaryllis, at least what I would think. But we Respect is a bit wide of a hero pool that I would say Amaryllis probably does, but also I'm not entirely sure because we haven't seen Amaryllis play that much.
He hasn't been tested, right? There's not too many games where there's a lot of attention towards the supports. We have one Jakiro ban here, and I guess they themselves banned a support in Tinker, but he hasn't really been pushed in the hero regards. So quite likely we're going to see him on that Wind Ranger. Seems like a comfort zone for him, and they get that long range similar to playing the Jakiro. They like having long range heroes. We've seen a lot of long range supports kind of thrive, right? Think about it. We have had AA, Hoodwink, Ringmaster, Jakiro, Wind Ranger. All these are heroes that can nuke something from very, very far away, and all have been doing pretty damn well.
Yep. So they have... Alright, what do we get rid of here for League? Because we saw previously... What was the second phase after the Beast Buster? Was it Silencer early? Silencer Shaman?
Yeah, Silencer Shaman was the follow-up. But again, do you care about Shadow Shaman when you have Ringmaster? Because it's simpler. You save against Beast, but you can also save against the Shackle. So they might let that one through. Instead, they ban out the AA, which I think is a better choice. Because even if you box someone, if they're already hit by the AA ulti, it's too late. They might tick down anyway.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And is it just going to be a support coming out? Or what did we want to reveal? So we're expecting the wind to a certain degree. think they want to wait with the course just to get the information. Double pick coming in from 1win. Yeah. And again, talked a lot about Warlock, how he's so great at lane winning. So Ring and Warlock. This does mean it's going to be the +4 Ringmaster. Since Warlock doesn't want to play on the offlane. It's just a horrible place to be. He gets caught out of position too much. He wants the safety of his tower.
5 seconds remaining.
So, but a team fight, lane secure, and you've been saying you've been pretty impressed with the Warlock as a laning support, right? So these are now 2 heroes for Liga that should have a pretty good time at securing their cause.
Yeah, for sure. Bounty Hunter. Huh. Okay. I haven't seen too much Bounty recently. It's a good hero for pickoffs and good for chaotic games with non-stop fighting. I mean, I've got some 900 Bounty Hunter games, so I feel like this hero is in my wheelhouse. I don't disagree that it's a bad hero against Warlock and Ring. Getting on those backline supports is something Bounty's very good at doing. Again, they go for a Silencer. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been all that impressed with Silencer Impact, even though theoretically, the same thing we talked about yesterday, it's against the save from Ringmaster. You blink, you roar someone, you global silence. How many times did we see that in the previous game, though? You know, how many times did they orchestrate that move exactly?
Yeah.
I don't know if they did it a single time. So it's a theoretical, like, imperfect scenario. That's good. And Liga, they get violent on his hero again.
I don't know how different it would be if the game was like somewhat even and like I don't know. We'll have to see. But they obviously feel like this is a way to play. The only issue is like, yeah, you mentioned you get violent on his Terrorblade again into Silencer and into, I would have to imagine, your Bounty Hunter's not going to do anything. So we will need a different way from 1win this game to be able to address the TB.
And they're already like preparing for the mid Beastmaster by saying we can pick Kunkka now. It's already looking good. You get again the amazing team fight here from the 3 big ultis, and then Terrorblade who's laying into DPS. And 1win. It's hard to say what their draft is excelling at right now compared to Liga. Obviously they're missing 1 hero, right? We're completely 3-4, but yeah, it's not gonna be team fighting. We can already kind of feel that. Team fight is looking heavily in the favor of Liga. They want crazy skirmishing and non-stop fighting on the side lanes usually when you have Bounty.
So let's see how they get that. Probably one of their stronger picks this draft, the first overall, and now this one leading into the 3rd phase of bans.
One Wee's turn to ban.
They go for the Lifestealer again. Okay, they have a lot of faith in Lifestealer. A lot more than I do. Saying Lifestealer wasn't the problem, but he sure didn't look like the solution to the Terrorblade, I can tell you that.
10 seconds remaining.
We still don't know what offlaner Liga want to run, so this is how Lifestealer is set up before we see the offlane pick. I guess the main hero he's worried about is already gone. Enigma is impossible to lane into for Lifestealer, so good thing he's banned.
Where do you go for 1win? I mean, I still at least think, again, it's what I was wanting last game was like some Infest initiating hero, but I think Conquer does make that a little bit more difficult. You were theorizing the Queen of Pain, but I think you were maybe suggesting that before the Conquer, right?
Yeah,
like, because this hero is quite good against it.
Yeah, not this game. Like Kunkka destroys Queen. It's really bad matchup. So, yeah, they do need basically a vehicle for Lifestealer and a lot of damage against TB at the same time. It's hard to hit those 2 checkboxes while not picking something that kind of ends up sucking against Kunkka. Like, I'm thinking what you want to play. Ember isn't good against Kunkka. It's a pretty tough matchup. They even ban it. Wow. Yeah. Ember otherwise looked like it would fit pretty damn well for them, but they ban out both Storm and Ember. They're saying the same thing. They're like, yeah, damage and a vehicle. That's what these heroes do. And Puck is obviously unplayable against Kunkka as well. It's not an option.
5 seconds remaining.
I
So
think.
what's
Is it
what are the options?
It's just Pango. It's always going to be that. You go back to a weird Pango.
Oh,
It's
I
a
don't like
shit
Pango
lane,
versus
but-
Conquer.
I mean, it's not a good lane, but it's more playable than the alternatives. I don't really see the other. Oh, actually, I do see the other hero. I do see it,
What
but
is it?
it's also it's not good against the TB though. They have a hero that could lane here, and that would be Slardar. You could play fast around
Dude,
him.
I thought that last game.
Yeah.
The exact same thing. I thought that last game, but the Terrorblade. That's
Yeah.
the reason why I'm not suggesting it.
Yeah, no, I've it initially looked good. It fits a lot of the checkboxes, but again, doesn't bring enough damage to deal with the TB. This is a super hard last pick. I'm not gonna lie. It's very, very tough to say what they should take. I guess what you could do, since there's double backline on Liga with the Ringmaster Warlock, there's a TB farming, there's a mid Kunkka. Again, could be weird, but it's sniper. It can work. There's not that good
so
heroes. The problem is you would have to ban Centaur immediately. Because if Centaur gets picked, you're just getting overrun. And even then, like, they still have one pick after your sniper pick, so yeah, I don't know about it. We'll see what they come up with. They ban the Lycan and they go with a Pango. Yeah, the first idea. Makes sense, but I think they feel the same as we do. It doesn't feel great. Like on paper, it's decent, but all Pango's damage is physical, and TP is one of the highest armor heroes in the entire game. So you desperately need to get to a point of like kind of Maelstrom or something to add extra into it.
How about it? How's the lane like with Dino versus Lifestealer?
What? Sorry.
Dino, the Primal Beast.
Yeah. It's playable. It's not too bad. You can even cut the creep wave if it starts going poorly. Go back for center.
Okay.
Oh. They did not change much in the draft, did they?
No, just the Warlock.
Just a little adjustment here. Jakiro gets to take a rest, and we bring in Warlock, our substitute. I guess if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Yeah, not a bad sub. Not a bad sub. All right, there you go. So it's Wall is in one win squad. You're gonna have to try and pull something out of the hat. They also go for some similar heroes too, right? Like 3 out of the 5.
Mm-hmm. They do.
We're gonna have to see something different. Honestly, I really don't like this Pango pick. The exchange with it going through BKB, I think completely ruins this hero and how you play with Rolling Thunder. You must rely on a good early game with like Diffusal and just running across the map.
Yeah.
It's just
it's
you can't do anything. You cannot do anything. You have to use half your duration of Rolling Thunder to get away from being in X range.
That's pretty true. It basically cuts your duration down on your ulti, you could say, if Kunkka is ready to catch you. But yeah, for me, the bigger part is that these two last heroes are not solving TB, and that's what we saw last game, and that has me, very concerned. Because you basically need to crush him in lane now. That said, Triple S is on the Beastmaster, and I kind of wanted him to have the Beastmaster last game because I think Beast is pretty good against TB in lane. Like, yeah, he can kill your creeps pretty easily, but Wild Axes are tremendous amount of damage as they ramp up and stack up, and TB has so little HP. So we'll see what he can do. Ultimately, after all is said and done, pick-wise, pressure on their shoulders right now, and most weight on their shoulders, is Bounty. He needs to do stuff this game. He needs to have a good laning stage is over, and people start running as 5. There's not going to be much contest against Liga's 5-man draft. It is very, very potent, and I don't really see them putting in a good fight unless they get ahead.
Okay. You just said before, right? You have like a ridiculous amount of bounty games, yeah?
Yeah, I got 900 games on him at least.
So when you look at the bounty this game with his heroes on his team and what he's up against, what are you already thinking about how you play the lane, how you itemize, what your early game is looking like? Like, can you kind of break that down for us?
Yeah, so the big plan would be, you got the through and through facet that he's playing, which is really nice because you can bounce the shuriken and get damage twice on a target once you get level 6. That's for a little bit later though, but he can actually bring a surprising amount of burst damage into TB in the early mid game. Laning stage, probably just gonna wait until level 3 and then spam all the shurikens you can and spam that along with wild axis and just take over the lane. For now, he's just invis, sneaking around, trying to steal some bounty. But already at level 2, the shuriken does decent damage. Level 3 bounty can actually start bullying the lane. And if the lane
what is his role?
Yeah, sorry. If the lane is hard before, then he can always cut the creep wave, like pull it and do shenanigans with it behind the tier 1. After that, it's just scouting, you know, be the one leading the way and kind of allow Pango open his eyes and find him kills. Because if you don't find kills when you play bounty, you might as well just disconnect from that game. It's not even worth playing if you can't actually go for moves. Not gonna win the trade against Warlock, so just scurry away.
It's
so wild to me that Shadow Word does damage around it, you know, that it's not just a heal anymore. It feels like such a strong tool nowadays.
Yeah, it's definitely not the spell that it used to be.
No. So, like, look at this. Yeah, you want to fight TB? Go close to him. See how it feels. You're gonna take damage passively. And one thing to mention about this lane from Liga is that it's really nice to have a healer paired up with TB, since he has some of the most effective HP pool in the game. The high armor plays really well with heals. And Bounty is already saying, yeah, this lane is not starting out in a playable way, so he's cutting.
He's also lost his off lane, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, the damage, right? The damage from the Shadow Word made the difference. First blood. This is not gonna be a start that you wanted. Looking towards the other lanes, the Centaur plus Ringmaster. At least Munkushi has to be wary level 2 this time. Did go down level 2 against the same heroes. They're just playing a rematch down here. Literally the same 4 heroes showing up in this lane.
Funny. Honestly, I'm a very big fan when we see that happen, especially when we see almost identical drafts, and if we do see identical drafts, and even more then.
Yeah.
Because it's like, because of how big brain draft is, and both sides are like, okay, we actually had what it takes. Conceptually, we thought our heroes are good enough to be able to win. There was just some execution thing or something slightly different that needs to be done, and I think it's very interesting to then be able to almost compare like game 1 to game 2 if it's only like a 1 hero difference or whatever.
Yeah, it is rare, but it does happen every now and then that both teams are like, you know what, just run it back. Like, the draft wasn't the problem, it's the losing team, and the winning team obviously rarely wants to change anyway. But it's fun. This is not really that, but it's close to it.
Do you remember what the game was where we had the remake? I don't know why. I think it was like Any Major or something like that. It was a bit ago, but we had. Yeah, it was like literally. Do you know the game? What I'm speaking about? I don't remember what it was though, or when.
I can't remember which tournament it was, but yeah, remake and play it from start.
Yeah.
I mean, that used to be common long ago. It used to be the sort of standard procedure when there was an issue. We had more network issues and stuff. Then it was always like, you have to run and touch the lanes. You were not allowed to even swap the lanes that you previously had. So you had to at least go to a tower, and then only then were you allowed to like go somewhere else. Otherwise it was seen as unfair, like, oh, you suddenly put, Doom mid instead. What the hell?
Yeah.
Broke the arrangement.
How'd the Lotus go?
Snagged up by the Warlock on top lane. Respect has it. He's just leading this Beastmaster on a merry chase. He has the Call of the Wild ready. He can get the Hawk in here. Not gonna do it. Instead, spamming those axes. He's close to killing him, but the healing loader's available too. Warlock, he's running for his life.
Alright, they got him.
Slowly brought down. Of course. Yeah.
I was gonna say a lot of mana, a lot of time, but he gets the kill.
Yeah, he got the kill, and he's back to actually getting CS as well, so doesn't feel too bad about himself. TB, to deal with this big creep wave, decided to actually put under tier 2 tower. This is a sign of confidence from a carry player. He pulled, you know, minute 4, he pulled a full creep wave in under a tier 2 tower, didn't miss a single last hit. That's pretty clean, like he got 4 of them in a row there.
It's a Grandmaster TB right there, he knows his damage.
Ah, he is locked in right now. Violent, he's focused, man.
Oh, mid as well, Erase is mega locked in 20. Oh, that torrent. Oh, I wasn't anticipating him to land a torrent like that, but I was going to bring up the fact he's 26 and 11 compared to the 21 and 6.
Yeah, no, he's doing fantastic, getting a lot of denies. And again, this is a counter pick, if you will, into you, or, you know, they picked the best hero they could see. It's not necessarily a lane counter to Kunkka, but they couldn't go for that. They needed something that does everything. And it's getting difficult for Pango already. Tidebringer level 3 is when it starts hurting now. Bounty got dusted.
I think? Yeah, it's gonna take...
It's so close!
The banner creep I think the banner creep.
Yeah. He had 4 HP when he lived, so... Yeah, I think he actually lived because of the extra regen. It gives 3 per second, and he got like 3 seconds worth of regen. No way.
They need the torrent. Chirurgeon just sidesteps that and the blood grenade.
Nice one. Kunkka though, closing in on level 6. As Tapango, with all those denies, is a little bit behind. Doesn't quite have the roll yet for the minute 6 rune.
Is this not just a kill with the bow?
If you can reach him.
Gonna get the yeah, I mean, surely the slow with the impalement arts. Swinnerstrong does his best to disrupt, but unfortunately, it was close to the boat missing. Erase looks for the TP out. Shadow Walk still on cooldown. Should have the movement speed to be able to catch up to Amaryllis, but Respect is on the other side of the high ground. Not enough with the Warlock heal, though.
Yeah, so he gets some kill at least, but a lot of resources invested, and you lose your mid laner. Kunkka happily just goes to base. Can get back toward mid lane. And with that kill, kind of furthering his advantage over the Pangolier. At least Pango got level 6 from this range creep, so he'll look to make a move if he wants to.
See if that move's going to be top lane importantly, because the tower under assault. Violent is posturing pretty aggressively, like he's maybe thinking about walking over to the Wisdom. Nice scan though. Okay, what, Chiro Jr. is going to walk back the other way.
Yeah, still trying to keep the catapult alive, using his illusion as well, sending it in, trying to tank the tower. This tower will take quite a bit of damage if you don't bring the Pango over. And the heal over on the TB again. Okay, finally, he will respect it. Too many Shuri tosses and wild axes. Finally gotta go back, but that's similar to what we saw in the previous game. Just a ton of damage done very early to the tier 1 tower. You don't want to lose your offlane tower early in a game. That's just, you know, it's not normal. TB doing something unusual, let's say, in Dota.
A lot of net worth, and importantly just map control as well. Maybe makes it easier to be able to invade into the triangle, which is exactly where the Beastmaster be.
Yeah.
A lot of stacks at the moment.
Yeah, there's plenty of farm in there. If they could send their Kunkka in there, he could definitely steal the big camp at least.
Which, what we saw that last game, right? So maybe he'll go on a raise, pops the invis. He's looking to run over.
Yeah, he's gonna go have a look. Check what the status is. He has the boat ready as well. Find a bunch of prowlers. Looking for the Beastmaster, of course, if Beast isn't farming there, but connect on the bounty.
So kill into tower and maybe stack getting claimed. Radiant is
Right
sure going to be
now-
able to protect this with the Rolling Thunder. Isn't it off Stampede? Nice sidestep. Emeraldus Not going to be able to get away from the brawl, however. TP in from Munkushi.
Erase.
Boats online for a raise. We'll be able to play around with the run buff. Meanwhile, Chira Jr. is doing a lot of work on the pain clear. This is a solid showing from him. Much needed to get him back into the early game and getting closer towards the defusal. Was thinking about it, but no. TB, he'll run away. Doesn't want to use the Sunder. Put himself in the firing line.
He doesn't want to risk it. He says, nah, I'm not going to risk my own game for you. He may have been able to delay the death, but I think he still would probably have died on the Kunkka. And Chira Jr. going to find, you know, first dig up a little water rune, finds a stack in the enemy jungle, finds 2 bounty runes, so on the back of getting a lot of kills, also gets a nice little extra bit of golden advantage. Pushes him close to his defusal.
That's massive. Because that's probably a trip back to base as well, so a lot more time wasted.
I mean, previously he was getting a bit destroyed on mid lane by the Kunkka. Now he's 700 gold ahead. As I say that, immediately gets caught, of course, and doesn't have the ulti, but can he find a spot to TP out? Completely safe. All the abilities on cooldown, no X-Mark, Tame the Beast or Torrent. Now TB has done what he set out to do. The first metamorphosis was just clearing or doing some damage to the tower. Now he took it out and, like you said, access to the enemy ancient area once the tower is gone. I don't think he can really steal everything though. He snagged like 1 or 2 creeps and runs away.
Okay, Mimo trying to keep tabs on Munkushi as well. He's got the Radiance queued up.
Yep.
It will not be the weird kind of Maelstrom build that we saw from him in the previous game.
Yeah, he doesn't have an Abaddon to compete with this time for who gets to buy it, so Beastmaster probably not going to be interested in buying a Radiance. He already has his Aghanim's components half the way there. But yeah, he's up to 2.2k gold on Lifestealer, farming decently. They're setting up for the Centaur kill, possibly.
Yeah, but look at this, they're anticipating the move from Liga. Smoke down, and what a perfect timing, but the Global Silence is going to be there. So it will stop the follow-up inside that double hoof stomp from Malik. Rock on the edge, stops Chira Jr. from being able to play around with the Rolling Thunder. Nicely done, just gets in range. Not messing around here is going to be respect along with Liga. What a read from them, though, that the attempt was going to be there to try and slow down Malik, and they were already in position to be able to protect him.
Yeah, this team has such good game sense, like where to be, what to do at different times. Liga are just really on point with these macro moves, like the big decisions. So they keep Malik alive, and of course go down here, claim an easy tower, and now opening up the enemy ancient and safe lane area. Similar story as previous game. 2 towers down, no tower down on the side of 1 win. They have not been able to lay into any of them. Playing for timings, of course. 1300 gold for the Beastmaster, and Lifestealer still has a way to go, like 2000 gold for his Radiance. At least the defusal is complete, so we should see Pango and Bounty perhaps start looking to find the supports left alone. Remember, they don't want team fights necessarily on 1 win, but they definitely want to look for kills. You don't pick Bounty Hunter just to farm.
See where they want to go on the map to be able to find these kills, though. Deep wards not set up at the moment. I've done a pretty good job to be able to get rid of the observers that Sweden Strong has placed down, so we'll just use his body instead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And for Dire, would you like to see them maybe try and bump their head against the tier 1 tower mid, knowing that Radiant still are needing these item timings?
I think they have time for it, yeah. They could go mid tower. It's a bit of a tough place to fight into the Pango ulti. It's very strong when there are so many cliffs and edges for him to bounce off of. It's the strong pinball area. But there's like 1.5 minutes before the Tormentor time. They could swing the TB towards mid and push it, but if they want to, they can just play like this as well. Farm up the TB, wait for the Tormentor. Next objective is just going to be the Wisdoms. We already see Bounty sitting on the enemy Wisdom and Beastmaster ready to take his own. What's the move from Liga, though? right now, not moving towards either Wisdom Rune. Okay. Forces the global. Defensive global. Good stuff. And they did lose out on a double wisdom during this, so big win for 1win, who have been needing something to get a bit of an advantage.
Is that mid tower that goes down though now with global silence? Like yes, like you said, you get the advantage across the map, Malik.
I think so. TB is feeling confident now. No global silence to stop him from sundering, so should have a pretty easy time. The only stun he has to worry about is really the Beastmaster ulti. He's gonna just siege it up. Oh, silencer this time. The target. No way out, no safety for him. Tier 1 taken, and looking violent. He just wants to go for a tier 2. He says, I already met them.
Yes. What else am I gonna do with the meta apparently? They were aggressive glyph.
Yeah. Trying to keep the tower alive, but it's actually dropping. TB is this is the same thing he did to a tier 1 top tower. He does the prep work, right? He puts the work in. God damn it. He's a hard-working carry. Half the tower down and the glyph on cooldown. It's definitely pretty substantial to have that impact.
Yeah.
And this opens up if they want to push the bottom tier 2. It's not that easy to defend it anymore without the glyph.
I think importantly what we should be looking at though, we got Tormentor though and meta's down.
Yeah.
They're gonna Rosh, okay, it's the trade.
It's gonna be one into the other. This is a good read by 1win. They know the Torm is coming, so they play for the Rosh take. This is what all Beastmasters want to do when they get the Aghanim Scepter. I doubt that we'll see them move over there. Liga actually a little bit concerned.
They're worried. Yeah, they don't know.
They think the snipe is coming. They're gonna see Rosh die and then they're gonna be like, oh, we're fools. For once, you know, I praise Liga on their fantastic game read. For once, they were actually off the mark. It's good. You have to prove that you're human, because, you know, too many times we've seen them just have very good understanding of where to play.
So it's going to be Radiance at 1620 for Munkushi, third net worth. Pretty farmed. But the thing is like, how are you going to be able to play into a Terrorblade who is even more farmed than you? That's probably coming down to the Beastmaster. I think importantly, now that we also have an even game, we can go back to maybe something we were questioning in the draft about the Beast Silencer combo. How different does this look now with an equal game instead of you having like a 15,000 deficit and getting run over?
We'll see how much they can get done with it. You know, bursting down when they're the ones in position of Aegis in particular, they should be finding opportunities to make aggressive moves. If they ever see Kunkka, he's a fantastic target. Burst him before he gets his bolt out. They're actually coming down to defend. I like the choice by 1win saying, we have the Aegis. You cannot just go and fight us if you want to. It's gonna be met with some resistance.
I think they're a little bit cautious on Liga. They saw the bounty hunter, I believe, poke out of the portal. He stepped down the stairs, so they saw him with the ward.
Right.
Maybe that's also in the back of their mind, like, I don't know what some other stuff is going on behind them. So they'll another tower that drops quite low as well.
Yeah, defended though, so this is them having to back and reset, think about what they want to play towards next. And I feel like this, when people split up like this, going back to farm, you see the TB top and you know they're splitting up on the map. This is when the pickoffs are going to happen. Good torrent.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He doesn't know it was a good torrent, but it was.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't play enough Conquer. Is there a sound cue? I don't remember.
No. There's, I don't believe there's any information game. Okay, just like
Morales, that. Wanden walk it off.
Ashley gets roared and lives to tell the tale. Not too common for ringmasters.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Again, a chance then for Liga to perhaps play on that cooldown. It's not too long or a cooldown, but 50 seconds with no roar, they immediately smoke up. This is the defining factor for good teams, right? Like great teams. They will see a chance, a moment, this brief moment in time right here, one win. Even though they have Aegis, they cannot fight into Liga without the Primal Roar.
They're training the Silencer at the moment. Violent going to be able to get the kill without the Orchid, and they'll continue to wrap around and maybe catch up to Chira Jr. Like with the Blink reveal, and they won't have to commit too heavily. They're going to try and look for the Infest. They won't be able to get it. Stuns are a bit too late with the Will. Bo comes crashing down as well. Malik's Stampede is controlled thanks to the use of the Rolling Thunder. Still, Malik gets the hoofs up at the last second, but the Centaur will still die, but he's wasted so much time. It sets up for the double torrent. Now, off the respawn, Triple S will be able to get the roar off, but there's not much that's going to happen afterwards. You got to respect them still, Dire. You're falling pretty low. Chirrup Jr., an ambitious jumper to the middle till the end's going to show himself as well. Now, Violent, what are we going in for? Thinking he can get the kill. Miss, not enough. Ultra kill, one in the Rampage. That is what he's going in for. That is why he deserves the triple tips from all of the boys.
I mean, give it up for Violent. He's playing so well this qualifier. Overall, it was a little bit half-assed, the initiation at first. They didn't want to commit too many resources, ended up missing the wheel from Ringmaster a little bit. But on the back of a beautiful 4-hero Fado bonds, Warlock just brought tons of damage into that fight. And Violent, just no counter to the TB. Like, this is why I cry about it in the draft. Why did they pick this Lifestealer into TB? I don't understand what they're doing, man. They have 0 heroes that counter TB right now. The best they have is Agadems on Beastmaster, but you know it doesn't work when you get stunned. And you know what Liga brought a lot of to the fight? Tons of stuns.
Yeah. Yep. Now you got 2,200 gold in the bank as well from Violence, or is this going to be the Orchid we saw previously?
Most likely, yeah.
This
could go Hurricane Pike if he wants more safety, but I mean, after that Rampage, I suspect we're going to see him be pretty confident. Oh, he does go Hurricane. Okay.
It's just mass injection of gold for them and items. A raise with the Scepter. Pike for Violent. Important, Plate Mail as well for Melik. Makes him a little bit more survivable. Second tier 2 tower down. And speaking of gold, we're just getting none of it from the bounty. 6 kills. Can't get anything of the track value.
Yeah, I mean, 6 kills, and he's been in 2 of them on bounty. That's the problem. You're a bounty hunter in a team that has the worst team fight, and you lost laning stage, and then you just can't take any fights. It's the worst. Out of my 900 games on bounty, I can tell you a few hundred of them were like this, and it's just so sad, dude, when you can't go for any fight. His best job right now would be to courier snipe, but look at him, barely missing the entire fleet of couriers heading back. He might get Violence. Nope. No, not even.
Okay.
It's unfortunate. Right now, you just ward the enemy base as bounty and start sniping couriers. That's literally your only play at this point.
And look at the map control as well. Importantly, Conquer uses X to cut mid. Of course, bottom's going to be shoved because they're at the tier 2 tower. And TP goes back and uses the illusion. So very shortly, they can do whatever they want on the map. If they want to make an aggressive move to maybe go into Radiant's Triangle to occupy that and force another fight. If they just want to use this time to be able to farm defensive. But the most important thing, Radiant can't do anything. The map is so close to their side, so close to their tower, they can't be making any aggressive plays.
Yeah. They're doing their best to shove out, though. The bounty hunter is actually using the through and through facet to push out the mid creep wave, and now, you know, top lane is pretty decent, mid lane's fairly shoved. And bounty does get pulled back, but Torrent is off the mark.
A bit awkward.
Used the Torrent to get vision, and then the X mark afterwards didn't really combo into it, so. Bounty gonna be happy to get away, feel safe. Smoke up now. They're the ones looking for a move. Feeling like they can maybe get a pick off. Perhaps more for a big fight. Infested into the Beastmaster.
Only Manta was completed recently for the lifesteal to kind of help a little bit. protect him, purging off some of the spells. They'll walk up the high ground blind at the moment. The vision game for them is really lacking, and Dire are aware. They're going to group up and smoke together. They don't have Malik at the moment. Raise.
The bounty.
Get a glimpse of Sweden strong, but everyone else is playing behind him. Tiro Jr. looking to jump. Instant use of the Stampede. Gets him out of harm's way.
On TB.
They're trying to do all or nothing over the Terrorblade. Is he going to have an opportunity to find the Sunder? No, the damage is there. They're good for him. And that'll result in a massive team fight victory. An attempt at the TP out from Erase. He's going to get it and the kill as well into Sweden strong.
That was really big, actually. The Bounty Hunter did the best thing he could, which is just be the distraction. They went on him, committed some spells, X-Mark Torrent, and most importantly, they revealed their location. Whereas everyone else on the side of One Win just stayed hidden until they saw the TB. The moment they saw him, their eyes went red and just beeline towards him. And finally, we saw the combo, right? The Global Silence with the Primal Roar and Lifesteal Infest Bomb. This is the theory of how the draft should work, to just burst the carry. We'll see what they can do to address this on the side of Liga. Obviously, we need some way to keep him alive. 4-step's going to be useful. Get yourself that Lotus Orb over on the Centaur. He has that completed. That's a good start, but with the reverberating facets, you're still silenced for a little while, even if you dispel with Lotus.
No, it's just unfair.
Stupid facet. It's so dumb.
It's really annoying, actually, yeah.
It's like, sick, bro. How do we cancel... how do we counter Silencer? Just go Purges. Go Dispels.
Just have a Lotus,
what a facet.
A Lotus and a Disperser. You just, you know, put the double Dispel on yourself.
The Ward mid is pretty solid. It's giving them C3 heroes, but
yeah,
nothing they're going to be able to do about it.
But I think after last fight, they kind of learned their lesson. They don't really want to prioritize the Bounty Hunter too much. It's a pretty unimportant hero, all things considered. They need to go on a bigger target. Pango broke. He's gonna roll
Rolling
in.
Thunder.
Onto a good target.
It's going to be the Ringmaster. They try and use the Stampede, but Emeraldus is held into place. Very nicely done, Chiro Jr. We can see often that Stampede can be quite frustrating for any Rolling Thunder, but with usage like that, he's going to make sure there was no problem.
He has the Thunderbolt facet, and he did a good job just pinballing back and forth onto him, so no real counterplay. We have, again, the same thing with the Tormentor and the Roche being taken by either team. You're getting the worst end of the deal if you get the Tormentor. It's not terrible, but Aegis is, of course, the fight-winning item you want to have in your hands.
Again, it's going to be given over to the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think it's
Triple
fair
S
choice.
is... Yeah, he's mega farmed.
He's got big farm and he's got big dreams as well. Going for the Shivas next. I like that. Get the auras going to counter out the Terrorblade. Get some survivability against him. It does not affect the Sunder HP heal, but it's not about that. It's just about having enough armor and aura attack speed slow against the illusions to not die too quickly. We have a real competitive game on our hands. This is what we kind of wished that game 1 was. I've still got the Basher now as well, so he's getting better and better at standing toe-to-toe with people.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Does this matchup not get more difficult as the game goes on, though, for the Lifestealer? Is there any... We were speaking kind of about spikes earlier for individual matchups. How does this one look for him?
It does get more difficult, I would say, overall. He's already queuing up the MKB because he knows the moment TB adds a butterfly, it's very rough. TB, though, opted for an Eye of Skadi next, which I think is the correct choice as well. Get some extra stats so he doesn't get bursted, because butterfly would not be useful when you get jumped by the Primal Roar. But yeah, the later the game goes, I would favor Dire a bit more and more as the game progresses towards late game. Not by a huge margin, but just a little bit. I think TB thrives more going late game. X mark and D warding.
It's not even gonna die. I thought it was gonna die.
Yeah, he got Lotus Glimmer and Lotus off the track, I think, even from the centaur, making sure he stays fine.
How's Array's doing? What's did he buy the shard? No, where's his gold?
Array's...
Oh, BKB. I didn't notice the
Yeah.
BKB.
Yeah, you got the full BKB, you got the Aghanim Scepter, Blade Mail, and looks like Assault Cuirass. Want to get those auras going. Mid, they're actually thinking about a jump, but gotta be careful when you fight into Aegis. These Roche takes have really slowed down Liga's gameplay. If you compare game 1, where they non-stop were just in control, very dominant fashion, here, the first Roche was sort of a slip-up, letting the enemy get it. The second one is, you know, continuing the pattern where they're just not able to go for moves.
They've not really been able to play too aggressively here as Liga. Doing very good job to be able to stabilize this game, and the net worth, it's gone back and forth. In fact, one win of, they're the ones actually with the lead currently.
Yeah, they're in a pretty good spot. A lot thanks to the Aegis being able to give them confidence to get out of the map. And Liga also has this big teamfight draft, but haven't been able to force a lot of team fighting. So the sort of split up mentality of having a Beastmaster and Bounty Hunter, etc. working pretty well for him right now. I mean, obviously, the Bounty Hunter still would love to see some track gold ever, because all he has is a Eul Scepter and a Plate Mill, but one day he'll have this Lotus. He's pretty close. 270 gold.
Get him there. Slowing this game down. Farming up. They may run into Violent pretty shortly. Sweet and Strong. Along with the Pango coming through the portal, they have a read of Violent farming pattern with the Observer Ward that they've placed towards the north, but they will not get him. Level 20. Going for the BKB actually is the TB.
That is pretty disciplined. In this game, I mean, all I can see is that he's buying the BKB for, well, partly the Radiance applying onto him, but also the Pangolier, right? It's the main reason you would want it is to not get bounced around by Pango over and over. You can click the BKB in between. But a lot of times we would not see TBs go for this, but instead go for like Butterfly or something.
And another thing, the support levels is incredibly low on Liga, actually. Level 12 for Emeralis, 11 for Respect, whereas Radiant 15 and 16.
Yeah, they've been missing the Wisdom Runes multiple times. They
jump in with the Roar, is able to get the BKB before the Roar. But no rock to protect him, unfortunately, once again, with the Global Sun to raise, he's still alive. Okay, they're going to be able to bring him down. Gem dropped on the deck, and Emeralis is up.
Yeah, they noticed. Lifesteer touched it,
They
but
got
he doesn't have a spot.
They're going to be able to find another. Chiro Jr. force used the Rolling Thunder to be able to prevent that Stampede. Disengage. And one win. All right, this is back-to-back skirmishes now.
Yeah, still pinging out the gem. The courier's on the way to save it. You know, Lifesteer tried to pick the gem, but he has a Quelling Blade in his inventory. I don't think he realized they didn't get the gem. Because he picked it. He literally went back for the gem, picked it up, but it only moves it, of course, as you didn't have space in your inventory. And now Kunkka with the courier saves the gem. So that's at least a consolation. Get back a very important piece in keeping vision on the map. TB has his BKB. I think they want to just go right now. Liga getting tired of just sitting around doing nothing. Illusions push out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All the while, the game is kind of continuing to be centered around the Roche play. 1 minute until the respawn. I think Liga are trying to time their next smoke up for it. They smoke it now. Roche could spawn in a minute, so if they get any pickoffs now, it would be a good time to set up for it.
Well, Rainbow Tip is in. Triple S. Agshot Bounty Hunter, so he's under the cover of the invis. He's looking for the solo kill to the Terrorblade. Is the stats enough to keep him alive? Not Violence Fine. Pops a BKB with the bashes. Almost enough to bring him down. Finds Sweet and Strong as a Sunder target. And now One Win wants the call. They're going to be able to escape, but Munkushi will not. Caught out with the X. Dragged back to his demise. It was an all or nothing play. They did use both buybacks on supports and really got nothing out of them.
Yeah, the buybacks didn't really get the bigger fight that they wanted, but still really nice from TB. We can see the value in the fact they went for BKB and Skadi, the survivability of him. Hard to burst him and bring him down. Got himself to safety, sundered up the bounty, turned the fight around. At the same time, Radiant, don't feel too bad about this. Double buyback is pretty costly price. Look at Violent though. We know he's a carry who wastes no time. 40 seconds on Lifestealer? I guess Meta is timing out, so he doesn't really want to crack high ground.
I'm a bit concerned about how close he got to dying again. I feel like if it looks a little bit different where they all commit, I don't know if the Pango and the Lifesteal were on him instantly, and no, I think if they were, he dies with like 3,700 health.
Yeah, they were not on him instantly. The Pango Infest jump was onto the Ringmaster. Lifesteal jumped out and Ringmaster basically disappeared immediately, but if those efforts were concentrated on the TV, he would probably have gone down very quickly. Obviously you can silence the Ringmaster still, he doesn't have a way to dispel himself.
For Liga, we got to see something different here, like Silencer's got to go. This is something we were questioning, like the Beastmaster Silencer combo, and we are actually now seeing the strength. When the game looks even, and you are able to get the raw into global silence, it is really threatening inside these fights.
Yeah, definitely. I was just about to suggest it. Click on Centaur and you will see the Aghanim Centaur is queued up. I actually think that's the 5-head counter. You Lotus yourself to get the reverberating silence, wait out the second silence, which is very short, and then pick up the TB, rendering him immune. He cannot be damaged when he's picked up in the cart. If they get to that stage,
they're going to smoke aggressively into Liga's location, but the Shiva's going to give them all the vision. Chirichurun with the Rolling Thunder as well. Amped up Panko just one hits the Ringmaster. Stampede will help them reset. How do you take the team fight if you're Liga? You are deep inside Radiant's territory. Both supports are gone without remorse.
Of course,
the only way you get out is either in a body bag or if you're going to be able to live to tell the tale. It's a lot of damage on the Beastmaster. They're going to be able to drop the boat as well. So Violent with the run buff, it's looking okay. They need to get the Beast. If they got the vision, it looks like they do.
The random sentry from before. They're looking for more. They don't even want to get out. And now turning and trying to run, but they know they can chase them.
Violent needs to do his job to be able to protect his heroes to be able to escape. It'll help Melik get back to the low ground. Meta is about to expire though.
Yeah, Meta is running out. They can dispel the TB. Ooh, Malik with TP out. X marking him back in. Still has BKB. Can he get it off?
Sunder? He's got Sunder as well, but the Abyssal meant it off, forced off over the top. They're going to be able to find it. Violent last second Sunder now tries to deal with the support. Stampede to help him. Chiri Jr. He's going to be in some danger. This is the gem they might give over, and importantly, the supports are respawning as well from Dairu. No mana for Rage.
Oh, he got taken.
Lacking the mana on Munkushi to the rescue. Chira Jr. No way is it enough. It's not. It is not enough to keep his carry alive, and Chira Jr. He'll use the last duration of it to roll up and get away.
Man, I'm getting chills actually watching Violent play in this series. He's playing so clutch. That 4-step forward, Sunders one of the supports, kills him immediately, kills the other support with Orchid. He is playing out of his mind in this series. His TB is just a thing of... It's a thing of beauty. It's really nice to watch.
Yeah. Monster, absolute monster. 11-1-4 is Violent. No buyback from Munkushi as well. This is going to be a full set of barracks. You go top? They're thinking about it.
Yeah. Got the meta ready. Can pop it and start laying into these buildings. Stomp on
They're
two.
looking for the kills instead. What a storm! Malik! Oh, yes, sir! What a champion! Malik gets both. Swedish strong. They're crumbling! This game was close. One fight goes poorly for them. Now a second one inside their base. Their tier 4s. It's taken damage till 10 seconds without the lifesteal with the roar. That's an ambitious roar.
He's pulled back. It's fine. Ooh. Going back in for more.
And then they go Chira Jr. Global silence as well. They should lose a raise. So the Conquer's going to go down. Are they also going to be able to escape on some of the other members as well? No Stampede from Malik. Abyssal Blade will stop Amorales. Oh, Malik's actually looking for the TP out. Are they going to be able to get in range? No.
Ooh, Sweden Strong doesn't get the Yule Scepter on the Warlock as well. He had the Yules ready on Bounty, but he left the Warlock a little bit too long, trying to go over and help the team fights. So doesn't get that bonus kill. 3 buybacks on the side of Radiant. They are going to go straight for Roshan, and doesn't look like they have any way to defend it with Kunkka being dead no buy. So they're going to get the 3rd Rosh in the game. What a back and forth game this is, man.
That's crazy. About to get Aegis, Shard, Cheese and Banner. Fresher Shard will be given over to Triple S. We got Aegis this time onto Munkushi.
The Refresher Shard is actually massive. The double roar might be exactly what you need to be able to bring down this Terrorblade. You just gotta be careful. The Lotus Orbs have been on point for Malik. Malik also found a beautiful 2-hero stun earlier. I think he's had very good impact with the Lotus pickup. Really paying attention to get it out last second onto a TB.
TB who is going for the Swift Blink, it looks like, from Violent. Okay, very interesting. So wanting to be the person to actually initiate the fights instead of... It's really been one win for a majority of this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty natural replacement for the boots when you get to this stage of the game. And suddenly having a TB on top of you with Bloodthorn just laying into you can be terrifying. And Centaur, yeah, I love it, man. He has the Aghanim Scepter. If they commit all in for TB next fight, I think Centaur can counter it entirely.
Chira Jr. He's got the high ground ward if the smoke pops.
It's slow.
Quick fingers. Inside the base. Triple S with the BKB used. Rolling Thunder into the middle as well. A raise. A possibility here, but the Crimson Guard's going to be able to protect him with the BKB. They're going to try and dip over to the right side. Viable, activate the middle, look at the turn. Munkushi's in some danger, but of course it is the Aegis. They'll deal with the first light pretty quickly and also get out on the Centaur, but they've lost both the supports once again. It's going to be up to Munkushi. His opposite carry, Violent, has been able to carry Liga. Munkushi needs to do the same for one win inside this team fight, but he's unable to man fight. Ducks into the infest. Chira Jr. cheesed up. Violent against the world. It's been that way through the entirety of this game, but this time it will be a different story. 5-man wipe and 1 win. The pendulum will swing once again back into their favor.
Man, so much goes back to Chair Jr. just crashing in and removing the 2 supports. They died so fast in that fight, and without the supports, it's very tough to keep people alive, to have the impact you want. They didn't even get to drop the Wheel of Wonder in that fight. And of course, no saves with the box either. Fight is almost too chaotic to see everything that's going on, but did a good job of poking multiple targets at once while the Pango took care of the backline.
Go Corio.
Trying to keep Creepwave away from reaching the base. We can see the couriers ferrying out, but there's already Creepwave in your base. The attempts are very noble here. The TB is trying to micro it. It's not easy. And the moment you glyph, the creeps turn, so... yeah, courier's dying. 10 seconds on the Kunkka, 15 on the Centaur. Is there a world where they can delay this? They do have double glyph still. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the melee Rex will reset the glyph anyway.
Please. Yeah, okay.
Very good. So the Rex is gonna drop, but that's really not that important at this stage of the game. It does even out the situation a little bit. I think they're just happy to be in the game still, Liga. That was a very scary moment Of course, on the back of such a big fight, they have tons of gold. 9,000 gold on Beastmaster.
Damn.
Yeah, he just bought out for a full refresher. We have Wind Waker on the bounty as well as a Lotus Orb, so he's ready to do some dispelling and saving. Refresher on the silencer for that double ulti as well. That is a tricky one to deal with.
I don't know, dude. I feel like the fights. How do you actually win the fights for Liga? Because it feel like the only way you've won fights is if violent 1v5s, rampages, and get ultra kills. And I think you're asking so much out of him this game.
Yeah, you definitely are. It does come down to disabling something and killing it, right? Ultimately, Malik has some very important buttons to click. You know, he needs to get that stomp onto target so that Violent can actually kill them. Last time that he jumped in, tried to catch, he didn't really get the stomp out immediately. But yeah, their team fight is at this stage way more complicated due to the refresher on Silencer. 2 ultis is very tough to deal with. Going for a smoke. Gonna try and fight outside base. 16,000 disadvantage now. Not an easy fight to take. Radiant, meanwhile, just taking the high ground, capturing their outposts, and sticking close together. As long as they're close together, I think they're completely fine.
Buybacks are a big thing that's lacking at the moment. Radiant cooldowns for them, Lifesteal of Beast available. Dire's just gold at the moment, so...
Yeah, TB is gonna get it from the Ancients right now. He does want to buy the Swift Blink, but obviously then he wouldn't have buyback, so has to stay patient on this purchase. Not much to do on the map right now. There's a Tormentor bottom, but it's always scary to go for Tormentor, because if you don't see where the enemy are, you take Torm, that signals the enemy that, okay, you're in the bottom right corner, and they might just wrap around on you. It's not worth the risk reward for going for that.
Got defensive, they're playing though on 1 win. I've not left this area for a good minute, maybe even 2.
Yeah, they're waiting buybacks. They want to have their buybacks available on the Pango, on the Bounty Hunter, and Silencer's buyback is also coming off cooldown. So with all buybacks coming off just in 20 seconds, I think we're going to see them move out again. They know the game could end in one single fight. Silencer has been invised by his bounty, going in for some deep wards. It's the ward sees the Kunkka. Could be a target for him to go in with. This bounty shard is pretty funny. They can sneak multiple heroes in. And right now, no gem on Dire.
Smoked up. Arcane Rune.
The Infest is here.
He's going to pick this up before the fight. They're going to try and jump, get rid of the support.
Perfect jump.
Now with the Rolling Thunder wants to try and control the Terrorblade, giving ample time for Lifesteal to feast over to Malik's health pool, who does not have buyback.
The moment they see the Ringmaster, it's just go time. It's such a good target. And morale is getting a little bit too far forward there. Tough for them as they hadn't seen anyone in a long time. Just a bunch of lurky invis here sneaking around. Rush could spawn in 15 seconds. 1 win. They're not going to risk pushing high ground, I think, even with the Centaur dead. Looks like they want to play towards Aegis.
Okay. Amp damage.
Travel's level 2 complete on the Beastmaster, so he can always join. That means he can hop in on the Bounty Hunter if he's scouting somewhere.
And how bad have the neutrals been for Radiant? Chiri Jr. still has the Brigand's Blade. Like, till the end hasn't chosen his tier 4 yet. He's been holding his for ages. Iron Talon still for the bounty. I mean, this Beast one must be crazy with the Signet, because he got it at tier 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, the Brigand's Blade is pretty crazy. It is not that strong. 3 more damage per 7% HP the enemy is missing is really not much in the grand scheme of things. I guess he just got really unlucky with his rolls. And yeah, Iron Talon is also wild.
Spoke up and walk it down. Violent bought out. Doesn't have the gold for buyback. Is pretty close, but still it's not enough.
Yeah, 300 golds. He can let Illusions push a creep wave and he's pretty close to it. Roche is spawned. The wraparound is in time.
Well, till the end's massive. Till the end is massive.
Can they get
Great
him?
positioning. Did they read this? Did they somehow know?
I don't think they saw them. But he is whipping around. He knows enough time has passed. He's like, this is not the safe part. Sent out whips. Until the end, he's being escorted. It's like, get him to safety, Mr. President. He has the big veto button for enemy spells.
They clumped up. Triple S, there we go. Jump in. Oh my, there's just so much damage. Amped up Chira Jr. is tearing them apart. And look at Violent. He can't enter the team fight. He's waiting for an opportunity for the Rolling Thunder to end. It's a big rock. Fatal Bonds. But the thing is that Radiant, they're playing with refreshers. You use one round of the ultimates. You've got a second one ready to go. And they're just kiting Violent.
He's
This
stuck.
Terrorblade cannot lock into anyone. There's been no hope. Multiple fights back to back. We've just seen Violent running around like a headless chook. But you just haven't had the team to enable him. Finally, you'll get rid of the Pango. But this meta has been not vital enough, not impactful enough. Raze is going to be caught up on the high ground, and they are losing everyone. These fights, they look impossible.
That was a dieback on Kunkka, just now 120 seconds. His entire team dead. The supports will have time to respawn before the push, but without your mid, without your offlaner, this is looking rough right now. They could even go for Roche if they really want to play it ultra safe on side of Radiant. It looks like that will be the preferred option. They're respecting the TB enough. They're like, okay, we'll get that Aegis. We'll see you soon. Kunkka is still going to be dead by the time they push high ground, so it's a decision to try and get the extra life first.
And how frustrating the game it must be for Violent.
They could travel and chase after TB here. They're on him with the bounty. There it is.
Okay,
The travels comes in. He's waiting. He's waiting. He doesn't want to roar immediately. It's not a kill if he does it. Stampede to save him.
Oh, bro, this is so awkward. Oh, walking into TP out. Nice try, but there's always a BKB, and they're going to make sure they don't give him a Sunder target. That will also help if you're going to Global Silence. Insta buyback, why not put it on cooldown?
Dude, SSS with the real 5D chest there. TP's in and then just runs away immediately. He knew. Just needs to keep the TP in place long enough. Quadruple bounty rune as well as a hefty amount of gold at this stage.
Ushi? Meadows is available.
Does have the Aegis.
Triple S is going to try and deal with the Ringmaster, but the Glimmer Cape did come out. TP up in the cart, beating it to Makushi. First life dealt with. Importantly, Global Silence is not available for another 35 seconds, nor Roar as well. This is that one opportunity you have. You're not going to get another better one. You have to capitalize if you're League. If you want to get this victory, you need to do it now. But
TV's getting kind of...
Violet is nowhere to be seen. He's all the way to the west. But Chira Jr., along with Munkushi, they'll blow up Melik. Now with the U-turn, Chira Jr. chain control. Rory's back alive. Down goes TB. And this game is done for. One win. Weathered the storm, equaled it out, and send us to a decider.
That is some tenacity right there. Proven by one win. They worked so hard to stay in this game. For a moment there, it looked like Liga were just gonna completely run away with it, but they somehow managed to find the dream fight and drag it out until I think the big turning point, the like solidifying final nail in the coffin is just the refresher on Silencer. You cannot deal with round 2 of Global Silence. You can buy Lotus, you can buy Manta, BKB, but you don't have enough dispels for, 4 sets effectively of silence. You get the reverberating effect on both of them. It's just too much, man.
So I think there's a couple things now, which is very exciting to see the adaptation that we get getting into Game 3 with how like similar Game 1 and Game 2 draft was. We finally got to see like the power of Beast Silencer. Like this combo looked very good in team fights. It was very difficult for Liga to be able to execute against it. The Conquer as well felt completely useless late game. Like mid game, the lane early game and mid game we saw the value, but then like we got nothing out of arrays. It wasn't like this Torrent Storm, Refresher, Shivas, whatever from what we saw Conquer previously when it was popular. So I think that hero has to be put on the back burner and go for an early hero for arrays.
For sure. Yeah, Race, his early game impact was massive. He did really well. But overall, once we head into later stages and everyone starts having solutions to just getting torrented or getting comboed, we saw the Wind Wakers and the Mantas and whatever coming out, he started to struggle. You can't chain disable, and all you have then is a bit of magic damage and some damage delay, as opposed to the big disables coming in from Pango. The Thunderbolt also just had tremendous amount of damage. The rolls were like almost one-shotting the poor supports going into them with the Infest, of course.
Yeah, helps when you're able to get the power ins and a couple amp damage to be able to close out the game. So the boys on 1 win. We're going to be able to get a Game 3 decider here for our final series of the night, the Elimination Series as well. Is it going to be Liga or is it going to be 1 win moving on to play in the final day? We're going to find out after a quick break.
Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. And English ale house, that's where we would be. Not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London.
Alright, we are back for our last game of the night. Exciting that we get a game 3. The games have been pretty one-sided from what we have been covering so far. It looked like that may have been the case, but not to be. One win, they're able to pull it out of the hat here, Wagga.
Yeah, they really are. They were down and struggling in game number 2 to something very similar from game number 1, but even though we saw some really impressive performance by Liga on their carry, the usual, shining supports struggled into the impact of the Silencer and the Pango. The two of them really just did a number to both the Warlock and the Ringmaster. They could not have the impact they wanted in these fights. Amaral is pretty much with his worst game that we've seen so far in this qualifier, just for once not owning. And on the back of one win showing some good tenacity, we now go into what is a best of one finally to decide who goes forward.
Yeah, finally, right? Where again, getting a lot of these games that have not been close. So two teams seem pretty evenly matched, but let's see where the draft goes. Now that we've had two very similar drafts, what is your takeaway? What do you want to see maybe changed a little bit from the drafts that we've gotten?
Yeah, I think that one game might actually be enough for them to start feeling like, okay, we need to address the Silencer, or at least have a mentality shift, because they had this big teamfight draft, and it wants to have the fights happen non-stop, these big fights, and use all those ultis, rinse and repeat, get the combinations going. But when you don't get to use them off cooldown, then it feels like Silencer effectively stopped multiple heroes' impact just by existing. And ultimately we headed into a late game where we saw the weakness of the Kunkka as well. I think that was a big thing, that he didn't scale as much as the Pango. His impact was just monstrous. In fact, even looking at the hero damage after the game, we saw that all the cores on Radiant did a tremendous amount of damage, whereas on Dire, it was mostly just the TB trying to carry. He did 60,000 damage as opposed to the 19,000 Centaur and the 20,000 or 29,000 on the Kunkka.
Yeah, he put a lot of work in on Violent, but unfortunately not enough. So let's see. We've got a draft getting underway. It's going to be Liga on Radiant side with second pick. We've got one win on Dire with first pick.
Yeah. Go into some of these early bans. The Darkseer gets removed. Nature's Prophet, Tinker, and the usual suspects showing up. We'll see. The big question is always like, Beastmaster, what do we do now? You know, game 1, one win had it, didn't work out. Game 2, they had it, it did work out. Is it still gonna slip through this time?
What have they been banning second phase? It was the AA. So would you rather see, instead of the Ancient Apparition ban, the Silencer ban?
Yeah, maybe. It could be worth considering. The combination of them having the Beastmaster and Silencer, I think those two heroes, you know, theoretically work really well together when you manage to do it. Game 1, they didn't get the stars aligned for, you know, that. They didn't manage to coordinate their pieces. But in Game 2, we saw the power of it. The potency, if you will, of the idea. So I think they're just gonna pick something comfort again here. Ringmaster into the Beastmaster. Same opening for 3 games in a row. But now I think the switch up will be a Silencer ban. The one ban that they have on Liga team. One win, gonna ban out the Tidehunter, and yeah, pick your support, Jakiro or Warlock. That means AA will be in the pool though. Is it worth it? Is Silencer more important than AA? It's the debate they're having right now. I think it is.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, also with that being said though, this game, the thing is like, we saw how the team fight played out. So obviously, you're kind of on a time in that game, and you need to execute. So we saw game 1 what they were able to do. If they were able to play a flawless game, and it looked like game 2 was going to be exactly the same. And I thought maybe if they let Silence in the pool, we could see a similar way for them just to be able to run over this hero with lack of stuns, lack of mobility, lack of wave push, which is something we have seen them be able to address, but I just want to get rid of the Silencer. So AA will be in the pool. Let's see if they win Ranger here for Liga, which is that or the Warlock, I think.
Yeah, it's quite likely some of the hero that they will open first. Of course, don't want to give away too much information before one win show their double pick next. I don't think their draft was necessarily a big part of the problem. I think Warlock is a fine continuation here. You decided to go for it last game. Not a bad idea to go for it here. Obviously, Jakiro is their preferred, but he's already removed. A little bit of deliberation over it. So they're going back for Bristle. Okay. Switching things up. Do you think this is Malik, or do you think it's Violent? It feels more like
I would say Malik
Zero.
more.
Yeah.
Just seems like Violent, you put him on your hard carries.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the true 1v9 type heroes. Seems to be where he excels the most. Bristle back. What's that prompt from the team of one win? They had to have expected this AA. Leaving that in instead of a Silencer, they pretty much knew that this was going to be picked up. But who is it going to pair with?
Is this weird though? Like, is it a little weird that you leave the AA in the pool and then you pick Bristle?
Yeah. I mean, Bristle doesn't feel great playing against an AA. Not being able to heal up in any way is a little bit annoying. For the Goo facet though, it's not the worst. You go for the pipe, counters the AA decently. And you don't rely on, anything like a Bloodstone since you have Goo facet anyway. I guess it makes sense.
5 seconds remaining.
AA Tusk Beastmaster. I like the trio. One Win's opening is really synergetic.
Radiant team
Pretty common draft as well. We've seen a lot of teams do this type of drafting. There's Amoralis
There we go.
coming in.
Yep.
The Wind Ranger. At least we would assume so. I mean, obviously they could lane swap it, role swap it. Who knows? But that's up to them. They have the last
10
pick, so
seconds remaining.
we won't be informed of that until it's time.
5 seconds remaining. One weed.
Yeah, let's see how, if they want to reveal where the bristle's going. And yeah, they will. So we're back into the Terrorblade.
Yep.
Violent is going for it. It's like, all right, it's my time to shine.
Yep. 3 games Ringmaster, 3 games TB, 3 games Beastmaster. At least some heroes are getting swapped out this time. We see some variation for the other players. Well, I don't know how much variation it is for Amoralis. He's been spamming Wind Ranger throughout this qualifier, so it's more like back to the good old stuff.
So I personally would really like the Cherry Junior hero. I'm looking at Storm, I'm looking at Quap, maybe Stunning Hero a little bit more to pair with the AA, but just Magic Burst I would really like.
Yeah. You know what I would like to see? I think One Win could play an Enigma here.
One Wee's turn to
Against TB, against, you know, Science being banned out already as well. It's not bad against the Bristleback.
Radiant team ban.
Sure, you have the Ringmaster to attempt to save, but I don't think it's that easy against the Black Hole. Go for the Pango first. Obviously had huge impact in the previous game.
Yeah, very good. Very good performance from Chiro.
10 seconds
And they even
remaining.
ban out the Puck. Some people like playing Pango into Puck because of the laning stage being so easy, but I think it's smart to ban the Puck. The mid game is very, very tough. Silence and Coil, no fun for Pango at all. Plus their heroes suck
And
at
I mean-
catching a Puck.
Yes, they really do struggle. And you're looking for your carry, and your carry is not really going to assist in that area. So
No.
Radiant team ban.
what are our options here for Munkushi? What do you feel like they are lacking that they need to cover with the carry? What role do they need from him?
I mean, it's probably going to be something like Ursa if they don't ban it. They ban out the Lifestealer, so we're not going to have a repeat at least. But knowing that it's an offlane Bristleback, we'll see what they want to play. Munkushi obviously doesn't get to play his Monkey King, no Lifestealer. Yeah, you could go for Gyrocopter as well, but I'm not a massive fan of the lane into Bristleback. It's okay, but it's not amazing. It does give them really nice team fight though. Adding Gyro into this would be pretty decent for clearing out everything with the flak.
Gone the days where you need like some melee stunning hero with AA?
Kind of, yeah. It used to be CK and Sven, and you know that was basically the pairings. Yeah, they are on the same path.
Cool.
Path. They ban out the Jar too. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a stunner and pullback. AA is mostly picked for his slow harassment nowadays, and for the mid game ulting people. It used to be that it was always about the cold feet stun combination, but that's more. You know, it's nice if you get the cold feet proc in lane, but it's not important.
Okay. So what's the ban for one win? So, of course, looking for mid laners for a raise. What are the playmaking tempo heroes? Ember is something I'm looking at as a possibility.
Yep. I like Ember to counter out the Pango. And for one win, I'm thinking Sven could still be a big hero for them.
One Wee's turn
Get some
to
save against the Bristleback minus armor and like Warcry counteracting that. And more stuns never hurts against TB. We saw how important it is to stop that Sunder in the previous game. And the Ember ban is good for shielding their Pango, so making sure it doesn't have to deal with him.
5 seconds remaining.
Storm's another, I think, is a possibility for a raise.
Yeah, definitely. it's sort of same story there, right? They have pretty bad lockdown against the Puck or Storm, something like this. Puck obviously banned out, Ember gone. Storm does fit pretty well here.
Yeah, and I think the matchup versus Pango can be a little frustrating.
Definitely, yeah. It gets easier with levels, but level 1 to level 2, it's actually not that easy. You keep taking damage by him walking up and auto-attacking you. You jump in, you get a remnant to the face.
I think the game as well, with the fact that Storm can always zip on top of you. Like Pango often plays the back with like Rolling Thunder and then Blink into the middle. And Storm can always get you with zip, which is a nice thing. One stun, and then you can get blown up. We're going to get a Magnus, so...
Oh.
Carry Mag from Munkushi.
Yeah, I would assume so. Carry Mag, not bad. You do get more disables, as we mentioned. It's not terrible to have the Empower buff up on Pangolier later on as well, when he runs around getting some auto attacks in. He does hit really hard. I'm not in love with the idea of playing Magnus into this game. Storm, as communicated, you're right on the money. Kind of process of elimination, right? They took away the other better options, so Storm was the one to go for.
Let's see how it looks for her raise. We will have to see. Game 3 decider. You got a favorite here, seeing these two drafts?
I think I believe in Liga, honestly. From what we've seen overall, you know, One Win did eke out the victory, and they just came off of, the back of a victory as well, so I feel bad going against them here. But I think Liga have just looked a little bit sharper. Like, Game 1 was really, really strong. Game 2, they almost won it as well. And One Win did manage to hold on, but Liga have been the more impressive team overall, consistently throughout the qualifier.
So do you think it's more team-based instead of draft-based?
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking at here?
Yeah, that's like that's team analysis felt. As for the drafts, I think I don't like Bristleback that much, and I don't like Magnus that much. So it's just who do I dislike more. Rest of the drafts, I'm actually completely on board with both teams. I think the other 8 heroes are all looking great. I think I'm a little bit more leaning towards Liga, perhaps. Okay. Just based on the heroes. I think it's fine to have the Bristleback, but Magnus carry. I'm not sure that I prefer it that much this patch.
We'll have to see. See what Munkushi is able to do with the Magnus carry. I think I'm slightly favoring One Win, but I just am a little bit more confident with their ability to take team fights, especially with what I saw last game, and I think they have just a lot of stuns and 4 heroes that can initiate, whereas this Storm, and besides that, it's like the Bristle in the middle or the TB sieging, and you're waiting. I don't think the counter initiate is that good for Liga. So with that being said, vast majority of the games for Liga, and the reason why they've been able to win is off the back of the supports, and it has been the Ringmaster and the Wind Ranger, which they got once again here for them.
One thing to the credit of the Magnus pick as well is that skewering back people can be a great way to stop the Ringmaster from saving someone. You pull them out of his range, out of the saving capabilities of the Ringmaster. So it does have some merit. Let's see if it's going to work out or not. Grouping up on the high ground for a late smoke. Similarly, we have all of the One Win grouping towards mid for a smoke. Well, I say all of them. It's both teams, just minus their carry. Smoking at 40 and 39 respectively. Almost scripted. And they both do the same thing as well, with the mid player going and putting their ward mid.
Then they run in the opposite direction.
Chad Jr. not gonna break against the Storm. Finally the smoke breaks. AA and Ringmaster run into each other.
The battle begins.
No fights. No, 3 of them with bounties, alright? GG.
Munkushi manages to steal one, walks up confidently and gets the top rune. The rune that they probably shouldn't have gotten till the end. Ready to lay in some auto attacks. Already has a sentry down from before, so gets the D ward on small camp. He's fighting from the tower. Always feels good to sit in the tower and trade since you have bonus 3 armor. It's really what the AA players typically do.
It's going to feel quite nice versus the Bristle. The right clicks from Emeraldus as well.
Yeah. Sitting back and having a good time. CS-wise, we'll see how it's going to shape out on the top lane. Mid lane, the Storm and Pango both able to secure their farm quite easily. Hard to get a deny for any of them. Is Storm going to get the perfect 2 creep waves? He does. 8 out of 8 last hits on the first 2 creep waves.
Okay, not bad. Minor thing, Triple S TP back to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, forcing him to use his TP. Might not be that impactful if he ends up buying it later, but or not getting forced until he has TP ready, rather. Us getting some auto attacks in on Respect's Ringmaster. But yeah, continuous harassment trading on the top lane. The AA primarily focusing onto the Wind Ranger. Knows that Bristleback isn't that easy for him to harass. And now he gets his small camp spawn.
Which small camp, sorry?
Yeah, he got the small camp spawn on top, so AA gonna be happy. He blocked the enemy spawn, got his own.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Morale is off the mark as well. Yeah, sorry, you were saying Erase is...
Yeah, I was just gonna... Yeah, like you said, he's continuing to just see us, so...
He's getting real farmed, yeah. He's only missed a few CS so far. Angle also doing quite well for himself though, sitting at 13 and 1. Just 2 CS behind.
Yep, not bad from Chiro Jr. See what the item build's going to be from him this game. Seems like we got some kind of passive looking lanes. A little bit boring.
Well, it's harassment trading back and forth. Hard for him to full commit into each other yet, but continuous angling and looking for the advantage. The AA and Windrunner just trading HP and trading HP region really. Salve on the AA, he wants to up that soon. Gonna try and get his HP back up. The real time that action is gonna erupt is mostly when we're gonna see that power rune spawning. The 530 rotation perhaps from Liga. Ooh, Respect has walked out pretty far. The ice shards can block him. But TB's there.
Violent does it. Yeah. Gets rid of one of the boars, which was a lot of damage onto Respect. Early escape act as well. We've been seeing this kind of level 8 sometimes.
Yeah, doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel great to take the escape act, but winning the fight and forcing TB or Beastmaster to TP all the way to base, that's a big win. He does not, or he does have boots now. He got enough gold.
Easy. Mid lane, Chiro Jr.
Yeah.
Order and yoinked.
Blood grenading and looking for the power shots. Cheeky Amaral is not going to be able to get the kill. Still gets the water rune in the end, so it's actually going to be Storm who doesn't get a refill.
Unlucky, bro.
Low on resources. Now on top lane, they're thinking about Bristleback. Can they really bring him down though? It's a lot of minus armor already. -9. Magnus. Getting pretty low.
What is... Oh, Malik?
Oh, stuck around.
Alright, they're going to be able to get him this time. Yeah, stuck around. And... Kurushi. Very nice.
I mean, he was very low HP and mana, so Having to run to base would feel awful.
What's going on mid? Nice tame.
Yeah. Get a nice kill for Storm. All those kills matter quite a bit on Storm, getting any form of galvanized charges early on. Boost up your mana regen. Carry that with you as long as you don't die. And TB has been left completely to his own devices right now. Beastmaster is more jungle, and TB is just in full control of bottom lane. And you know how I feel about that. Like, seeing Violent get free farm like this, we know what he can do with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
6 minute
It's
power.
a scary
rune.
person.
Double radiant control on the runes. He's gonna be Arcane Rune picked up by Ringmaster. Sweden Strong sees him, could set up for Chair Jr. to join. He does not have any hops. Only a little illusion summon. Hey, Roche. Oh, Roche is defending him.
Oh, this is awkward. Oh,
And then he
got-
bashed
they got
him. The extra bonus damage with the smash.
Another TP up.
Yeah. TB is just forcing people away. Back to base you go.
Like, nice meta, bro. Here's a tip for it.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, we walking for wisdom, are we? They're gonna scan Violent. Do they bring some extra heroes?
Wonder. You're gonna bring in the Pango right now. Island.
Level
does
up the
have
Sunder. It's a pretty rough location, though. Right against the wall. Chiro Jr. A lot of opportunity. He's got a big wand as well. He's going to be able to get it off. Is the nuke there afterwards? I'll try with the snowball to dodge the Sunder escape act.
Aww.
But the axes will nuke him down. And now on the bridge, the shards placement, they're going to be good for 2. And Violent really forcing the issue in a game where you cannot be making mistakes.
Yeah, so costly when you had completely free farm as well. Nice try coming out from Sweden Strong. He tried to get pushed to the low ground, but not quite enough. That was with the 200 HP heal from the tonic of Ringmaster as well. So it was not, you know, even with the extra help, it was not enough.
Radiant are scanning.
Alec is farming up a stack, but he's no resources and he's deep in enemy territory. What? Okay.
The Centaur getting involved. Conqueror gets the War Stomp in there. But yeah, he's in no man's land on Bristleback. Usually when you have your Vanguard, you don't want to be a possible kill even on Crystal.
Chiro?
Big damage, actually.
Chiro? Wow,
Bringing him
Snowball
in.
just before the tame again. He's a bit far, but the Swashbuckle is back up.
Oh,
Erase is trying to make full use of the haste rune. Chiro's going to be able to line up a couple of heroes. Knocks up one. Second one is a win run to help reposition. Monkush is here, apparently.
Did a good job kiting out the Pango roll. All 5 kind of moving towards mid over on the side of one win. Meanwhile, TB is back to free farming, of course. And that was a big cooldown expended, so I think nice win for Liga there. Kind of kiting. Ringmaster did a good job staying close to the edge, getting bumped to the high ground.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So what do we got? What are we looking at next here? Power Rune as a potential opportunity for a little brawl. Triple S is love and life though. Massive stacks for him farming.
He's getting towards that, you know, the Aghanim Scepter. All you want to do, just keep farming up. But overall, the ones who are pulling ahead is really just the 2 carries. Despite the death on TB, he's still farming up a Storm. Only 200 gold behind this Magnus, who of course hasn't died yet. Cheeky TB just rushes up and starts farming the enemy triangle. This is some shameless behavior. Last time you got, the...
Top lane. RP user to the Ice Blast. Level 6 is up early here, especially for till the end. And Malik's game is... He's struggling. 3 deaths.
Yeah. I wonder how much impact it's had already. The fact that he did go for the unusual facet on AA. He went for a Bone Chill to take away enemy strength, which helps you a bit get those kills. So extra kill potential against the Bristleback. Quite impactful.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Sure, they're coming for you. Oh. Nice. Dude, snowballs again have been pretty on point here for Sweden Strong. Shard's got to escape any crazy stuff for the escape act. He's going to be knocked on the other side. Is anyone going to die? No one's going to die. Okay.
Everyone's completely fine at the end of the day. The Storm with the shield rune, not really a viable kill. But now, with the roll on cooldown, TB wasting no time. Coming in towards mid. Does not have meta anymore though.
Oh, snowball in, Sweden Strong.
Tried to save the Pango, but ultimately Pango was completely fine. Very back and forth, these little skirmishes. Bristleback kind of laying into a top tower. You see Magnus dropping low, but it's just, pushing his limits to the jungle.
That man's just farming.
He does have a salve coming out. He doesn't want to back. Gonna stay on the field, keep farming.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So top tower is open up already. Mid tower is gone already. Bottom tower gone. This is what Liga do so well. Very, very quickly take full control of the map. So now they're playing in the enemy side of the map, taking away space, setting up control on the runes as well by doing so. AA might get picked here if he shows himself.
And he will. Quick and easy kill for them. Gets a galvanized stack for a raise. Malik is also running down Munkushu's. Doesn't have the greatest health pool. Thinking about getting out of the RP, but a defensive one that doesn't keep him alive, but maybe sets up for a fight under the T2 tower. Escape app was a moment of space here for Malik. Violent as well is pretty deep, but they've got the numbers advantage and apparently nothing to fear from Liga. Rolling Thunder will get Chira Jr. away, but Sweden Strong doesn't have the same ability.
Stopping the Beastmaster as well, diving under a tier 2 tower. Look at Violent saying, I can tank it, running in.
This is a bit scary for Raiden. They needed a bigger Ice Blast, apparently, with a pass-through. They're still going to get the... Very cool from till the end. He held it, walked up closer, the pass by was actually there. It didn't matter, but I've not seen that before.
Some crazy dive. I do not know how Liga won the initial fight without using Metamorphosis. They didn't have it available, but, when you start by taking out the AA, a lot of the kill threat is gone from Dire. Kind of toppled them one by one. Ultimately, though, overstaying and losing the Terrorblade towards the end does cost them quite a bit. Harun Gasp on bottom. It's gonna be Illusion on a Tusk, not really something important. Storm just farming away. Looks like Kaya Sanch is going to be the full completion. Sometimes we see Kaya into, Witchblade or some other item, second item, but he wants to go for a full thing. Okay. Meanwhile, Pango, of course, has his Diffusal Blade. We already saw the damage there onto the Ringmaster. Half his HP by one button.
Playing melee. Opportunity here with the Ice Blast. Little bit concerned though if some potential other heroes are starting to come over. Respect along with Amaryllis, both the supports were in the neighborhood if required.
He missed the swashbuckle as well, so kind of hard to follow through on the kill. They're gonna go through the gate. They know Tormentor is up. Malik stuck around, taking the Lotus. Might get burned a bit by Cheer Jr. Gets through in time. Gotta go and take it.
Dire are scanning.
They don't have TB with them, so you have to be a bit cautious. ulti, of course, always something worrisome. May have seen it though, it's on cooldown. I think he used it earlier in Vision.
Okay, Emerald's not a bad one. Violet? Well, you get the oh, we got it off. Is it gonna matter in the end though? The hold the Ice Blast afterwards with the Sunder, escape backed along with the ultimate, the Wheel of Wonder. Still Terrorblade goes down, but it's bought a little bit of time for some people to TP over, but it's not everyone. They're coming in one by one. Emerald's is nowhere to be seen. Erase as well didn't have the teleport.
Yeah, Violent with a bit of an uncharacteristic staying in a bad position there while his team was doing Tormentor. Obviously, all of One Win knew that he was pretty lonely. And that's going to be a big loss for them as Roche quickly falls to these heroes. Storm, can he think about something here? He's got the Regen Rune too, he's got to try and time it. But it's too late.
Oh, it's a slow zip.
He does
might
get the grab,
actually
though.
get the... Oh, it's looking a bit weird now. It doesn't have a lot of mana. It's not coming back too quickly. Triple S, alright, they lost the Aegis. Is he dead again after?
Oh yeah.
Is this... that actually it worked. Okay.
I mean, the Regen Rune definitely helping him a lot coming back in, and Violent got back in time there to bring him down. So sure, they got the Roche, but immediately losing the Aegis and dying afterwards. Very, very even game still. 6-11 is the kill score, but there's a few things going for Liga here to make up for the fact that they're behind in kills. Looking at Storm, for instance, who hasn't died a single time, 11 Galvanized charges already. His mana regen is passively sitting at 15.7. Pretty high for this stage of the game.
Yeah, not bad.
Or very high, rather.
I like what I'm seeing though, Waga. This is an even game here we got for our final game of the night, the Game 3 decider.
Yeah, it's brewing. It's brewing. I hope we're going to get some exciting mid-game team fights again, like the previous one. Both teams are staying active though. No one wants to just sit back and farm. Both of them angling for any advantage they can get. We don't have a Blink Dagger yet on either Magnus or Beast though, so a little bit hard for him to activate. Mid lane. Gotta try and force out the Pango roll. Successful in doing so. Storm with a Dieter might think about chasing this.
Do it.
It's a bit too much. If he had vision, if there was like a ward behind the enemy tier 2 tower, you bet he would go for it.
What is some damage dealt at least with the Rolling Thunder now?
Yeah,
not available.
Pango roll on cooldown is a big moment for them to go. They have 20 seconds on TV meta, so could just try and go push tower with it. At the same time though, Violent having died 3 times, he might be saying, guys, I just want farm. I want to get my Manta, I want to get my Hurricane Pike. He doesn't like the fact that he has, you know, been brought down a few times already. At least it prevents any aggressive move coming out from One Win. The fact that Pango roll is on cooldown.
Radiant are scanning.
Beastmaster is 600 gold away from his Blink Dagger. That will allow him to act as a secondary initiator for the AA ultis.
And he got the Searing Signet once again.
Yeah.
So a little bit more burst. Magic damage for the beast. Both sides are smoking to top. Anticipating something to be going on in this area.
And the reveal. Husk knows, but Wind also knows that he knows. That's just running away. Meanwhile, Magnus hitting Ancients, farming away. Going for the full Manta style, so really valuing getting some Dispel here. Makes a lot of sense against the TB, Bristleback. There's going to be Witchblade over on the Storm. A lot of things to dispel this game.
Yep. Slowing this one down a little bit though.
Yeah, it started out very hectic, but now it's a bit more controlled. For the side of one win, I think it's just controlled until they get those timings though. Link is now complete on Beastmaster. Does look like the Magnus committed for Harpoon instead of the Manta. So a little bit more aggressive choice.
I accept this offering.
What do we make of this? Why do you feel like he went back for the Harpoon?
I think it's great for reaching the supports, right? You want to grab a hold of that Ringmaster, try and catch him. Speaking of catch, Tusk has been running around a bit on his own, trying to scout, find somebody. Ooh, the ward saw TB.
They're gonna get violent.
4 heroes onto him.
And everything. Okay.
They did hold the RP at least, so they didn't overlap stuns.
And he might need it now, Mag. Gets the RP, but where's the follow-up? Oh, okay, it's massive. The follow-up is there and it's huge.
3-man RP into a swashbuckle and shield crash. Just absolutely melting people. I don't think they were ready for that. They were like, oh, they used everything, we can chase, but no, there was some good patience by Munkushi. Massive fight win for 1 win. Almost puts him all the way towards a blink dagger on top of that Harpoon. That was the exact same spot, by the way, that the TB died last time. He died again, and again they TP'd in after the fact that he already went down. Not in time to save him. I think they would do well to try and keep the Ringmaster perhaps sometimes close to their carry. Just follow him around and, you know, try and counter gank. But these TP reactions are just too slow. No matter if you click it immediately, you can't be there in time.
Need something a little better here for the boys on League. Our 3,000 deficit, and it is slowly starting to go further and further into 1 win's favor.
Yeah, League at least have some rune control. They get a shield rune over on Storm. With the completed Witchblade and Kaya-san, she is fairly strong. At least until those BKBs come in. Storm will fall off a bit once the Beastmaster and Magnus both get that. Bottom lane going on
another jump, this time under the bristle. Gonna do his best to protect himself with the Glimmer Cape, but it looks like he's okay.
Oh, the Ringmaster
Snowball in, but that sets up for the Wheel of Wonder. Curious still will have time to activate the Rolling Thunder. He's out, sweet and strong though. He will not live.
A nice try with the Ringmaster ulti into the Tame the Beast, but Pango got away. Quickly, of course, has the swashbuckle and just rolls out. They get a counter kill, and they say the Beastmaster, so... Or their Bristleback, sorry. Not the worst for them. Meanwhile, Munkushi finds some time to just lay into the top tier 1. Actually getting towers.
He's massive. He's so farmed.
Yeah, he's flying ahead, and we're 3,000 gold ahead of the Terrorblade. That's almost 1 full item at this stage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're smoking though on Liga, so still wanting to try and force the issue. They've got a pretty good Observer Ward. We'll give them a glimpse of Chira Jr. along with Munkushi. 3,100 health the Magnus has, though. It's not an easy kill, and it looks like they've got a read of something going on.
Back. Looking for AA.
They'll get him. They did pop meta, though, because they saw the mag illusion, unfortunately, so we'll go on cooldown.
Something expanded. And quick reaction by 1 win. They just saw, okay, AA is jumped, we're not even sticking around. They didn't think about it twice, they just said we're out. And gonna play to fight another day. We have, of course, just a few minutes until Roche is gonna be up for sure. Could already spawn any minute. And 24 minutes, so Tormentor is just about to get up again.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
And the BKB is flying out for the Beastmaster at this moment.
scary person to be getting net worth. We saw what Triple S was able to do previously.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, but the Mask of Madness on Magnus as well. He's ready to do some fast damage if he gets a big RP.
Might find it now, going all the way around. Amaryllis is in a pretty good position to pop the smoke, and they're gonna go for him, but maybe even thinking they can get Malik. Shards will block off the scares. They'll need the Ice Blast, which is just a bit too far away.
Back to side lane. Got the one pick off, and of course forcing reactions. Going through the Tormentor gates. Just a Storm and a TB, not quite enough to take down the Torm though. They don't have the Bristleback anywhere near. We see Beastmaster just controlling as well over on the Roche Pit. Got the Boar inside, being Vision. They know how important the Aegis is playing against the Storm. Want to give that away. With the Ward,
like this.
Magnus holding up his
Really
team.
well done. Dude, it's so frustrating when you play games and your cores don't protect the wards.
Yeah.
Everyone comes over, make sure they get the kill.
That's so nice.
Roche is up.
Especially on the enemy ancient area. Controlling that, defending that ward is some of the most valuable stuff you can do. You can get multiple kills back to back on that. Tower is being traded, meanwhile. At least not really falling, just more like TB farming in the area.
Close is he? So a little bit away for the Scotty is violent.
Yeah, he's just not really as farmed as we've seen in previous games though. The 4 deaths in this game, they've really found the ganks, you know, getting in on him, finding him when he's alone, isolated from his team. Go get the Tormentor, it's Shard over on the Ringmaster. Maybe not the craziest game for the Ringmaster Shard. No massive thing to talk about, but it's always slightly useful, you know. Some vision, some random mischance. It's never terrible, but this is not a great game for it.
Yeah. Well, the lead is it's stagnating for 1 minute. It's not growing at all. We'll see. Of course, they still have plenty of time with the Aegis, though.
But they're looking for objectives. They are the ones with the Aegis. They're getting the tier 2, and meanwhile the Pango trying to stop anyone from farming as well. Malik is gonna run into him.
The Wisdom, we might have a bit of a fight. Chira Jr. pump fakes the Rolling Thunder, and that's gonna cost him his life, but the looks of it, unless the barrier is enough. Double shield crash gets the ultimate out.
As they find, Storm committed all his mana for this, and he TP'd up here, so Storm is actually kind of stuck on an island right now. Not too much mana and no way home. Of course he has a lot of regen, but not ready for a fight right now.
I did see it portaling through bottom. The line is drawn. Swinnerstrong instantly smoked and wanted to go, but meanwhile Makushi saw an opportunity just to get rid of respect in a single heartbeat. It did leave Beast alone down bottom though. Yeah. So Triple S, he got the memo of looking to go bot, but I guess he didn't hear the communication about the kill opportunity mid.
Yeah, the jump into the Vortex, Storm stunning him up, and of course Wind Ranger being there to help disable. We'll have the damage coming in from the TB. Now swinging back towards bottom. The Magnus just wants to fight anyone he can. He's feeling confident right now. I kind of want to see him land a big RP just for the massive stats from his 15 talent. Get that plus 12 to all stats per hero in the RP. You got 3 hero RP, that's 36 to all stats.
Easy. It's so satisfying, the blink harpoon.
Oh yeah. That's very easy to skewer people back with. And hard for heroes like Wind Ranger or Ringmaster to even get close. Very easy to be out of position.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rune up top.
Rune activated for the Pango as he can't hold it anymore, but the Illusion Rune on Storm. Not a bad feeling, I guess, to have, but not too much crazy stuff to dispel in this game.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't... how concerned are we with this game for Liga? Like, does this game get any easier as it goes later?
I'm actually pretty concerned. Magnus has some good disable. Oh, he's looking for pickoffs. It's also just about activity, right? It's always one win who are looking for these moves. It feels like sooner or later they're gonna keep getting these pickoffs. Liga are just not really looking for fights. For them, it's all about TB. He is about to get BKB, 200 gold. Skewer is already happening.
They're gonna make an attempt onto the Bristleback. Skewer back into the Ice Blast, escape backed. But he is not making it out. The damage has been dealt. 50 seconds, no Bristle.
Not even TPing yet on Terrorblade. He's like, nah, that's not a fight. He gets the top tier 2 tower. Tier 3 is dropping. 20 seconds on the Magnus. Age is gonna time out. Trying to take a fight with him. Kill shot. Brings him down. He's here, but no Bristleback yet. 15 seconds without him.
Oh, they got the initial stun. Is there going to be follow-up? There is! And now the pass by double RP. Munkushi TP over towards him, and Violent is gone. Back in is the Terrorblade, but that was instant to the RP from Munkushi.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice there. The Blink Dagger from the Pango. Getting onto the TB, get the stun quickly on him, and then sets up the RP. Actually, I think both of them landed at the same time. The Pango roll and the RP. They had the same reaction. Just got a little bit too close. And honestly, they don't really need to force too much more here, but 40 seconds on TB. Very tempting to try and get one more lane. Storm does a buyback. I don't think it matters though. Even if they have cooldown on RP, they still have Beastmaster ulti. This game has suddenly just become completely impossible, it feels like, for Liga.
Yeah. I definitely had that feeling though for a while, right? We were seeing what was happening across the map and some of the very small skirmishes that were going on, but now this game feels like, how do you fight? Like, what is actually the play for Liga? And this is something we'll bring up in the draft, right? It just looks easier for one win.
Well, the big story is that TB had complete free farm, and then he proceeded to die like 3 times, 4 times even. The pickoffs happened on him, and a lot of it was him just pushing his limits a little bit too much. His team was going Tormentor. He simultaneously, you know, went into a pretty dangerous area, gets picked off. And OneWin just have been very active at stopping the momentum of that carry. Because TB normally would farm even faster than Magnus. If he has complete free farm and Magnus is free farm, TB outfarms because you can farm multiple places in the same time. But this game, he just got completely stopped by these ganks. Already now Refresher on Magnus.
And I think someone has Hex. Is this Pango Hex?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Pango Hex, okay.
Pango Hex, Nullifier on Beastmaster, Refresher on Magnus. They have like 1 premium item each on top of what Liga has, is what it feels like. And this, of course, Nullifier is really nasty. If he jumps someone and nullifies them, Escape Act won't work. 4 stats, Glimmer Cape out the window.
Oh, RP, okay, sure.
Why not?
A lot of goo. They're gonna have to roar as well.
They do get the kill, cost them some resources, but it doesn't really matter. Gotta get that pick off, and they're not too concerned because overall Liga have not been able to find these aggressive moves or openings.
No, it's just unfair.
The Bristleback, man. Liability hero. 1, 7, and 3. Malik has had so much more impact on different heroes, but Bristleback can work, and when it works it's nice, but I see this hero so often just be completely useless.
Radiant's top tower
Was
is under attack.
Definitely an interesting decision to pick it when you know the A is something that they're thinking about. Like, you banned it last game, you changed the ban for a silencer, and then...
Yeah. I mean, they were literally deliberating between either silencer or AA, right? So they 100% knew. And there's also Beastmaster. I don't think Beast is a good hero to play Bristle into. Because the roar, it's very easy to roar and just run around. Oh,
the Ice Boss?
He gets spotted.
It's just a process of elimination of what direction he's going to run. And this is another death now for him. 6 for the Terrorblade.
Yeah, he's otherwise played such a clean qualifier.
Oh, they're going to be able to see him in the tree line. Can he activate the BKB? The taunt? Alright. Okay. So, both carries.
Kills.
Yeah, making some mistakes here. Chira Jr. looking for the solo kill onto the Wind Ranger. We'll be able to find him. The rest of the team is starting to move over to his location as well. With the shield crash, just going to give him some protection. Snowball into the rescue is the Tux. Chira's still in a little bit of danger, but now that Triple S is here, no roar to be able to hold a raise. He got detection though. Chira Jr. gets the blink away. He's fine. He is out. Meanwhile though, Erase is still looking to go back in. Still has some mana to work with. They're going to get a buyback out of Sweet and Strong. Mana is starting to be a thing of an issue here for the Storm Spirit. Roar up in 1 second as well.
Out.
They're going to be able to get it. They do. Triple S off the cooldown. Down goes Storm. 80 seconds. No buyback. Sweet and Strong. Where you running, Respect? Running away from the base. Wasn't going to make it anyway.
No way out. That was an enormous fight to take with Terrorblade dead. All that time he was just sitting there looking at his team take the biggest fight ever, and he didn't have a way to help them. He couldn't do anything. That is so tough to watch. Massive win again. Just after they got something very good for themselves, getting that 1900 gold kill on the Magnus, get some time to breathe, but on the back of Chira Jr.'s aggression, going in, finding the kill on the Ringmaster, setting stuff up. Sorry, the Wind Ranger first, I believe it was. And then the Ringmaster fell. A lot of heroes died.
Yeah.
Roche.
That means that Roche is going to go down. It's third Roche as well already.
Refresher coming in from that as well, so that means Hangle gets a refresher because they already have refresher on the Beastmaster as well as the Magnus. So not all cores have it, and that means double hex potentially from the Pango. He can ulti in, hex someone, use it again. This is just a devastating teamfight combination, very similar to what we saw from 1win in game number 2. The refresher power.
Nice scan. Feels like almost a desperation smoke.
Ooh, there's the Hex.
Chira Jr. instantly to the roller.
There's the Hex.
Snowball as well is going to be able to protect him over the right side of the solo kill. Triple S might be able to blow up the Terrorblade Violent. I mean, he has been vital to League's run here in the qualifiers, but the final game, they needed him the most. He just was not there for them.
I know he's not been having a game at all. Completely shut down. Dead for 70 seconds more. Does not have a buyback, and there are still refreshers ready to be used. Hangle didn't have to commit his. Magnus still has his. And this guy will push. Mag with a blind blink, looking for someone. And Storm has to be so cautious. These zips in, do not zip close to the Pango. He might hex you immediately. Ooh, tries to jump after him to get him.
Apparently A is a hex. How far? Wait, how is he so far?
Well,
Klima, Solar Hex?
I mean, they did take double lanes of racks and stuff. It's a lot of gold from support stuff. That's crazy too. Look at Storm, he's trying to juke the 2 hexes. He's playing the hardest game of cat and mouse.
Just hit objectives? We're going for kills, but the TB's back alive and we didn't get megas.
Yeah, they're
back away.
They did kind of slow down. I feel like Magnus could maybe have manned up and committed for the racks push with TB dead for so long. Still had Aegis, but gotta be patient. It's completely fine too. I mean, if anyone shows on lane, they can just blink, hex, roar, whatever, RP them. And Storm is nowhere close to having a BKB or Lincoln Sphere or anything like that. Only has 2.1k gold. Threat is not over. Mukushi has RP and BKB ready now with Refresher as well, so got 2 charges.
Okay.
Can he reach someone to harpoon them?
Well, the poke might make him lose the first life.
Okay. Angle,
Kira's
creating
gonna
space.
try and cover the respawn. But, is this forced? They're gonna be raw and ice blast as well. He did buyback previously on Melik though, which is a bit of an issue.
Oh,
meanwhile, on the low ground,
he's dropping.
Magnus, he's gonna go down. What is going on, dude? RP the last second from Mukushi. He's still alive somehow, trying to dish out as much damage as he can, but it's not enough. It is not enough. Radiant, they will live to see another fight by the looks of it. The buildings will stay up as well.
And a pause as a disconnect happens there. He did disconnect after the fight, so I don't think it actually interfered with him. He died quite a while before that. Buyback was forced from the Storm, but still, these deaths are very, very big for Liga, managing to get some pickoffs. Anything to claw themselves back into game. And again, like you said, pretty forced, going on to the Bristleback, arguably the worst target possible. It doesn't matter if he has buyback or not. If you commit your RP and lay into him, the TB gets free reign to just auto-attack. Almost think just hitting the racks would have been a better play even. And then let Pango go in and start some stuff with his Hex and ulti. Let's give them one more chance though. Liga, not out of the game yet.
Violent. We're gonna go with this farming.
Has to be cautious. This glimmered up Beastmaster looking for a jump. All he sees is illusions though, and the illusions saw him too. Such a tricky game. Now Storm with a long zip looking for AA. Not gonna connect. Oh, he goes again.
Keep going.
Gets hexed up though, the combo.
Hex Ice Blast.
He throws him. And now Glimmer away. He's fine.
The roar as well. Triple S pop refresh, a double roar on the bristle.
He's thundered.
Violent. What?
You don't have BKB on
No, Violent. Is he actually gonna get out? You lost your Storm though. Oh, there's some crazy stuff going on.
Storm
Who's
used all
dying?
his mana
Someone's
pool.
dying, right? Emeralis will get the kill into the Ancient Apparition finally. Violent's actually still sticking around.
Yeah, they're chasing the Tusk right now. Beastmaster's out. Pango is out, and Tusk somehow manages to juke it with the Force Staff and the Blink. Some nice shard blocks he gets out. They're cutting the retreat now, going behind. Oh no, the Ringmaster. Does he know about the Pango? I don't think he's seen this. His courier might spot it. He has a ward as well. He sees that the Wisdom is already taken, so that will tip him off that this is not safe. 60 seconds, no Storm. The Rax Bush is coming in again. Few cooldowns on the side of Dire though. Refresher 30 seconds for Magnus. Still don't think anything is stopping him from just auto-attacking.
They're rolling. Very early roll. I guess they're going to be able to get the skewer down to the low ground in the RP as well. We've seen what they've been able to do previously if they isolate the bristle. Malik is gone for 100 seconds.
The only core alive now. Violet does not have enough to stand up against this potential jump. So many heroes can go on him. It's a good shackle, but they're on the TV.
Over to the bristle back. Over to the TV. He's okay. But the turn needs to come soon, and it's not going to be there. Mega creeps now for one win. And Monkushi wants to go back. He's got Refresher. Forstaff's going to be able to get some separation. Violent still stepped up a little bit too far. Violent Chain controlled, brought down, Storm back alive, but no carry.
Yeah, trying to kill the Pango at least. Maybe? The cheese?
Oh, they gave... Oh, no, not like this.
Wind Ranger buys back, desperately trying to hold on to the game. The Storm and the Wind Ranger. 5 heroes coming though, and those hexes, there's too many of them.
Oh, they caught him. Oh, they had the high ground ward. Anyone able to get in range for the control? They are.
The 2 supports are like, we got this. Stand back course.
GG.
We'll defend.
Wow. 1 win.
And like that.
Knocking out Liga. Moving on to the final day of the qualifiers.
I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped for 1 win now. The fact that they took down Liga after losing game 1 that dominant fashion for the side of Liga. I think it's massive that 1 win managed to recover this series. It showed tenacity and understanding of how to break down a series. You know, it's not about getting 1 win. It's about actually working your way through all of it. You know, heads down and just push through all the difficulties. Game 2 was a slugfest that they actually somehow managed to bring back. In game 3, they pretty much stopped the momentum before it even picked up on the side of Liga. Shutting down Violent was just... it was such a clean move.
Yeah. Shut down Violent. Shut down Malik as well, right? Which we said earlier on, I think, in this series, the fact that Malik has been having some really good games, whether it's his hero drafted early or late. But this time, unfortunately, it was not enough for him. So, Liga eliminated with some very solid performances that we got out of them. I mean, the supports looked incredible, the cores looked incredible, but they're going to be kicking themselves because definitely that previous game, game 2, where you had a pretty sizable lead. I think it was 10k, maybe even a little bit more at one stage, but that was not enough in the end. And then game 3, we saw them not able to pull the victory out of the hat here. So that's going to be it for unfortunately the boys on Liga. 1 win. They're going to move over and face the loser of Na'Vi versus Aurora, which is going on at the moment on, I think, the Earth stream. So that did go to a game 3 decider. Na'Vi was able to get the second game victory, so that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to go. Obviously, keep your eyes on that series, and then we'll have to see how they perform tomorrow. These teams have deserved some good night's rest though after the plays today. Obviously 1 win with a great win against 1move before the 2-0, and now taking down a very strong Liga. I think they're in good shape going into the lower bracket final.
Yep, I would say so as well. But it's going to be a long day for them if they can get through the lower bracket into that best of 5 grand finals. Only 1 team will be going over and playing at DreamLeague Season 26. Already joining some of their other Eastern European teams. You got Betboom, their Spirit, and Paravision as well. So we're going to have 4 teams from Eastern Europe to represent that region. But tomorrow will be the day where we get to find out which team it will be. So for us, we're going to be done here on the Tango stream. Again, a lot of other streams going on. So while we're waiting for us to start, which is, I believe, at the same time tomorrow, and yes, that is the case. So we're going to be starting at the same time tomorrow, guys. And yeah, with that being said, we'll see you then. Enjoy the rest of your night. Go watch some Dota. We'll see you tomorrow.